This that A1 Perico flow, you know? It's that kind of flow that could change your life. Yo, the kid is back. Word to my fitted cap. Shorty bad, beauty plus brains.
I recognize your voice.
Yeah, it's
I
me.
knew that was you. I was like, wait, I know that man. I listen to him all the time. That's you.
Yeah, my name 80s Brooklyn 80s baby.
That's what I thought. I had to get that off. I was like, I know that. I know that voice.
Do me a favor, subscribe to the channel, like the channel, hype the channel, all of the things. Holla at me in the comments. You already know. You holla at me, I holla back. And I appreciate it, man. Listen, I did a little look at my analytics, and I'm noticing that when I put out content, most of the people who see my content are non-subscribers. So I need, if you enjoy the content, if you don't enjoy the content, keep it pushing. You know what I mean? I ain't begging for no subscribers, but if you enjoy the content, if you are a non-subscriber, I need you to hit the subscribe button. Yeah, what's good, everybody? It's your boy, Brooklyn 80s, back with another good episode for you guys today. Today we're gonna be talking about a few things. Obviously, Angel Reese got hurt today. Obviously, the Dream got a win today, and obviously, there's been a lot of back and forth in the media about Sandy Brondello's comments and her apology, and a whole bunch of stuff surrounding that. So we'll get into that. We'll deep dive in it. I got some thoughts. I got a lot of thoughts. I'm happy. I took a while to process my thoughts because, I might have been a little aggressive. I'm not saying I'm not gonna be. I'm not saying I ain't gonna be, but I might have been a little aggressive if I came on earlier. But yeah, with that said, we got a good show. I'm not going to jump into any of the topics too early. I want everybody to pound in. Once we got a good amount of people in here, we'll jump into the topics that we have today. Let me see. I got somebody in the comments. Bob Jones says, I hope Reese is all right. She tripped pretty hard and went to the floor. Paige and Reese needed. He said needed. Because I can't see it right there. Paige and Reese. Oh, needs to play in the All-Star game, and they deserve it. That's a fact. That's a fact. But health is the most important thing. Obviously, in the Paige Becker situation, she been, obviously her leg looked like it might have been an issue, but the way she got up and walked off, it looked like her leg was fine. It looked like the main issue with Paige might be her head, since she banged her head on the floor. And then with Angel, obviously she twisted her ankle, but it seemed like the thing that's bothering her the most was her knee. She hyperextended her knee as she twisted her ankle. So we'll see, with both of them, it's All-Star break coming up. So they both have time to recover. If they're able to play in the All-Star game, that's good. If they don't, they both playing for bigger pictures than playing in the All-Star game anyway, so. Hot Tracks, what's up, Brody? I'm going to drop the link for you, Hot Tracks. Hot Tracks says, looking on the Bray side, there's a long break so they could get help. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel. Let me drop the link for you, Brody. There you go, Tracks. My bad also, I just thought about this. My fault for not going live on Friday. I was actually in the hospital. So I was in the hospital. I wasn't able to go live, so that's why I said I'll do a makeup live. I was going to do a makeup live yesterday, but I was tired. I was exhausted. So yeah, that's why y'all would have got back-to-back lives. But we had a day. And we got a lot to talk about. Like I said, I'm not going to get too much into anything until we get more people to pile in. Issa Luna says, I'm feeling Angel's outfit on that pic and those pink sneakers. Player editions ain't the Angel ones or the Angel Reese ones. Those are latest edition sneakers. So yeah, they are pretty fire. Your sound, I don't know if you're I don't know if you doing something different tonight, but just it sounds like it's a little bit of cracking in your audio, hot tracks. You heard me, hot tracks? You got a little feedback in your audio. I don't know what's going on.
Is
I
it
don't know.
cool now?
Nah, I don't know if you want to cam down and come back. And then
Yeah.
you sound a little robotish, a little roboty. But yeah, um, yeah, those are the 80s. Those are her latest colorway. But like I said, everybody paddling, do me a favor, hit the like button for me. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, if you watching this and you haven't subscribed, make sure you hit the subscribe button for me. I've recently passed 1,000 subscribers, so thank you for everybody for that. So now I'm working on my last goal of 4,000 watch hours, and I'm past halfway for that. So we on our way. We on our way. Yeah, I don't know. It still got
Still
feedback.
there?
Yeah, it's not clear. I don't know what's going on. Did you change something in your settings or something like that?
No,
I
I'm gonna
know for
log
me,
off and come back.
my my mic wasn't clear when I had changed some, like, it's something that says auto cancel in the background noise. I had put that on, and for whatever reason it messed up my audio, went down. And I had to turn that off. So I don't know if you changed something in your settings. Bob Jones says only 130, not bad price, so everyone can afford them. That's a fact. That's a fact. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody weekend? Hope everybody doing good. I'm doing great. Like I said, I was in the hospital for a couple of days, whatever the case may be, but I'm good. I am doing great, even though nobody asked me. I'm telling y'all, I'm doing great, man. Make sure you guys hit the like button on the walk-in. I appreciate it. Issa Luna says, make sure y'all go and watch any videos you've missed. 80 is on the road to 4,000 watch hours. Let's help him out. Yes, please help me out. Help me out. The best way to help me out, though, this is how watch hours work on lives. So she's absolutely right when it comes to long form videos. So if I drop a long form video, which is, I know what long form videos is. I don't think I got to explain that, but that's videos that people post on YouTube. I just need y'all to view those. Go watch those, view those. If you're interested in the content, make sure you watch the videos. The way you get watch hours on lives, though, I just need y'all to stick around. Stick around and enjoy the content. The more you stick around and watch, the more I get watch hours from people just watching and stick. Even if you play it in the background. To Issa Luna's point, even if you like, say if you play an old live you miss, even if you play it while you're doing something else, just play it in the background and listen to it. You might be you might be working on something. You might be doing something creative. You might just be chilling. Whatever it is you're doing, just play it in the background. Listen to it. It'll help out with the watch hours, because some of these lives is long. So sitting down watching a 3-hour or 5-hour watch, a live might be difficult. But if you just put it on while you're doing something else, you could get through a couple hours of it. You get what I'm saying? So that actually helps me out. If you just play, like, so it's okay. Sometimes we miss things, but like if if you're not able to catch it live, or whatever the case may be, or you did catch it live, but you didn't catch the whole show live. If you just play the part you miss in the background, that helps out with getting me the watch hours I need. And y'all been doing a good job. I'm not even gonna lie to you. My community watches my videos. My community interact in the comments, so I appreciate that. My community give me feedback. So the ones that is doing that, I appreciate you guys. The ones who may not be doing that, that's something that you can do if you miss a live, or if you only get to part of the live, you don't get to the whole live. You could play the live in the background. at another time when you're doing something to catch the rest, because these are interesting lives, man. The people that I have on the panels and the people who come up here and speak, the people who come up here and share their opinion, you know, it's very interesting stuff. So if you miss something, you might want to catch that on a later date. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I don't know if it's Ben. I don't know if it's Beniji. I'm not sure. But you said you're glad I'm doing better. I appreciate that. I'm gonna say Ben, and if I'm right, just let me know I'm right in the chat. If I'm wrong, I try a different way to pronounce it, but I'm gonna say Ben. Okay, Benny. Okay, got you. Benny. Thank you. I appreciate you helping me out. Appreciate you helping me out. Everybody hit the like button for me. Run them likes up, spam them likes up, and also hit the hype button. Hype me up. Hype me up. If you on mobile, hype me up. Also, if you feeling generous, if you enjoying the content, if you like when I go live, all of the things, hit me with a super chat. Let me know how you feel. Hit your boy with a super chat. If you want to talk about any particular topic that we're not talking about, or something's on your mind, hit me with a super chat. Let me know what you're thinking about. We'll talk about what's on your mind. You know what I'm saying? Let's see if he's back.
Yo, can you hear me
I hear
now?
the feedback. Yeah, I hear it. I don't know what happened, man. What you did? You was perfect for the first 2 times you came up there.
I ain't do nothing. I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna start my computer over.
Yeah, I don't know. Did you? I don't know if you heard me before you left last time. Did you change your setting? Because I know for me, one time, I changed the setting and it changed my audio up. Like my audio was fine. I changed the setting. I think it was like cancel. It was like cancel background noise or something like that. It was like a setting in StreamYard. Like when I go to StreamYard and there's different buttons you could click before you get on camera. I had changed a setting that said cancel background noise or something like that. And when I did that, my audio messed up. I had to turn that off. So I don't know if you did that. I don't know if you like maybe checked something and then didn't realize you checked it or whatever.
I ain't touching nothing. You still hear it?
Yeah.
All
And
right,
you ain't even gotta ask me, ask the chat. You say chat how it sound, they gonna tell you.
yeah, I'm
Sound
just
like a whole bunch of popping in the background.
yeah, I don't know.
A whole bunch of static. All right. Yeah, so yeah, hype me up, man. Like I said, I appreciate all you guys' support, support of the channel. But let me start a topic. Let's do that. We ain't gonna get too depth. Let's talk about this right here. And I feel like this is important. The sisterhood in Atlanta. I feel like this is very important because I said this on Twitter a few hours ago. But for all the Angel Reese fans who feel like, I wanted to be Dallas. I wish he would have went to Dallas or any other team. I don't think y'all realizing everything that Angel Reese needed. Like what Angel Reese has been going through for the past, was it 5 years now? Oh no, I'm bugging. Not 5. We're like 4 years, right? 4 years. We'll say 3 because it's really 3 years, but it's 3 years and some change. So I'm gonna say 3 years. I'm gonna say 3 years for the past 3 years and change, 4 years, whatever you want to call it. Since the championship game, what she's been going through, that's a lot for anybody to handle. You dig what I'm saying? That's a lot for anybody to handle. And the funny thing is, you know what's another thing too? I gotta keep it real. Y'all know I'm a truth teller. I might offend some people, and for the I hate to generalize people, so I'm gonna try my best not to. Right? White men, white males, specifically, I'm talking to you right now. Now, all of y'all, because some of y'all don't do this, but the majority of y'all, because most of y'all do this, or the most of y'all that's in the women's basketball, right? Do this. White males is a weird group, bro. You know, especially in America. The white males is some of the most privileged group of people in America, but at the same time, like they want to be looked at, or they act like the biggest victims in America, right? So, and the reason why I'm pointing out white males in general is because those are the group that's mainly attacking Angel Reese. It's crazy. This is a woman. This is a young woman out of college, and you got all these white men, white males that's upset at Angel for winning the game. Really, she won a game. And like I said, for the past 3 years, three and a half years, however long it's been since that championship game, um, the stuff that Angel Reese got to endure, the stuff that she got to put up with from racist people in general, not only racist people, but her own kind, like, you know, even like black men, right? Old black men, or even young black men. Like it's hard to generalize because there's so many different types of people that's hating on Angel. But let's just say Angel Reese haters and whoever they are. Let's do it like that. The stuff that she has to deal with mentally for her family, right? And that's why it's good. Like sometimes people forget that the Angel Reese is a celebrity, so sometimes people forget that people have families, right? Hold on. I'll try. Let's see.
You hear me now?
Say something. All right, you sound good. You sound good now. I just hear an echo, so that means we gotta mute something. We might have it playing.
I just gotta turn it probably.
Yeah, turn the whatever you got in the background, turn that down. But you sound clear now.
All right, let me.
Because I can hear myself through your camera. You don't have an echo. You're good. But I hear me through your camera. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm probably turning my microphone sensitivity down.
It might be you got the YouTube playing or something. I don't know. But hold on. First, let me welcome you to the panel the correct way, since you're here now and your audio is good. I could still hear me. I don't know why I can hear. I shouldn't be able to hear me. I don't hear me no more. You good? Everybody, welcome my boy Hot Tracks to the panel. Hot Tracks, what's going on, my boy? Oh wait, he turned himself down. All right, I'm gonna
This is wacky right now. I don't know what's going on.
Nah, you good? I can hear you. I can just hear me. I'm low. I can hear me. I shouldn't better hear me. But you good?
I don't know why you hear you right now.
Let me see. It's saying you turned it. I can still hear me. It's low, but I can hear me in the background. But welcome to the panel, Hot Tracks. What I was discussing, what I was talking about is a sisterhood in Atlanta, and everything that Angel's pretty much been going through since the championship game, right? From people, do me a favor, let's do it like this. When I'm talking and when you're not talking, just mute your mic. This way I don't, I don't come, because right now I'm coming through your mic very low. So if you mute your mic, they won't be able to hear me. And then when you ready to talk, then you can talk. Because your audio is fine. Your audio is perfect. So right now, Hot Tracks, what I'm talking about is everything that Angel Reese been going through since that championship game, right? The part that I was actually up to when you camped up was talking about her family. People don't realize, like, sometimes when a person is a celebrity, that they got loved ones, right? So her mother got to see this stuff. Her brothers got to see this stuff. And it's good to see that she got a good support. Now she got a boyfriend, right? She got a man now, her man, right? So she got a boyfriend now. So it's good to see that support system that she has. to try to protect her from this type of stuff. You know what I mean? Because she's a young woman who came out of college dealing with, the whole world hating her for winning the game. So the point I was making is people don't realize just how important Atlanta is to Angel, right? It's bigger than basketball. Atlanta is big. First of all, Atlanta is, if not the biggest, is one of the biggest meccas with, you know, of urban black people. You get what I'm saying? So that community is a community who understands her and supports her. That's the number one. Not to say that only black people support Angel. Angel got a lot of white supporters too. And like I said, I don't want to generalize people because there's a lot of white people out there that I'm not talking about. Let's be clear. Like there's a lot of white people that's not racist. There's a lot of white people that don't buy into that. So I don't want people to think that I'm talking about all people or a whole group of people. No, I'm talking about a certain group of people that Angels had to deal with since she won the game, right? And she knows that. And like I said, some of the people she got to deal with is her own people. It's black guys, it's old black men worrying about what she's wearing. I mean, we haven't heard that in the past couple years. That's good, but that was a big talk in her rookie year, right? And then it's like, it's young black kids that want to attack her game. Oh, she this, she that, she this, that, and the third, right? So she got to deal with it from all levels, from all people. And so I'm highlighting all of those things to really bring everything back to Atlanta and how important a community like Atlanta is for Angel. And then not only the community, but also the team, right? We see that we definitely seen it tonight, how they rallied around her, right? Ryan Howard supporting her when she thought she was foul hard, right? We see her and Jordan Canada's chemistry on the court. A lot of people, again, y'all heard me say it on the last show. Y'all hear me say it all the time. Let's give Jordan Canada her credit. We see Jordan Canada and her chemistry growing, right? And we see Alicia Gray always speaking life in the Angel and always speaking up for Angel. We see it in Carl Semesco. A lot of people want to kill Carl Semesco as a coach. But Carl Semesco does what? He always speak highly of Angel and put Angel in a just on the last press conference he was talking about how and it's funny because us as Angel Reese fans, we already noticed because this ain't nothing new. She's been a great defender since college. She came into the league as a great defender, shutting people down, right? She don't get the credit for it, but even Carl Semesco is highlighting her in the post game conferences, talking about she wants to be a better defender. Somebody as great as Angel Reese as a defender wants to be better. Nobody give her credit for that, right? All people want to talk about with Angel is what she do wrong. You know what I mean? I was having a conversation with my brother Mo3 earlier about that, saying, when it comes to Angel, for whatever reason, we count every layup she missed. But everybody in the WNBA miss layups, and we ignore it. We ignore everybody. It'd be easy layups right at the rim. They overlay it up. They short arm it. Whatever the case may be, I see it damn near every game I watch. I see everybody miss a layup, an easy one. But when it comes to Angel, she got to work on the game. She got to do this drill. She got to do that drill, right? It's like it's news, and we understand why, because she's popular. It comes with the territory, right? We understand that. But my point is, even though we understand that and it's popular, she got to go through all of that, right? Whether we talking about basketball, whether we talking about non-basketball stuff, this is things she got to go through. So this is why Atlanta is like the perfect place for her, for the sisterhood, for the basketball, for the competitiveness, for the winning. Like everything is like, this is like a perfect place for her, where everything that she had to go through. So I just wanted to highlight that. What's your thoughts on that, Hot Tracks? I don't know if you talking, but you muted, Brody. I don't know. You might have to unmute. Yeah, Hot Tracks might be having some difficulties. Let me see what y'all talking about in the chat real quick. Benny says, yup, middle-aged white and black men that hate their mom. That's a fact. That's a fact. Sometimes I think it's one thing because we all gonna critique celebrities, right? We all gonna critique them, but sometimes I think these men forget, one, how old these women is, and two, I mean, I don't know how you forget they women. It's clear that they women because, like, even with me, you know, even like if I'm critiquing somebody like Caitlin Clark, it's a line I'm not gonna go past. You get what I'm saying? It's a line I'm just not. And it's like these dudes, it's almost like you could tell these dudes almost like attacking women. Like it's weird. It's weird. Like I don't know. It's good, Mo3. You already got the links, and you can come up anytime. You already know that. Roger says, "Are we going to talk about the fact that Skylar Diggins was doing commercials with Renee Montgomery and not on the sidelines with her team?" Wait, what happened? I missed something. They was doing. I missed up whatever you talk about, Roger. I missed that, Brody. But that's funny though. That's funny. I mean, why would you be on Why would you be on the sideline with a team that lied to you, though? Right? This is a team that lied. This is a team that told her that she would be starting alongside of Courtney Vandersloot when she got back. You backtracks?
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah, you good now. I don't hear no echo or none of that. I mean, I know echo. I don't hear my voice or none of that. You good. I'm gonna get to these comments. I don't know if you heard everything I said, but I was asking you to chime in on your point in the sisterhood. But as soon as I get to these comments, I get back to you. But yeah, why would she be on a team? You know what I mean? So why you know, I don't know, man. I Skylar and DJ to me is getting their money. I don't, you know what I mean? We'll see after this year. I could be wrong, right? I could be wrong. We'll see if they stick around. But Skylar and DJ, like, let me get my money and I'm out of here. Because half that team don't like Angel, but half of them rock with Angel, right? Like DJ and Angel both Reebok athletes. You know, Skylar, you know, plays with Angel and Unrivaled and been on Angel's podcast. They got a relationship. You know what I'm saying? So they not down. Camilla, you seen Camilla help Angel up today, right? Camilla and Angel, I don't know how much they still talk, but I know Camilla appreciates Angel presence in Chicago when they played together. You know what I'm saying? So it's still people in Chicago who rock with Angel, but we know a bunch of that team throw Angel under the bus. Rachel Banhan, right? If I'm saying her name correctly, threw Angel under the bus when those comments came out. You know, Elizabeth Williams didn't throw her under the bus, but at the same time, I could just tell Elizabeth Williams is not a good vet. Angel, that if Elizabeth Williams was a good vet, Angel wouldn't have said that. Yo, I didn't have no good vets in Chicago, right? She would have, that was one of them. I think the only one good vet I could say that Angel did have in Chicago that she probably forgetting or leaving out because it's been some years is Diamond DeShields. Diamond DeShields was a good vet for Angel. She wasn't one of the ones who hated on the rookies. So it's unfortunate what's happening with Diamond DeShields. Now, hopefully she could get back in the league. If you know Diamond DeShields' story and her history, hopefully it's not the end of the road for her, but we'll see what happens with that. But yeah, the rest of them girls in Chicago, got something against Angel, and that's silly. Like it's like the reasons these girls got something against Angel is silly, but it is what it is. You know what I mean? Skull Brain Nation says, Dream moved to 16-10 on the season. Now they will go on a long break because All-Star break this week, and then after All-Star break, they first game back is versus Dallas. Carol Glenn, what's going on? Okay, All-Star. I'm trying to figure out what the stars mean. All-Stars in the chat? Okay, All-Stars in the chat. Shout out to that. Matter of fact, since Carol G put some All-Stars in the chat, this is something I need to start doing with my chat. I need everybody right now to drop a dub in the chat. Everybody put dubs in the chat for the drain of day. We're gonna start doing that on the days we win. We're gonna put dubs in the chat. Also, I see more people in the building now. If you guys haven't hit the like button, everybody go spam the likes for me right now. Run the likes up, spam the likes right now. Please, please, please. Thank you. Benny says Skylar was just as happy as us. Jordan Techless. That's probably a fact. You know what I mean? She can't wait to get out of. She can't wait to get out of there. Shout out to Skull Brain Nations. W in the chat, Dubs in the chat. Shout out to Benny with the Dubs in the chat. Shout out to my boy Mo3, trending news, gaming, and sports with the Dubs in the chat. Dubs in the chat. Shout out to Roger with the Dubs in the chat. Hot Tracks with the Dubs in the chat. All right, Hot Tracks. What's your thoughts on the did you hear everything I said or you missed some of it?
I have missed some of it.
Do you remember the last part you heard? The last part I was talking about before you left?
No, I was having issues.
All right, so I'm gonna say it again, but I'm gonna recap, but I ain't gonna be so long-winded. So basically, I was talking about the sisterhood in Atlanta, right? And I was breaking down how important the sisterhood in Atlanta is to Angel, because if you remember, Angel's been going through this since she won the national championship, right? You got all these white males, and the reason why I'm specifying them because that's the majority. It's not only white males, it's black males, it's women, there's a whole bunch of people. But you got all these people who got mad at Angel for winning that game, and she's been dealing with so much mentally. She's strong, so she handling it. She can handle it, right? And let me specify something right now. Let's be 1000% clear. There's only one fan base that's a victim, and we know who that fan base is. Ain't no victims over here, B. You heard? Ain't no victims over here. The Clarkies the only victims. We gotta hear about them every day. Every day they gotta cry and complain because they favorite just not good enough. That's it. She don't have the athleticism. That's why when she drive, she gotta push off with the off arm, which is a foul that they don't call, right? And then she goes to the rim because she don't have the athleticism. She try to create the contact, but she's creating the contact, and then she's looking at the ref and crying and all that. Those are the victims. Ain't no victims over here, B. Let's be clear about that, right? We unapologetic over here. You heard? So let's be clear about that. But like I was saying, because of everything she's been going through, these people attacking her, right? About because she won a game. So now they got to talk about everything about her, right? Talk about her race, talk about, her family, talk about how she dressed, talk about, whatever it is they could think of, they talk about it, right? And she's been dealing with that for, ever since the championship game. And then she gets to Chicago, and now not only does she got to deal with that, she got to deal with teammates hating on her, right? All these old women. She got to deal with old women mad at her for nothing she did wrong, basically. You get what I'm saying? And I was saying that a lot of people feels like, oh, you know what I mean? And I get it. From just a basketball standpoint, she could have went anywhere that had a good team and contributed. So, a lot of people were saying, oh, I wish she went to Dallas and Dallas this and Dallas that, which I love her to play with Paige as well. But the type of sisterhood and camaraderie that she has in Atlanta, she wouldn't have got that no place else. You get what I'm saying? So, and then not only the team and the sisterhood, even the community, being with the demographics and Atlanta being one of the blackest cities in America. You get what I'm saying? So the city she play in plus the team she play on could relate to her on a different level than I think anybody else anywhere else could have. So that sisterhood and that bond that they build in there, if she actually had vets that care about her now, the way Alicia Gray sticks up for her, the way Ryan Howard, stuck up for her today, the way Bree Jones and all these vets, she got good vets now. And she got people who understand her from a cultural standpoint now. And she even got friends, right? She's cool with Lotto. And we already know Atlanta's a hub for media and entertainment. And she's in, she's not just a basketball player, right? She's in these other fields and she has relation with these other people. So all of the levels I think Atlanta provides for Angel from a protection standpoint, since we talk about being protected, right? That's another topic. We're going to get into that in a minute. But from a protection standpoint, I feel like the sisterhood and everything that Atlanta provides, she wouldn't have got no place else. And I feel like it's so important for Angel that was the place she went. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I could agree with that. I think Chicago embraced her too. It was just the organization and her teammates.
Oh
But
yeah, no, the city,
people,
but that's what. Not to cut you off. Yes, the city is Chicago Embracer, but I'm talking about on every like all the levels. That's why I said Atlanta. But you're absolutely right. Chicago, the city, did embrace her. I'm sorry, I ain't mean to cut you off, Brody. I'm listening.
oh my bad. Now I was picking something up. Yeah, no, yeah, I feel that. I think, yeah. Atlanta is probably the best place for her to be because, like you said, the ethnic part and all the support, the is like kind of like the place to be now as far as the it's just up her alley. Everything that she got going on, I think it's the best place for her. You know, Dallas is cool, but it's not as diverse as Atlanta is. Atlanta is definitely more cultural for us over there. I lived in Texas, so you know, I mean, we got little spots over there where we at, but it ain't like Atlanta.
Yeah. So let me get to some of these comments real quick, and then we're gonna move on to the game and some of the things we thought about the game. Real Money says they over here making excuses again. Who's they? I don't. Who's making excuses? Um, Skullbrain Nation says Rod Howard took a tech today for Angel, and you could tell Dream players like each other. It doesn't matter who the leading scorer of the team, or the doesn't matter who the leading scorer. Them Dream Girls gonna celebrate each other. That's a fact. That's actually one of my points in my next topic. Y'all gonna see when we get to that. Real Money says W's in the chat. That's a fact. Dubs in the chat. I bet. Let's move on to the game. Let me put up the little graphic real quick. And Angel Reese's return to Chicago. Hold on 1 second. Let me get my notes. I ain't put my notes in the thing. I don't want to miss nothing. My bad, y'all. I forgot to do this one part. All right, so yeah, like I was saying, it was a good game today. Um, Atlanta kind of controlled the first half. We kind of saw that's another thing. So we kind of saw how good Carl Semesko's offense looked when the shots is falling versus when they're not falling, right? Because
Yeah.
he's been under the microscope all year, and I keep trying to tell people this is a really good offense, but he can't control if somebody's shots is falling or not falling, right? He can't. It's certain things a coach can't control, but he can control. Giving them an offense that makes it hard for the other team to defend it, right? Which is what he has. Like I said, a lot of people and it's funny because if anybody listened to the broadcast today, the one of the commentators said something that I say all the time, right? I've been saying on these lives is more than one way to score in the paint. Everybody talking about get the ball to the paint, get the ball to the, you got to get the, well, there's more than one way to do it. And Carl Semesko as a spread offense, the way he does it is off the penetration usually, right? We've done it. Angel got some post touches today. Okat got some post touches. Bree Jones got, so we also do it off the post. We do it off the post. We do it off the dribble drive. And obviously, Angel and Bree Jones is actually surprising. Not just Bree Jones, though. This is actually, I think Angel's identity is rubbing off on his team because it seemed like everybody trying to get a little bit in the offensive rebounding category.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But that's another way to get points in the paint is just by getting the ball and putting it back up. So there's multiple ways to get your paint touches and stuff like that. But we saw Chicago fight back and have a really good second half, which is expected because you got to understand. And this is why, like, what I'm about to say, some people going to understand it, some people not, right? Or maybe it's going to be easy to, maybe everybody understands it. It's going to be easy to understand, but some people already knew this because this is like basketball IQ, and this shows the difference between. I was on Twitter today, you know what I mean, and you start to see like when people start talking tracks, you start to see people's basketball IQ. You start to see how low or high people's basketball IQ is. You got to realize in certain games, you got to throw the records out. The records don't matter, right? And in certain games, when you have an emotional game, you gotta already know that this is going to be Chicago's best game, or Chicago really wanted to win this game.
Right.
So you can't look at Chicago's record and be like, "Oh, this is going to be a blowout." No, they're going to be playing the hardest they ever played. Kind of similar to what happened with Isabel Harrison when Angel and her first met up. She playing her best game against Angel because there's something extra there. She's emotional. She got up for that game. She ready for that game. You get what I'm saying? So Chicago did what they were supposed to do in the second half. I think we went into the half down. I think they went into the half down by 22 or something like that.
Yeah.
And Sydney Teller. Shout out to Sydney Teller because I love me some Sydney Teller. She hit man. She hit the big shot. Like a half court shot or full court shot, whatever it was, at the end of the half, probably gave them some momentum for the second half. You get what I'm saying? And then obviously also, not obviously, but we all know this as Angel Reese fans, they don't make calls for whatever reason. They not giving calls to Angel. And even some of her teammates now, they won't make certain calls. And it's just like, you see the contact.
Yeah.
That's contact. You got to make the call, but they won't make the call, right? And they make excuses why they don't make the call. It's ridiculous, especially after we had to watch an egregious game from Caitlin Clark the other day, force a whole bunch of contact, and they make the call every time. So it's like, if you're gonna call, if you know what I mean, which one is it? Are we not calling it because you created the contact, or are we calling it? Which one is it? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But yeah, so what was your thoughts on the game before I continue? I don't want to be too long-winded.
Well, to touch on something that we talked about the other day, it looked like Angel kind of stepped back and Bree operated in her area. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Bree operated in the area she was supposed to, and Angel kind of, played off to the side, closer to the perimeter than the basket. And she basically just went up to the basket when it was time to get a rebound.
Yeah.
She kind of, they I guess, gotta, figure out, the spaces they're going to occupy and how they're going to coexist down there. But I mean, overall, I think the only thing that was concerning was them giving away that 22-point lead. I think they took the gas off a little bit. They got a little stagnant.
Got you. Yeah, I agree with you. I think they got a little stagnant. And like I said, I think part of that though was the refs though. Part of that was the refs because it was a couple times where I think some people should have went to the line, they didn't.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And then obviously Chicago went on a run. And and thank you for correcting me. I make mistakes. I ain't perfect. Thank you for correcting me, Mo3. It wasn't a return to Chicago, but it was Angel Reese playing Chicago again. So that's my bad on a typo to return to Chicago. So appreciate that. But yeah, like I said, in the game, I don't overreact to stuff like that because that happens in basketball. We don't see, and again, I don't mean to bring this up. I brought this up a couple weeks ago when we talked on the when we talked about one of these games, but the New York Knicks, right? If you seen, what game was it? Was it game 2? I forget what game it was. but it was one game where the Spurs had a historic half, just hitting a whole bunch of threes, went up by like, I forget, I don't even want to lie. I don't remember how much they went up by, but it was a lot of points to the point where the Knicks could have gave up. And then they collapsed. The same team collapsed and missed every three in the second half. You get what I'm saying? So things like this happen sometimes. We've seen things like this before because a lot of people overreact to, you getting hot. And I don't want to say getting cold, but you're just not as hot in another half. So what happens where, momentum's change. That's basketball. Momentum change in basketball. Runs, different teams go on different runs in basketball. That happens. Sometimes you're able to blow a team out every quarter. You know what I mean? You're able to win every quarter and blow a team out. It's gonna be times where one quarter is gonna be one team's quarter and the next quarter is going to be the next team quarter. Sometimes that happens. So this just happened to turn out to be a good game, and it came down. Chicago did what they were supposed to do. Atlanta did what they were supposed to do. Chicago did what they were supposed to do. Both teams scored in the 90s, so this was a good game. This was a good scoring game for both teams, right? So, and it just came down to the wire. So I do agree that they took the foot off the gas in the second half, but I also I'm not going to overreact to that because that happens in basketball where it's like, you get a lead, and then the team comes back, right? We've done that to teams too this year, where teams jumped out on us, and then we walked them down. You know what I'm saying? I'm just happy that we was able to keep our composure and get the win in it. And shout out to Jordan Canada. First of all, the play wasn't even for Jordan Canada. I don't know if everybody know that. Shout out to Carson. Yeah, shout out to Carson Mesco for drawing up a good play. But the play was for Alicia Gray to cut back door, and Bree Jones was gonna hit Alicia, but Alicia couldn't get open, and Ryan Howard just a high basketball IQ, not Ryan Howard, excuse me, Jordan Canada, high basketball IQ was able to get JC Sheldon caught up on Bree Jones, big body, right? Get her caught up on Bree Jones, and then make the game winning layup.
So to me, that was the only difference. When they started taking their foot off the gas, it was Jordan Canada's aggression. If you notice, she had stopped driving for a minute to the basket, and she had started playing the perimeter, just passing the ball.
Yeah. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. I thought your mic went out. Yeah, so couple things I want to one thing I want to say too to one of your points earlier is the way Angel and Bree Jones are playing together. Bree Jones actually surprising me. One thing I like about Bree Jones that she's adding to the team is her IQ, right? The type of passes she make, you can tell like she's making passes that force the ball to move, right? And she also make passes that get other players open. That's why it is her and Angel and also her and Nas Hillman are able to play together because she'll make a pass. As soon as a defense collapse, she'll make a pass right back. So her size, her ability to use her size and score whenever she wants and force that double team, and then her IQ to make those passes really add something. It's really added something to this team, and that's something I like. And then also to your point of Angel playing the perimeter, obviously it's not falling for her, but I like the fact that she's taking the three. I like the fact that she's taking the shot, and she looked like she's taking it comfortably. Like it looked like she's just taking a natural shot. It don't look forced. You know what I'm saying? So that's one thing that I like that I'm seeing in Bree Jones's return. Jordan Canada's impact. One thing I like about, and we talked about this on multiple lives, and you kind of just mentioned yourself, is the fact that the way Jordan Canada is using her speed and her ability to get downhill to make plays for everyone else. And another person or another player I saw that kind of it seemed like she watched Jordan Cannon and was like, okay, I could affect the game the same way as Jalen Sherrod, right? Because when Jalen Sherrod came into the game, she had some good minutes too, using her speed and her ability. And I told y'all a few weeks ago, they like transitional threes, right? And in transition, they're gonna try to find Ryan Howard or Alicia Gray instead of getting to the cup. And I seen Jalen Sherrod do that as well. Jalen Sherrod had a nice pass, I believe, to I think it was Ryan Howard on one of those fast breaks. She's super fast. And I love to when they picked her up on a developmental contract. I love the addition, but I didn't know how much of an impact she would have because she was on a developmental contract. So I didn't know how much she was going to play. And so that's why I didn't really make a video about it. But when they did pick her up, I thought tonight's game is what I thought. I was like, okay, we got another one now. Because a lot of people probably don't realize it or don't see it. But the key to Carson Mesco's offense is Jordan Canada, right? The fact her speed and the way she's breaking down and making people react to her is making her be able to get Angel the ball, get Alicia the ball. Everybody is eating off of Canada's activity. The problem is it was only one Canada, and she's the only person with that type of speed. So when she went to the bench, we didn't have that same type of production, right? Our bench players coming in don't have her speed. So that's one thing that I love that Jalen Sherrod actually brings to the table.
Right. A lot of them times when that was Angel out there creating stuff. And now we got her out there and it's a little more flexible. He got more lineups to play with now.
Absolutely. And not only that, to your point, we see people like Borlase looking better game by game. We see people like Okot looking better game to game. And Okot now got another vet to watch other than Angel, right? So it's like we get to see their development. And then, again, we still haven't seen, she already played on this team last year. So, the people who was watching last year knows how much she's going to contribute. But we haven't seen Shatori Walker-Kimbrough contribute yet either. So those are more things to look forward to for us to even get better from our bench point of view. You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, too, contracts, obviously everybody saw the injury. Angel twisted her ankle, but also hyperextended her knee. So, hopefully, it doesn't look too serious. It looked like something that she just need to rest from. Hopefully, if she gets sore, the soreness is, doesn't keep her out of the All-Star game and also doesn't have her miss any time when the season start back.
Right.
All right, so let me get to some of these comments. Let me see. Skullbrain Nation says, real money. Not gonna lie, Angel haters really come in when she has a bad game. We won't see real money. Oh, that's what he was talking about. He was talking about Angel. I didn't know what the hell. Listen, real money. I didn't know what the hell he was talking about. For real. Game good or bad. He do. Listen, real money gonna real money. Real money is part of the family, but he's a Clarkie. It's all good. He gonna real money sometimes. You gotta let real money be real money. It's all good. Like I said, I don't mind Clarkies as long as they not the racist ones and nothing like that. Those are the ones I can't stand. If you're a Clarkie, you're gonna defend Clark. I ain't mad at you. I ain't mad at real money. He a Clarkie. Skullbrain Nation says real money. You see Dream big rotation like Angel, Jones, Okot, Nas. A lot of teams don't got that. That's a fact. We deep at the big position. Real money says, yeah, Skull. I ain't gonna get back into the back and forth. Let's move on from that. Mo 3 says down 15 at Hall. At half. Down 15 at half. Got you. See, you make mistakes too, real money. We all make mistakes. I don't know what down 15 at Hall means, but I know what down 15 at the half. I'll be messing with the real money. I mean, not real money.
Real money on the high right now. He on the high right now because his team, they beat a struggling New York team and a weak
Weak
who's that?
Seattle team.
Yeah, and a weak Seattle team. So he on the high right now. And I know hater. I'm gonna give Caitlin her credit. She had to make those shots she made, even though she was gifted at least half of them points.
Right.
But she had to shoot and make the shot. So, hats off to her.
To your point, I'm only gonna give her credit on the one she deserved. It was a whole like, and when I say the one she deserved, she made some big shots as far as like threes and took shots. She get credit for that from me because I'm not a like you said, I'm not a Caitlyn hater. I want to see her do well, but what you're not gonna do is fool me, and I'm not gonna. I could tell a game that a call was put in saying yo, it's too much heat and the money
Right.
getting messed up. So give her every call in the book. Since when Caitlyn get sent to the line 19 times, bro? Like, come, what we talking about, bro? Like,
Exactly.
you think we dumb? Do you think we dumb in WNBA? I know
But
the
you do
Clarkies.
notice
I
how
know
they
the.
nipped it in the bud though with that cussing at the refs though. They got
Maybe
her
we'll
right in the
see.
beginning. She was quiet. That tell you
Oh, they got
she
her.
not.
Okay, I missed that. Okay.
Yeah, they gave her a tech early in the game, like in the first quarter. So she just
Okay,
be
I
doing
missed that.
that because she knows she getting away with it.
Yeah. And I think if she get one more, she's suspended too. So she definitely gonna try to relax. So good. Thank you for bringing that to my attention because I missed that. I didn't realize she got a tech in the last game. But yeah. So this ain't nothing but to your point. Um, hot tracks. This ain't nothing but a distraction from her having a bad week in the media. They like, oh no, we
Yeah.
gotta clean this up. This, you know what I mean? This is making her look bad. We don't want the world to see the real her, right? We want the world to
Mm-hmm.
think she more, you know what I mean? She larger than life. So we gotta give us a larger than life game. So that's where the
And
45 and 10 came from.
right.
She was gifted that. She, like you said, the point she does. I ain't gonna take the whole game away from because it was certain ones that she, like the last game winning shot, she deserved that. That was
Yeah.
ice blooded. That was cold blooded. That was ice cold. So I give her that. But you want to know what I don't give her? In the same spot early in the game, I think it was the first quarter. She shot and swung both her legs out. Like
Yeah.
it was a shooting flop. I never seen nobody shoot flop at the same time. She shot and swung her legs out, hit the ground. They took to the line for 3 points. I said, "Oh, this what we doing?" I said, "This
Yeah.
what we doing, WNBA." So those I'm not giving her credit for. It was a couple plays in there. I'm watching. I'm like, "Oh, that wasn't what? That's a fact." Like she again. You already know when we watch her, she pushes off every time. Every time she
Oh
go to the
yeah.
rack, she gonna use that arm. She gonna push off. Right? That's a foul. They not calling that. Anybody else do it, they gonna call it.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And then when she goes to the line, I mean, when she goes to the rim, she always jump into the player trying to create the contact, which is fine because I understand certain calls. What I don't mind is a superstar call. So if you a scorer and you aggressive, I don't mind if they give you
Right.
those. I don't mind if they give you those calls. That's a superstar call. But I could tell if you trying to force the foul, like those.
Yeah.
You shouldn't get though. You fall. That's an offensive foul, and she does that a lot. And so that's why I'm like, all right, that 45 ain't fooling me. I know it's gonna fool her fans. It's gonna fool the Clarkies because the Clarkies are gonna look like, yo, look, she got this out the mud. It's organic. No, nigga, they gave it to
So,
her. We not dumb.
but you notice how the second game when they played New York is a way better team, and you notice how she was struggling. She only got points at the end during junk time,
That's what
but
happened to her. That's what happened to her
uh-huh.
also in the Olympics. That's what the Olympics where she got MVP. She would get her points at the end after they up by like 20 or 30. They'd have Caitlin Clark in and she'd get her
Yeah.
points against it. Like, that's what she had.
So she got her junk time minutes or whatever, but she still ended up with like 7 turnovers.
Right. What's good? What's good, Jonathan Gonzalez?
But I got a question for real money because you know them Clark fans, they swear up and down Asia Wilson got a special whistle. and Clark don't get calls that she's supposed to get, they say. But Asia and Clark, Asia get one more foul than Clark does every game. So how she got a special whistle and Clark don't?
That's a good question. I mean,
This one I don't get it. Like Clark get the same amount as Asia Wilson, -1. And Asia really should have more because she banging in the paint. Clark not banging in the paint like Asia is, where all the contact happens mostly.
that's a good question. Let's see if what Real Money got to say about that. Craig Stringer says Asia Kubali should have been in on that last play instead of Hawkes because she's a better help at. She's a better. I guess he meant on ball. No, she's a better on ball helping. I don't know what the ad is. She's better. Oh, she's better at helping teammates when they beat her. When they beat off the dribble, stopping the drive and getting back to assignment. Got you, Craig Singer. Yeah, that would have been smart. So I want to know if y'all gonna kill what's his name? I can't think of his name now. The coach in the Chicago. Fucking can't think of his name, but I wonder if y'all gonna kill him like y'all kill Carl. y'all let y'all tell it Carl the worst coach in the league. Well, Donna Brown says, "Sorry, I'm late, but Angel winning a championship and that you can't see me hand gesture that I wasn't even familiar with was apparently too much for some people and really set them up." Hey, Donna Brown, we tell the truth over here. You ain't got to say some people. It was too much for those white males. Those white males got offended. You know what I mean? White America got offended that Angel did that to, they hero. They, you know what I mean? To they great white hope.
Saying whatever they want to say, disrespectful, and nobody standing up.
That's a fact. One thing I'm gonna do though. One thing I'm gonna do, and one thing that I'm appreciative of people like Hot Tracks and a few other people who grace my panel and a few other people that's in this content creator space. The one thing we gonna do though, Donna Brown, is we gonna protect Black women. We don't play that. You know what I mean? We ain't gonna allow that. So I'm happy that our voices is also in this space because as much as they are gonna promote what they promoting, which is hate, we're gonna be there to block that and not allow them to treat our women like that. You get what I'm saying? So you ain't even got to worry about that, bro. Not on my watch. We ain't doing that.
And it was the most disappointing thing was to hear Timmy Fag Benlay come out her mouth with the bullshit.
Yes, that's my next topic. We about to get into that in a second. We're gonna talk about all of that. So hold your thoughts on that, Hot Tracks. Real Money says, I was responding to something Brooklyn has said regarding the 45-10 and 4-6 3-point game when she lived at the free throw line, Mo. I know she not the whole team. Real Money says y'all don't see the setting the stage for the first round playoff series. I see the play already. It's possible. We'll see. Ziggy says dirty player species. Chicago Cheetah says every player has a bad game. Skullbreak Nation says, what happened to Pow Pow? Why she ain't been playing lately? She was out. She was out today. Miss D says, hey, Brooklyn, what's going on, Miss D? I dropped the link if you're trying to come up. Let me drop the link right now. I know you probably got some thoughts on today's game, Miss D. Jonathan Gonzalez says, Angel didn't look focused and could not find the basket like she usually does. She clearly bothered before she played the Sky today. I don't know about that. It happened. Like I said, the Angel missed some easy layups a day she did, but I've seen that from other girls too. I've seen that every game. somebody misses an easy layup and we don't really care until Angel do. Then once Angel do, it's a big deal. I understand it's because she's popular, so we pay more attention to her, but everybody really does that. You know what I mean? And then also, like I said, we got to take into account how much she gets physical play and don't get the benefit of the whistle.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So all that plays into that. Like, you know what I mean? You gotta think about if anything is in her head, what's in her head is I'm about to get hit and I gotta still try to make this layup. So she's constantly thinking about getting hit, I think. I don't know. I don't think that anything else was in her head. You know, players again, we all know basketball. You have good games, you have bad games. You know, sometimes the shot fall, sometimes it don't fall. Like we seen Ryan Howard to come out and she shoot like she did today, and another time she come out and she got 6 points. She's supposed to be the best player on the team. You let everybody else tell it. You let everybody else tell her she the best player, but she can't make a shot. So it is what it is. You know what I
mean? Yeah. I think Howard be gambling sometimes.
That would be she be trying to hit her lines.
She probably got a tab with Barstool or something, man.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. D says, hey, Chicago skull brain Johnny, yo, you stupid. With these are saying chat. Real Money says, now everyone they beat weak. New York is a weak powerhouse. Real Money, we not even talking about you making us talk about Caitlyn. Then you gonna be the reason you gonna come. Real Money, the type of dude to come in and complain. Look, y'all always talk about Caitlyn. We ain't even talk about her today. And he keep bringing her up.
But New York is struggling right now. They're struggling with injuries and everything else.
Not only are they struggling, yeah.
But you don't want to meet them in the playoffs, though.
That's a fact. That's definitely a fact. Not only are they struggling, that's another coach. I'm trying to configure out because that team, in my opinion, is better than the Atlanta team, right? But why nobody saying that coach is so bad?
Yeah, that boy, he's taking it up over there, though.
Exactly. Benny says, yeah, the bench seems deeper all of a sudden. Facts Media says Asia got 21 free throw attempts on her 53 points. Nobody has a problem. The CC hate is real. Nah, it's not CC hate, bro. See, you not Facts Media. It's my first time seeing you, so you probably don't know about this channel. We tell the truth over here. So again, if CC have a good game, I'm gonna be the first person to say she have a good game. But you're not gonna pull a wool over my eyes, bro. That was a makeup game. That was a game to stop people from talking about the fact that she been yelling at the refs and she been flopping. That was that game was about. Listen, I'm not mad at you. If you a Clarkie and you believe in Santa Claus and you just want to believe in the hype that all of a sudden out of nowhere she just dropped 45, you know what I mean? And every call just goes her way. You want to know how that Tracks, you want to know how that game was rigged, bro? I'm watching the game. Look,
Adam Silver said there was going to be some changes, and there was some changes.
Right, but look, I'm watching a game, right? Just like any other game, when something happens, I'm like, well, let me wait for the replay. There's no replay. They just every time she got fouled, she go to the line. No, they don't even replay it to show you what happened. I'm like, all right. I'm like, Siri, I'm sitting there waiting, like, yeah, when they gonna show the replay? You listen, if you believe. And again, Facts Media, Real Money should know this because he being here all the time. But any Caitlin Clark fans that's watching right now, because there's a lot of people watching right now, so I'm sure some Caitlin Clark fans are watching. Listen, I say every day, I say all the time, Caitlin Clark is one of the best players in the W. That's how I feel. I feel like she is one of the best. Do I feel like she is the best? No, I don't. And I think it's far. Like I don't even think it's close. I think it's clear that she's not the best player in the WNBA. But is she one of the talents in the WNBA? Yes. Is she one of the people? She's the main person. You know what I mean? Giving her credit, she's the main person making it grow, right? Because most of America, we already know the majority of America is white. Most of white America, even if they don't watch basketball, is going to support her. They want her to be successful. A lot of Black America wants her to be successful. I want her to be successful. I don't want her to be unsuccessful, right? but I don't want to be lied to. So that brings us back to this 45-point game. Again, I'm not gonna hate on the 45, right? It's in her stats, right? It's in her history, whatever. At the same time, I'm not dumb, right? I'm not dumb. I know when she's the cash cow for the WNBA. You got to know that this is a business. You got to understand basketball on a different level than just sports or just the what we do for fun aspect of it is a business as well. So if you understand all of that and you understand Caitlin Clark's strengths and you understand her weaknesses, just strolling from a basketball player, you understand what's been going on. I understand why she's getting frustrated. I understand why she's yelling at the refs. I understand what's going on. And then I understand a game like this. I get
Right.
it. We need to stop. If put it to you like this, if they didn't stop the train wreck, right? And let's say they allow the train wreck to go off the rails, Caitlin Clark is either gonna get hurt because of her own self trying too hard or doing something like she's gonna do something to hurt her own self, or the people are gonna lose faith in her. Like the people right now that got faith that's paying, you gotta realize in order to get this TV deal that they have, these networks are paying. These networks are paying the WNBA. They don't want to lose that. And if you don't understand nothing I'm saying, the NBA does this on a very larger scale. Everything that I'm talking about, the NBA does on a larger scale. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So Caitlin Clark is their LeBron James right now. And that's who they chose, right? And here's the thing about people that they choose. Sometimes you choose somebody who's not it. Zion Williamson, right? There's people in the past who you can see that they quote unquote call bust or didn't pan out to be the player that they thought they was gonna be. This happens all the time. This happens with talent and with projecting. Oh, this player is gonna be this good, right? We seen it with Andrew Wiggins. We seen it with Jabari Smith. We seen it with different players in the past. Right now it's Caitlin Clark. And she has two choices. She either have the choice to be as great as they said she's gonna be, right? Because they stamped it and they said this is her, or she's gonna end up fizzling out, and if she's not the player that they said she was. Now there's also a third option, and the third option is for her just to come out, stop worrying about the hype they put on her, right? And just play her game, because she's not a bad basketball player. She's a basketball player that's flawed. She has flaws, but she's not a bad basketball player. If she come out and just be Caitlin Clark and just want to be herself and play her game, she'll be fine. She'll have a nice career, and she'll make a lot of money, and she'll be fine. But right now, with her playing to she's the queen on top of everybody, it's just not going to look good, because she's not. She's not who they said she was. And just because I'm pointing that out, don't make me a hater. It's people like you that get mad who don't want to hear it. You the hater, like you're mad, but I'm just telling the truth because I'm a basketball fan. But
and
you wouldn't know that. Yeah, Brody.
Oh, my bad.
No, I was landing my plane. I was just gonna say he wouldn't know that if he hasn't been here, and if he don't come to my chat, like it's your first time in chat, how would you know that? Like you just assuming that we hating on her. But again,
right. Well, to your point, man, like why do you think they came up with the freedom of movement rule? That's the Caitlin Clark rule. And nobody else was complaining about that except her. They was complaining about referees just not calling fouls, period. Like when people going up for layups and in the paint and shooting balls and stuff. Like this freedom movement thing was because of her, because people don't want them defending her. Like they don't want them defending her 90 feet from the basket and all that. Or they don't want them doubling her too much and creating contact. She want to be able to run free. She don't operate well when people up on her like that. But what he got to be worried about is them winning a series. One game, any team could win the game. Are they consistent enough to win a series?
No, that's a fact. Personal stash says Asia is we're not doing the races in this. We not doing that. If you want to come, if you one of those talkies who I was speaking about, yeah, I'm not gonna interact with you. But if you somebody who's a Caitlin Clark fan, if you're a Clarkie and you cool and you want to talk about the basketball, I interact with you. But I ain't interact with nobody trying to be racist.
Well, our sisters are protected because as long as it's people like me, I'm gonna protect them.
That's a fact.
I'm not Polk, JTL, or none of them other coons. You know what I mean? I'm not. I don't got a Caucasian woman upstairs. I gotta keep happy. You know what I mean? I don't gotta show my teeth for nobody. I'm good.
They cooning for their women.
They cooning for them, yeah. All that for a pat on the head. I'm good.
Right.
I got an old feisty ass black woman upstairs.
That's the best woman to have.
Exactly. Melanin. Rich.
Craig Stringer says, I actually think Tyler Marsh is doing a pretty good job this year. I appreciate the variety of offensive set he runs. I favor the coaches that are good at the X's and O's. All right, cool. I appreciate you saying that, Craig. I actually paid more attention to what he's doing this year. I haven't really been paying attention because Chicago just look like a bunch of mess, but I'll pay attention to them. What's going on, T. Camilla? T. Camilla says, hey, Brooklyn in chat. Let me see. Let me skip all this confusion. They you know what it is? I get it. They happy because Real Money was gone for a little while. He had took a shot off or whatever. So he back, you know, he happy that they got 40, she got 45. And for him as well, I guess for Clarkies is all about the numbers, right? It's hate, you know.
Well, all them jump shots she made ain't take her percentage over 34% from the three. So that's what tell the story. Her average, not one night.
Right. Donna Brown
is who she is.
Donna Brown says makeup game is right. She should have gotten 2 texts and been expelled for yelling at the refs in that Seattle game.
Right.
Truth Teller says, bro, I've been watching you. How is your Tanaya Lawson take look right now? She's going to take over the league over Paige and Cece, bro. You have some really bad takes. My Tanaya Lawson take? What are you talking about? Bro, I've been watching you. How is your Tanaya Lawson take look right now? She's going to take over the league over Paige. I never said that. You ain't been watching me. You said I said Tanaya Lawson is going to take over the league over Paige and Cece. I never said that. Maybe you misunderstood something I said. Or you know what it is? He might have saw my video. Okay, I think I understand what's going on. And you correct me if I'm wrong, Truth Teller. I got a video where it starts off where I say, Tanaya Lawson is on the bench because she don't have the machine behind her like Caitlin does, right? So I think he misinterpreted me saying that as if she was either better than CC or Paige or she was going to take over the league, but that's not what I meant, and that's not what I was saying at all. The point, if this is what you're talking about, Truth Teller, because I don't know what the hell you talking about, Brody. You could tell me, you could elaborate in the chat, or I could drop the link and you could come up here and tell me yourself. Either way, if this is what you're talking about, what we were talking about was college, and we were saying that Cece was one of the leading scorers in college, and so was Tanaya Lawson. And then I was saying that tonight, Cece was able to come into the league and with this big push behind her and start and have the ball in her hands and able to play right away. And I was saying Tanaya Lawson didn't have that push. She didn't have anybody saying she was the best player. She didn't have the media I'm talking about. She didn't have she wasn't able to come into the league with the ball in her hands and able just to play freely. And I was saying though, what I was actually saying was if she had, she would also be successful, right? She went to a team that just buried her on the bench, the LA Sparks. But I feel like a lot of these rookies are able to play, but for whatever reason, the WNBA prefers they prefer experience over like youthful talent, opposed to like the NBA. Right? I'm gonna give you an example. Right now, AJ the Bonser, number 1 pick. Right? He's not going to Atlanta to play behind any vets. Right? Same thing with Cam Boozer. Cam Boozer is not going to Memphis to play behind any veteran players. Right? Whoever the veteran player is going to be moved out of the way so that these guys can come into the league and start their journey, right? The perfect example of that is John Wall and Gilbert Arenas. If you know anything about the Wizards, this might be over somebody's heads. I'm not old. Some of y'all are probably young. But Gilbert Arenas was the man in the mid-2000s, right? On the Wizards, they was calling him the hibachi. You know what I mean? Everything y'all pretty much see Caitlin Clark doing, he was doing that for the Wizards. For the people who don't know, Hibachi is Gilbert Arenas. I might only know him from podcasting now. But anyway, once the Wizards ended up getting a number 1 pick, oh yeah, they John Wall got that starting spot, and Gilbert Arenas ended up getting moved. I don't remember how long it took, or whatever the case may be, but they made room for John Wall. And that's what they do for all of the young, youthful players. If you a top pick, if you somebody with talent in the NBA, they're going to make room for you. They're going to make sure that you getting playing time. They're not going to play you behind any vets unless you're not ready. If you're not ready, then they'll play you behind vets. But if they feel like you're ready to play, they'll play you. In the WNBA, you got to come in and wait your turn. You know what I mean? There's only certain players who come in the WNBA and is able to go right away and start right away. In the WNBA, they don't care how good you was in college. If there's a veteran on your team, you playing behind that vet. Period. You get what I'm saying? And so that's the point I was making. So maybe that's what I really don't know what the hell you talking about, Truth Teller. But more power to you.
I mean, look at Sydney Taylor.
Exactly, and she the best player on Chicago. But look how long it took her. Look how long it took her to even get it. You know what I mean? Some minutes, but you know what I mean. These people funny though. They really don't know me, and I think you know what I noticed too. Hot Tracks the fact, and you gonna understand what I'm saying because you're from Philly. I'm from New York. Obviously, YouTube is big. We don't know where people watching us from, right? It could be all over the world. It could be all over. People that's from certain places got different types of attitudes. And I don't think they used to that like up north attitude for real. A lot of people, because they be thinking certain things gonna hurt me. Oh, your takes is trash. Think of something like fuck you talking about? Like, you think I give a fuck what you got to say? Like, you get what I'm saying? Some of these dudes is like they don't even know who they talking to. Like it's like, all right, dog, that's how you feel. Okay, they come in with their little race, like they come in with their little racist stuff or whatever. They think it's gonna hurt somebody. Don't hurt, like it don't hurt nobody. You don't get under my skin, bro. Like I don't know what y'all got going on, but yeah, like
we got real ops out here, man.
Exactly. Exactly. They be thinking they be thinking they gonna say something that's gonna make you mad. Like I don't really care how you feel, bro. Even here's another thing. Here's another thing for the slow people in the back. I'm not right about everything. So if I'm wrong about a take, so fucking what? I was wrong. You get what I'm saying? Your taste is trash. And niggas,
what you supposed to go in the car and cry and shit?
Exactly.
Like,
these doggies and cornballs, bro. Well, Real Money says we have seen 1,000 records broken since rookie season. She already beat the bus title. I never see that, but Real Money, you making me mad now, and the only reason why you making me mad because I feel like you smarter than this. I just said Shorty not a bus. Like, what is wrong with him? Like, all right, I'm done with you now, Real Money. I ain't got you entertain them in the chat because you just I don't know what's up with you tonight. Donna Brown says Paige is everything. They wish she was. That's a fact. 22 Carson says Asia plays down in the trenches to get her foul called. I never seen a point get so many calls. True that. Adam Hurley. What's going on, Adam? Adam says, I just caught an alien. I named him ET. It stands for extra testicles. Pause that. Pause that. What you tell her got to say now? I'm talking about last year when you say she was going to take over the W. You got short-term memory. I do. I'm not even going to lie to you, true teller. I do. Like, if you ask me to remember something I said last year, nigga, I don't remember shit I said last week. So I don't remember that, but I do think she got the talent to be one of the best guards in the W. So I don't ever remember saying take over the W, but being one of the better run rookies, she's one of them. She's one of them. I'm on record for saying that the wave of rookies that's coming, oh yeah, get ready for them. It ain't just Angel and Caitlin. Everybody was so focused on Angel and Caitlin a couple years ago.
Right.
It's a lot of them. Each one of these classes are going to add some good rookies in there. And I think Tanaya Lawson is one of the best rookies. And when she ever get the ball in her hand, you want to know who she remind me of? I'm going to give y'all a name. And the OG fans is going to respect this name. And some of the newer fans might know this name, but y'all might not. But she could be like a newer version than like a Cappy Pondexter, bro. Like, I don't know if y'all familiar with Cappy, but Tanaya Lawson is nice, bro. I don't know what True Teller talking about. Just because she ain't even get a chance yet. So that's, to me, I could tell you just want to hate because she ain't even get like playing time yet. Like, she's been on the bench. She's been on the bench in LA. She's on the bench now in the Aces. You acting like she played and she stunk it up or something. She ain't even play yet. Like, what you mad at?
Why don't you ask Truth Teller who the real MVP on his team, which is Kelsey Mitchell, the best player.
That's a fact.
Listen, about that.
Here's what me and you
talk about Caitlin Clark all the time. She tanned it up. They wouldn't be winning nothing without
Kelsey. That's Mitchell. A fact. But look, here's what me and you disagree. I feel like the best player on the Fever is Aaliyah Boston. You know what I mean? So? And I ain't mad at your take. Like, I ain't mad at anybody who says Kelsey. I feel like is Aaliyah. And here's my reason why. The best pure scorer on Fever is Kelsey Mitchell, right? But the things that you need to win in the WNBA, Aaliyah Boston have more of those things. So why do I say that? If Kelsey Mitchell goes out and gets you 30, right? But she don't have somebody else on her team that's a dominant rebounder. She don't have somebody who could defend the rim, hold down the defense and do certain things. She might not win that game. She might have good numbers. She might not win. But Aaliyah Boston can get you 30. She could also get you 10 to 12 rebounds. She could also protect the rim. So I feel like the things that Aaliyah Boston provide, she could do more to help with winning, is my point.
I ain't mad at that.
So that's why I feel like overall, if you look at the Fever, the most important person on the team is Aaliyah Boston to me, right? Because of all the things she can do from her size level. Like, that's not a knock to Kelsey. Kelsey's just 5'8", right? Aaliyah Boston 6'5". So it's like she can just do more. So that's why I say Aaliyah Boston is the overall best player. Kelsey Mitchell is the best scorer. To me, Kelsey Mitchell is the second best player on the team. And then it's Caitlin, to me, the third best player on the team, in my opinion. But I give all the things that Aaliyah can do from a defensive standpoint and from an offensive standpoint and from a rebounder standpoint. That's why I give her the nod. But I'm not mad at anybody who say, listen, Kelsey Mitchell, the way she scores, she the number one player on the team. I ain't mad at nobody who say that. You know what I mean?
I ain't mad at that take either. Like, you can make an argument for that, and it could go either way. It don't,
Yeah, but listen to these basketball takes we doing. We up here hating. We up here hating so hard.
But I want Truth Teller to come on the chat so he could explain in his words how.
Let's get some. Let me
love for him to come up and hear his point of view, because I want to know how they made it to the semifinals without Clark and why they are, why they 4-0 without her. Like, what does she bring?
Really quick, hold your thought really quick. So the link is in the chat. Anybody who want to come up to the panel, regardless of you Atlanta Dream fan, Chicago Sky fan, whether you a Caitlin Clark fan, Asia Wilson fan, whoever, Liberty fan, whoever, if you want to come up to the chat and you want to give your opinion on anything that we're talking about or just anything in general that you passionate about, if you want to come up and give your opinion, click that link. I'll invite you up to the chat, and you can excuse me, I'll invite you up to the panel, and you can voice your opinion. All I ask is that your audio is clear. Just have clear audio. We'll give you the space to speak and make your point. And click the link. Any Clarkies in the chat who feel like I'm being a hater, or whatever it is, click the link, get and voice your opinion.
It's 69 people listening right now. I'm sure there's a bunch of them taking notes so they could take it back to take some of the content back. But
get and hit that like button too. Everybody hit the like button for me. If you haven't hit the like button, run the likes up. If you're watching on mobile, do me a favor and hype me up. Everybody hype me up right now. Hit that hype button, hype me up. And if you haven't subscribed, because I know a bunch of y'all haven't subscribed, because it sounds like there's a bunch of new people watching me right now, which is cool, which is great, which I'm used to. Hit that subscribe button. If you're enjoying the content, hit that subscribe button. If you don't and you feeling salty, if you feeling like my takes is bad and all this, just that, and the third, and you want to do the racist comments, and you know what I mean? If you in here for all that, you know what I mean, you ain't gotta subscribe. SMD. You get SMD though. But everybody else that's enjoying the content, and that's here for good, women's basketball content, so hit the subscribe button.
Yeah, I want to hear an intelligent response for how do they make Stephanie White a bad coach when, again, she made it to semifinals with a skeleton crew, and she's 4-0 without their favorite player, and they play well and cohesive together when Clark is not on the floor. And when she's there, there's a bunch of controversy. So I want to understand what makes her a bad coach.
Nobody greater than Jesus or Jesus, depending on how you look at it, says, y'all never seen a point guard get so many calls. Have y'all heard of the free throw merchant SGA or Luca or Reed? Stop the cap. Facts Media says, Fact Media is medias. Fact Medias, or is media? I don't know. Says, just like how you're not right about your CC take right now, you're objective because you're an Angel fan. No, I'm not. There's no basketball, bro. I've been loving basketball.
Jump on the call and talk about it. Like, he's not saying no facts. He's not saying anything except for an accusation.
Exactly.
He's trying to have a conversation.
Exactly. Darren Robinson says, Angel is the truth to all my brothers who go against Angel. But CZ, shame on you, bro. Hey, let me highlight this real quick, because Darren Robinson, this needs to be spoken about, right? Because this ain't for everybody right now. What I'm about to say is only for certain people, right? But for somebody who has melanin, right? For somebody who has melanin, for somebody who is supposed to be part of the culture, everybody not part of the culture, right? For somebody who's supposed to be part of the culture, I don't understand how some of these dudes go against their own to uplift, I don't know what word I want to use, but I don't know how you could, and this is simply talking about support. This is not talking about who you want to date. This is not talking about who you fall in love with, because I don't care about that. You got certain people out there like, you can only date this. I don't care about that. Fall in love with who you want to fall in love with, date who you want to date. But I'm talking about just seeing somebody being attacked, especially for things that you go through. I can't understand how some of these dudes could see somebody being attacked for certain things they go through, but still attack them anyway. Like, that's weird to me. Like, what if that was your sister? What if that was your mom? What if that was, maybe they don't care about their sisters or their moms or their girls or their daughters like that. But I'm not that type of person. You ain't got to be somebody who I know. Give you a perfect example. I just protected a black girl today, right? Shout out to this girl named Destiny Jones. No, excuse me. I don't. Is it Destiny Jones? I'm not sure what her last name is, but Destiny. Let me just say that. I don't want to. Shout out to this girl named Destiny on Twitter. Apparently, I'm scrolling through Facebook. I don't know Destiny from a hole in the wall. I'm scrolling through Facebook. I see this guy named ESPN or ESP Ben, right? All of these Clarkies in here probably know him. There's one of they. That's one of their leaders. There's one of the Clarkie leaders, right? ESP Ben, right? And he puts her. He screenshots her tweet and then puts it on his, his thumbnail, whatever, for Facebook. And then all his supporters is going in on Destiny, going in on how dumb she is, right? You know how the Clarkies is. You know what I mean? They want to tell you dumb and be racist and all this, that, and the third, right? So they all doing that. And I just see it and I respond to it. I give my opinion, protecting her. She was actually right. And then basically for context for everybody, what he did was, it was a Seattle game. It was a Seattle game, and she didn't even mention Caitlin's name, mind you. All she wrote was, of course she had, I forgot what it was. I don't want to lie, but it was talking about the Seattle game. She said something about the 45, of course, something with the 45. I don't remember what exactly was shut off the top of my head. But he took the tweet, put the screenshot of the Seattle whatever, and then put it up or whatever. So they all going in on her. But I was like, you know what? She actually right. And I went defending her, a black woman who I don't know, right? Or I don't want anything from. I just see her being attacked by a whole bunch of people. I went and stood up for her. Basically said she was right. And in fact, what he did was he said that Atlanta lost to who we lost to the other day. That was a bad team. I forgot who. But he said Atlanta lost to this team, or whatever the case may be. I think it was Seattle. Was it Seattle? No. I forget. He said Atlanta lost to somebody, or whatever the case may be. So I was like, saying that is the same way of saying that the Fever lost to the Mercury. So you could lose to a bad team. Like, it is what it is, right? Every team can have their day. Like, just because the Fever, I forgot who did we lose to on the past couple of days? That was a bad team. I forgot who, but they was highlighting the fact that we lost to that team or whatever. Oh, you guys got beat. It might have been Seattle. I think it was Seattle. They was Seattle. Yeah, it was Seattle. There we go. I'm sorry. I had a brain freeze for a second. So that's what it was. He was saying that Atlanta lost to Seattle, but Caitlin beat Seattle, and not only did she beat Seattle, she had 45. That's what it was. And I was saying, and what I said was, my response was, okay, well, we did lose to Seattle. So what? I said every team has a bad game. I said, but the Fever just lost to the Mercury. That's another team that's, you know what I mean? So I was saying Destiny actually right. I was like, I probably should listen to it. And then I even went into the fact that, the same things I said earlier about Caitlin Clark, about a lot of that 45 was her getting bailed out by the refs and them giving her the call every time. She went to the line 19 times. Like, let's be clear. Yeah.
Oh, my bad. How about we beat them twice, but lost 5 games in a row? So, like, what's the problem?
Exactly. We beat them twice. So that's what I'm saying. That all this stuff happens in basketball. But yet, my whole point, my original point was, you took this girl's tweet and just had her getting slaughtered by all your fans, all your fake fanboys on your thing. And so they all disrespecting this black lady. So I went and I supported her. And I just went on Twitter. I said, yo, I did this for you. Because I don't even know if she knew he did that. Right? Like, it was just a screenshot of her tweet. So she might not have known that he was disrespecting her like that. So I made her aware of it, told her I held it down and all that. She was thankful. We had a nice conversation on Twitter about what we talking about right here, about us looking out for each other, right? Because we got a lot of people out there who won't look out for you. Those are the weakest type of men to me. The weakest type of men to me are men who don't protect women, especially black men who won't protect their own. That's crazy to me. But like Truth, like Hot Track said, we gonna protect y'all. So y'all ain't gotta worry about that. You know what I mean? These men in the chat that's salty talk about, oh, you're biased because you're an Angel Reese fan. No, I'm gonna protect Angel from bigots and people like that. But outside of that, I'm not biased to sports or basketball. Like I've been loving basketball my whole life, bro. Like I'm gonna just tell the truth. You just don't want to hear the truth. Chicago Cheetah says Angel is a true. I don't know what he's saying. Donna Brown says, agreed. Yes, like who you want, but I don't understand some brothers' obsession with CC. Are brothers rooting for Kelsey? Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird, right, Donna? Kelsey is the MVP of the team. I ain't mad at that take. Like I said, I'm definitely not mad at that take. Truth Teller says saying the saying the Fever is better without CC is like saying the Lynx is better without Nafisa. Stupid take, bro. And the Lynx in the number one in the league without Nafisa. Who said that I don't think I said that the Fever is better without CC. Who said that? You making shit up, bro. Calm Potato says Van der Sloot ain't touch her. She just uncoordinated. I seen slow motion. She twists her ankle without no one touching her. So Sandy wasn't lying. Huh? Sandy wasn't lying.
Yeah, she didn't get touched. She twisted her ankle. That's
right,
why they won the challenge. But so what?
Exactly, but what Sandy got to like? That's what I'm confused. He trying to combine it. Like this nigga crazy. Sandy wasn't lying because in that foul she didn't get touched. I see some. All right, look, they tight. They mad. Look at it. Look, I'm gonna highlight it because he look. You want your 15 minutes of fame? Yeah, I'm mad. That's funny. That's funny. Your life must be miserable, bro. Right.
Cowards,
Matter of fact, you wanna know what's funny? These are like we seen it with the Chelsea Gray tweet. These are like your doctors or your fucking, you know what I mean? These are regular people. This is your everyday, the people that come in here and do this low level, right? This low hanging fruit, be your regular everyday mailman, right? It's like your everyday people. This is y'all trashy. All right, bet we're gonna move on to the next, especially since y'all kind of brought up Brondello. I'm trying to get to y'all comments. All right, boom, I got to all of them. Let's move on to the next topic. And the next topic is about Sandy Brondello's comments and apology. So this is the one I'm passionate about. So I don't know kind of what y'all gonna get from me right now, because I don't know if I'm gonna be a calm me or aggressive me, but we gonna see. We gonna see what happens. First of all, I want to start out with saying that I respect Sandy Brondello, and I don't believe Sandy Brondello is a racist, and I don't believe how her comments got taken that she meant it in that way. I don't believe that about Sandy, and I respect her apology. Let me say that I respect Sandy's apology towards Angel, and something that she said that I think was important was she's an ally. She said, I'm not part of the problem. I'm part of the solution. I felt that when she said that, because sometimes as people, we try so hard to do the right thing, and then we do one thing that's wrong and everybody kill us. And it's like, damn, that erased everything I did. So I think Sandy sees the same thing we see as far as the difference between Angel fans and Caitlyn fans, and when Angel go through or when Caitlyn go through. I think she sees that. And I think she feels for Angel. So I don't think she meant any maliciousness in what she said to the refs about Angel, right? That's how I feel about Sandy. Now, with that said, though, I feel like Sandy was still wrong. Two things would be true, right? I feel like Angel deserved an apology, and I feel like listen, this kind of goes back to what I started off the show with when I said, you got these people. Like Angel can't even express to you what she's going through, because soon as she express, listen, these people is death threats in my comments and this, that, and the third.
Or she playing the victim.
Right there. That's the point I'm making. She they sending nudes to her mom, her family members got to see her nudes and this, that, and the third. And they not her nudes. They not her actual nudes. They AI generated nudes of her, right? They send it to her family members. The racistness and hatred, everything the angel says to do every time she opens up, right? What happens? Everybody's questioning it. Everybody's questioning how much is it she really going through. To your point, she's playing the victim, right? She get questioned all the time. She can't even just be honest and be like, damn, I'm going through it. She don't even have a second to be vulnerable. You get what I'm saying? So right. That's and I see that. I saw that a lot today on Twitter. I'm on Twitter and I just see a whole bunch of just nasty. And these are some of them. I don't want to say they famous because I don't know them, but these are people with like a lot of followers, like somebody that's maybe maybe in the media, maybe some people know them or whatever. And these are people just like questioning how much should Sandy really had apologized, right, and stuff like that. And here's my thing, right? This is my opinion, Hot Tracks, on the whole thing. People talking about the context, right? People talking about, oh, it's an Australian. In Australia, this is a term. This is what people want to say, right? People want to say, oh, you didn't understand it's a basketball term, and so you have no right to feel no type of way. Well, this is my response to those people, right? That's not how y'all felt when Kyrie Irving shared the link trying to promote Black Israelites, and it had some anti-Semitic stuff in it that he didn't know about or he wasn't aware of. But they still held him accountable, right? They still suspended him for some games, right? They still took away his endorsement with Nike. They still asked for an apology, even though nobody would say today, yo, I think Kyrie Irving is anti-Semitic. Nobody believes he's anti-Semitic, but because he did something that offended people, right? He did something that offended people and had
didn't do anything, first of all.
Yeah, all he did was share the link. But what I'm saying is this was the backlash from the link that he shared. And his intentions, well, to your point, wasn't to be anti-Semitic, right? Which I don't think he was anti-Semitic at all.
He didn't endorse it. He just said something interesting. Check it out.
Right, exactly. He said it's interesting. He said check it out. But the reason he said check it out was because he was, he considered himself a Jew, right? He considered himself a Black Israelite. Right. So he was trying to educate people on that, saying, hey, look, check it out. This, a lot of people are unaware about this. Unbeknownst to him, it was some things in that documentary that people felt like was anti-Semitic, correct?
Right.
And so because of that, regardless if you think Kyrie is anti-Semitic or not, which most people would say no, right? Because he hasn't shown anything to be, he still had to apologize, correct? And
he was suspended and everything else.
He was still suspended, and he still lost his endorsement with Nike. All of these things happened.
He was suspended indefinitely. He wasn't just suspended either.
Right. He was suspended until he did all of the things that met the needs of whatever they wanted him to do. Right.
And the whole thing was he was saying, how can you call me anti-Semitic when I'm Semitic? Exactly. If I'm one of these people, how am I speaking ill about my own people?
Exactly. But guess what?
That wasn't good enough.
But guess what? These same people that's upset about Sandy Brondello apologizing, was they upset for him? Was they upset for his apology? Yeah, he had to apologize. Where were they then? You get what I'm saying? And the reason why I'm bringing that up and making that type of comparison is because anytime there's another group of people, it's okay. Now everybody's quiet. Everybody's quiet, and everybody wants the apology, right? But when it's us, everybody's outraged that you even gotta apologize. What? No, you should be okay with the disrespect. In fact, you should understand the context. You should understand it, and you should forgive it, and you shouldn't be, oh, you a victim. All of a sudden, nobody called the Jews a victim.
Nobody said they
And
was
this is
victims.
exactly what I'm saying. I mean, they talk about the Holocaust and all that kind of stuff. We suffered way more here in the United States and other places during the slave trades and everything else than they did. But yet, we victims.
We victims, right? We can't.
How you
We
gonna blame? How you gonna like blame a victim for being a victim?
But look, here's how stupid they is, though, right? Because what Angel did wasn't even victim mentality. What she did was stand on business. You can't.
She spoke up for herself,
She
and they
spoke.
don't.
She spoke up for us. You can't be a victim and standing up for you. It's one or the other, right? She stood
Exactly.
on business. She stood on business and said, "Yo," and she didn't even ask for the apology, mind you. All she said was, "Are you surprised?" That's
And
not
and
big.
and, and is she wrong? Like everything that's going on, what's going to surprise you now? Nothing. Like all of that goes to show how powerful she is. How everybody just all in the uproar over her saying 3 words. Are you surprised?
Exactly. Exactly. You know what I'm
That's how
saying?
much power she holds.
So, and now
Now,
we
me
move.
and you,
Get it.
huh?
Now, get it.
Me and you, I feel different than how you feel about it.
All right,
I
talk to
don't
me.
have a reason to believe that she had good intentions or bad intentions. I don't care one way or another.
I
But
respect that. Talk to me.
I I won't put it past her. You know what I'm saying? I feel just like Angel feel. But at the end of the day, she has no business addressing no player outside of their name,
Facts.
their number, their position. Like that's it. Like she's a leader of a basketball team, an ambassador of a brand. So
Yes.
everything that she say is scrutinized. So that's why she's wrong. This ain't even got nothing to do with Angel, racism, or anything. It's her saying wrong things out of her mouth. And she needed to pay for it. And anybody else would have got fired for it.
That's a fact.
Apparently the league thinks that she didn't mean anything, so they suspended her.
That's a fact.
But now with them doing that, people need to watch what they say. Like that clip that they trying to bring up about Asia saying, when she didn't even say it, they was asking her about it. Like I was telling you the other day
Yeah.
about going harder on white opponents.
Yeah.
Like people like things like that. They got to be careful saying that stuff now because they're
But
going to
here's
make
one.
an example out of the next black person that say something out of the way.
But see, this is what I don't like about that. Here's a funny thing. Most white people, if you ask them that question, they're gonna say yeah. I heard JJ Redick say that. I heard Larry Bird. Larry Bird was on
Exactly.
record for saying that. You know what I mean? So
They
why is it okay
understand.
when they do it?
And they understand that they are physically inferior. They understand that. They
Right.
understand that it's an anomaly when one or two of them come through. That's why they're celebrated so much when they do get a player like an exceptional player because they're so far in, they far apart.
And so let me see something real quick. Yo, Truth Teller, you still there? Let me check something real quick. Yo, Truth Teller, let me ask you a question real quick. All right, while we wait for Truth Teller to say something in the chat. And then so let's move on to the next part of this, which is Timmy Fan Baglay's comments, which matter of fact, before we move on to that, I forgot you said something that was important that I wanted to touch on. You absolutely right about the fact that Sandy Brondello is a leader, right? She's a leader, but she's also
she's an ambassador to the
not
league.
only is she a leader, she's a leader and a coach of a league with predominantly black women.
Right.
And because of that, she should have been more aware. And the reason why I'm giving her credit is because she said all this. And I sometimes when people say things like when Gino said what he said, you feel like it's scripted. I don't feel like what she said was scripted. I feel like she meant what she said. Right? We could all take.
And I appreciate that.
Right, I appreciate that. We could all take what we want to take from it about whether we think she meant it or not. But I do feel like she meant it. When I heard with the thing she said and the way she said it made me say, "Okay, I respect what you're saying." You was wrong. She was wrong for what she did. She was wrong for and she owned that. But when she said what she said about damn, I just said it and it's slipping my mind. But the things that she said made me feel like, okay, she understands the gravity and level of what she did. She said that the fact that I'm Australian doesn't matter. She said I understand the history of this country. And she said, I understand. So her saying words like that and things like that made me say, okay, she gets it. So I'm going to hold her accountable. To your point, I'm going to hold her accountable. I'm going to hold her to the fire for what she did. But at the same time, I'm going to let people know, in my opinion, I can't speak for nobody else, but in my opinion, I don't feel like she's a bad woman. I feel like she's a good woman. She made a mistake. She got to learn from, and she'll move forward. So I'm still in support of Sandy Brondello. The fact that her words, even in her being disrespectful in what she said, made me feel like she still stands with Angel Reese. She still, you know what I mean? She still stands for her and for what these women stand for, even though, you know what I mean? We all make mistakes. At the end of the day, she's still a white woman and she made a mistake and said the wrong thing. And let's be honest, let's be clear. Australia don't got such a rosy history either. Like, I don't know much about the Australian history, but when I looked up a little bit about what I saw about what happened with the Aboriginals, who look like more like me and you than they look like today's Australian, you know, they almost extinct because of whatever they decided to do in Australia to get rid of them. You get what I'm saying?
The people being over there.
So they got some racial or colorism, whatever you want to call it, things they need to work out in Australia too. It ain't just America. Let's be clear. It's just that America history is so known. Like, it's, you know what I mean, our history, if you educated anyway, everybody not educated. But if you educated, our history is known. I don't really know the Australian history and what happened. All I know is there was a lot of people who looked like me over there, and they wanted to get rid of them, and they almost succeeded. That's all I know. I don't know the details of what happened, but I just know it's few or far because they still there, but they in like small pockets. They in small pockets of the landmass over there now, and it's mainly whites. There's mainly whites over there now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? With that said, moving on to Timmy Fag Benlay comments, though, you know, Timmy, again, this kind of is along the same lines of the point that we making, because, you know, Timmy Fan Bagley is an African American black woman, right? She's an English black woman, right? She's from the UK, if I'm not mistaken, where she's from. But she chimes in her opinion, and her opinion was to attack people for, and I understand that's your coach, you want to stand up for your coach, but there's a way to do it and stay classy. She decided to do it with attacking Angel fans, and even bringing up CeCe name. And this is where you start to see like all skin folk ain't kinfolk, you know what I mean?
Right.
And how some of these people was really Oreos. You get what I'm saying? Because she brought up CeCe almost in defense of CeCe, and this kind of ties into two of my points, because it's like, why when it comes to Angel, and not just Angel, because we see it with Chelsea Gray, we see it with Alyssa Thomas, we seen it with Dejanay Carrington, we seen it with a few people now. Why when it comes to black women, right? It's almost like they get attacked. They get attacked for saying what they're going through, right? But when it comes to white women, when it comes to specifically CeCe, right? Because I don't really see too many, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't really see too many other victims out there. These are the real victims. Maybe Sophie Cunningham you could throw in there. CC, Sophie Cunningham. When it comes to them, they get protected. Like you know, what I mean, everybody jumping with the super cape for them, right? Like look at the Clarkies that's in the chat right now, caping for they Lord and Savior, right? They sitting here caping for her super hard. You can't even tell the truth, or you a hater, and all these things, right? But it seemed like when you a black woman, Caitlyn, she's on the court and she's screaming at the refs. She's doing all types of things. So your point when you just said about Sandy, somebody else would have got fired. Somebody else acting like Caitlyn would have been. Look at Kennedy. They trying to kick out the league. You get what I'm saying? Somebody else acting like Caitlyn would be talked about as if they have mental issues. You get what I'm saying? And if they're a danger, the way she walked up to the ref was almost like threatening behavior. Let somebody else, let Alyssa Thomas walk up to a ref like that. Look how they gonna talk about her in the media. She's a thug. She just that and the third. And then Caitlyn, what she does is she goes into the press conferences and she start crying. She start playing the victim, right? She started being a super victim about the refs. The refs is not protecting her, and the players, they too physical, and she out there faking injuries, acting like she getting hurt every time she out there because somebody physical with her, and she don't want nobody to be physical, and she don't want to be touched, and it's just that and the third. So then she start crying, and then what we got to do? We got to deal with all her fans, all basically playing victims and crying. These grown men crying. And then we got to hear the president, and all these people come out to protect Caitlyn. But that Angel, something happens with Angel, and it's like people want to question it. People want to say, well, was it that bad? Did she really get thrown to the ground by her neck that hard? I think she initiated it. I think Angel is, what is really Angel for? She got thrown to the, you know what I mean? Like, so that's what happens with us a lot, with black women a lot. And I just think that's so crazy that today in America, like you said, we know the history. Not to say, listen, we say in the history, like, we don't still go through things today. George Floyd wasn't too long ago. This is Trayvon Martin wasn't too long ago. You feel me? Sandra Massey wasn't too long ago. Like, all these things. So it's like things still happening today. I want to act like in history as if things is all hunky-dory now, because they're not. Right. But still, like, at that same point where we are today, it's sad that people will still have this same. But that just shows education. That just shows, a simple that shows how out of touch people are, right? It shows how out of touch people are, how people don't have like empathy for others, right? Because it's like people act like I said, when it comes to us using a Kyrie situation, when it comes to us, we supposed to just be okay with stuff. We supposed to just be okay with stuff happening to us. We supposed to just forgive everybody. And you can't never say like, yo, we went through this or we going through that, or whatever the case may be. But others get to be victims.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna land my plane with this because I want to know your thoughts. Again, I gotta reiterate this. It's so weird that white people in general, but especially white males, right, have so much privilege. It's almost like they delusional because it's like they got so much privilege, right? But they still envious of us. Right? And you see that with the reverse racism. Everybody want to have our struggle, have our story without actually going through it. You get what I'm saying? That's what you see. Oh, look, like they hate her so much. That's not even part of our DNA. That's y'all DNA. That's a white trait to be hating people and wanting to bomb people and don't like. That's not a black. You know what I mean? That's not even part of black culture. Like, we don't even act. Look at hip hop. We don't act like that. That's y'all. Stop putting y'all hatred on us. You get what I'm saying? So you got all these white men, these white males who are privileged, who go through life with an upper hand, right? But still want to somehow portray that they are these victims, right? Or they the ones that's being victims, and everybody hate them. Everybody hate them, and they living vicariously through Caitlin Clark. is what I see. What's your thoughts on that?
I feel that, man. Like, yeah, like we victims, we taking up all the resources. We like, listen, you can't get mad at at an animal you created. You created a situation or a condition here. You gotta live with it. You might not have did it, but your people did it, and y'all ain't giving nothing back that y'all stole. So, like, deal with it. It is what it is.
That's a fact. That's a fact. I see some comments in the. Oh, look, Truth Teller popped up. Truth Teller, I wanted to ask you. You know, it's so funny because you said all my takes is trash, right? But you still in here watching me. How crazy is that? How ironic is that, right? My takes is so trash. You watching me.
But he not intelligent enough to have a conversation because you gave him the link to come up.
Oh yeah, I knew that. I wasn't expecting none of them to come up. They not built. You got to realize, tracks. People like you and myself, we different. You get what I'm saying? They don't have the
Yeah.
same type of heart we do. They not built like that. I mean, look at their favorite. You get what I'm saying? Like that's a you know, she's a metaphor of who they are. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They not built for these real types of conversations and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So I wasn't
I want
expecting none of them.
somebody to educate me.
Yeah, I would love for one of them to to come up and voice their opinion, but they're not built like that. They're not those type of people. You get what I'm saying? They're the type of people who want to throw a rock and hide their hand, just like their favorite player. You know what I'm saying?
Too weak
But
to
yeah,
compete.
but yeah, that was an experiment. I got all these Clarkies in here watching me, which y'all welcome. I'm not against y'all. Y'all think I'm against y'all. I'm not against y'all. I'm an educator, so I'm against what y'all believe. I'm trying to tell y'all, the racistness and the stuff y'all believe, y'all lied to. It's okay. Y'all got a false prophet. You know what I mean? She not who y'all thought she was. It's all good. But this is not anti-Clayton Clark chat. So if you're a Clarky and you're not on the same type of time they on, you welcome. Hit the like button. First of all, everybody hit the like button for me right now. If you're watching me, I don't care if you're a Clarky, I don't care if you're not a Clarky, you still watching me. So hit the like button. You enjoying the content, so hit the like button. And subscribe to the channel. Henry, what's going on, Brody? Henry Hurley says Timmy Fan Bagley jumped in this conversation because she want people to forget she pulled a 211 on Toronto Temple with her $1 million contract. I don't know what 211 is, but I do understand what you're saying about the $1 million contract. You know what it is? You want to know what Timmy is doing, and this is why we got to be careful with all black people. That's why they say all skin folk ain't skin folk. So it's a lot of black people in America, but everybody in America ain't African American. And one thing that I've noticed is that people that's non-African American, not all, because some of them are with us too. So I'm not talking about all, but a good majority of the people that's non-African American don't care or don't. They identify more with white people, even if they dark as night. They identify more with white people than they identify with African American, right? And that's because they've been brainwashed. They think that they more until something happens to them, right? Until Fan Bigley upsets a CC fan, and the CC fan tell her how they really feel about her, she's gonna be more Team CC than Angel until she get the death threats and the race. You know what I mean? Until it happens to her. You get what I'm saying? Because they feel
How
separate.
Paul Mooney say the ninja wake up call.
Yep. and that's what it is. Fan Bigley again. That's why I specified she's an English black person, right? She's from the UK, so she don't view herself. Angel from people got to realize Angel from Baltimore. She one of us. Like she from the soil. Even somebody like Aaliyah Boston. Aaliyah Boston is not African American. I believe she like Jamaican or something. I don't know. So and then even somebody like what's her name? On LA today. I forget. Um, uh, I can't think of her name because is it what's the
On LA, you
yeah
said?
what's the leader of the player association? What's her name?
Oh,
I can't think of her name. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's in my mind right now, but I can't
yeah,
pronounce it.
I'm wearing
There you go. I'm a Wuke, whatever. Still,
yeah,
my point is African. You feel me? African black person. Sometimes people see black and they think one, and it's like, nah, we not a monolith. We all different. You know, you got different people from different places. You got
yeah.
Caribbean blacks. I got a we got somebody coming to the panel. Let me uh what's going on, Lisa? If I'm saying, is it Lisa?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right, let me introduce you the correct way. Give me 1 second. Everybody, welcome Lisa to the panel. What's going on, Lisa? What's on your mind?
Um, just have one thing to say.
Yes.
Well, I'm black, but I'm not
Hmm.
Black American.
Okay.
I'm West Indian.
Okay.
Um, and I think that you guys think a little differently from the rest of us, like the Africans, the West Indians, like people across the world, the blacks. Like you guys think differently, because
Right.
we don't really. I personally, I don't think anybody could affect me getting anything in this life. Anything that I
Okay.
need to get, anything I can accomplish, I believe I can do it. I don't think any white man, anybody's opposing me or could press me down.
You're right.
Like nobody could step
Let me
me
ask
caught
you a
if
quick
I don't really
question.
care.
Let me ask you a quick question just for context so I can understand. Do you live in America or
Yes,
do you
yes I do. Yes I
okay,
do.
okay. I
Majority
just
of my
want
in the
For how
Caribbean.
long?
About 7 years or so.
You said 7 years.
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, so you aware that all of the
No,
work that we
hold
did
on,
here in this?
contracts. I want her
Okay,
to finish. I just wanted to know where she,
all
for
right.
context, where she lived at. But just for
Mm-hmm.
context, so you lived in America 7 years. What part of America, if you don't mind me asking?
New York, Flatbush.
Okay, okay. You from? I'm from Brooklyn.
Nice.
Okay, that's what's up. I'm
All
from
right.
Bushwick. So, all right. So you from Flatbush, and then what part of the Caribbean you from?
I'm from Trinidad.
Trini.
Well,
Okay, that's
I've been
what's up.
quite a few places, but
No, no, that's cool. One of my best friends is Trini, so I
cool, cool.
understand. All right, so cool. I just wanted that information for context. Got to finish what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you guys and that's why we clash a lot, because I just assume, I could get along with everybody. I could get along with all the blacks, but I'm like, they think differently from us. I was telling my mother, she's like, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
welcome to America. I'm like, they don't think, because nobody could stop me from getting anything I want. Like, no manager, like nobody. If I need to, I got my own home, nobody stopped me. I purchased it. And I've been
Well,
here
you did.
7 years and I purchased that home. So like if I could do it, like everybody else can too. So nobody's stopping me. Like even if I could play basketball like that and I was playing in the WNBA, I don't care if you don't like me. Like I'm making money, I'm doing what I love. Like I don't care, call me whatever. I don't need to talk to you. Like nothing like that bothers me. Like social media is not real to me. I'm not on Twitter or any of those things. So I don't really focus on like anybody. Like I don't care about your opinions. I just live my life and do what I gotta do.
So I respect that, and
I appreciate your honesty and you're willing to talk.
So I identify a little bit with Temi because I have family also in England, and it's not really a big deal. That thing, protected species, like the English, they talk like that. The Brits, people from the UK, like they're different like that. So she's probably thinking it means nothing to us. So I mean, like whatever.
Well,
I don't really care about stuff like that. I think it's much ado about nothing, you know.
well, I think you like since you're I think you might want to try to learn about the culture here and the things that we dealt with here and what we've been through, which allowed you to be able to come here and make money because you have more opportunities here than you have in Trinidad. And those opportunities that you have here are
Also,
because of the struggles and the hard work we and the pain and everything that we put in
we
here
had
in this
slavery
country.
too. We had slavery too.
You understand that? Like none of y'all wanted to come here when they was doing what they was doing to us over here. You want to
No,
stay where
we
you was
had
at?
that in the Caribbean. We had that in the Caribbean as late as the 70s. We were under British rule, Spanish
Mm-hmm.
rule. Yeah, we had a governor. They were white. Like
Mm-hmm.
I know about colonialism, but it's still not gonna affect me. I'm still gonna
Well,
achieve what I need to.
it's not going to affect me either and what I'm trying to do. But when there's a system here, whether what it doesn't matter what you want or what you don't want. If there's a system set up here and it's working against you, yeah, you still. It's a lot of us still make it, but it's designed that way. It's some of us that's going to make it, and the majority of us are not going to make it. That's just how it's set up, and there's
Really?
nobody can do about it except take over this place.
I don't see that. I haven't seen that.
Well, because you came here 7 years ago, so you wouldn't see it.
Well, it's something else
My
that's
sister's
important.
been here forever. They've been here over
Hold on.
35
So
years.
hold on. I'm about to explain something else that a lot of people don't know. And again, it's cool. One thing I will say about you, Lisa, right? Am I saying it right,
Yeah,
Lisa? All
correct.
right. One thing I will say about you, what I respect is, and first of all, I respect you in general, right? You're a black woman, so I
Right?
respect you.
Appreciate.
But one thing I respect about what you said was, can't nobody stop you, right? I feel the
No,
same type of way. I
Me
have,
too.
I'm one of those confident people that, I'm gonna do what I want. So I respect that you said that. With that said, here's what you don't know. This is me educating, and I'm not even saying I know everything about it because I was taught this from some of my elders or some of my older family members, right? But
gotcha.
you may know this or you may not since you came over here 7 years, right? It's certain things that immigrants get that people who live here, people who was born here don't get. I don't know if you know that, right? So people who come over as immigrants, they set y'all up for success, right? Y'all get certain things, y'all get certain grants that we can't get. I don't know
No,
if you know that.
no, that's not true.
No,
That's people
that
that
is
came
true.
like
Oh,
a
it's very
refugee.
true.
Maybe that didn't happen for you personally, but that's true. That's a thing. Maybe you need to ask. Maybe it didn't happen for you, but you said your sister been here 35 years. Ask her, right? The people who are immigrants, they get certain grants or certain things, so they can start things, businesses, whatever it is. That if you're born here as an American, right, as a Black American, we don't get any of those things. We don't get
You
any
can't go to
help.
the bank and get a loan.
It's not about going to the bank and getting a loan, right? First of all, that's a whole nother story. I don't we could get into that too, like banks and getting loans. But I'm talking about like again certain things that all right, boom, you said you've been here 7 years, correct?
Yes.
So when you came here 7 years ago, you came with
I'm sorry, we're losing each other.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I lost you there for a little bit.
It's all good.
Yeah,
My
yeah,
internet not
that's
that
okay.
great.
Yeah.
I said when you came here 7 years ago, you came with nothing at all.
Well, I came with my own money. I had some money saved up. I didn't
Okay,
come
you
broke.
had some money. You had some money saved up. So with that money saved up that you had, however much that was enough for you to come here and, like you said, you got your own home and you got, I don't know what you do for work or you know what I mean, but that money that you had saved up, that was enough for you to come to America and just be set up.
Not necessarily, but I worked. I saved everything.
Right. So
Put aside
you
a lot of money.
right. So you came here, and then when you came here, I'm assuming that you came here legally, correct?
Of course.
Okay, so when you came in legally, you had to fill out certain types of paperwork and different things like that,
Yeah.
right? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What you said?
No,
You didn't have to fill out no paperwork when you came in.
no.
Okay, all
Like
So
right,
when I
you
was
became a
here, no,
citizen.
everything was done prior to coming. Everything is done. Everything is set up for you. When you get to the airport, they
right.
give
But
you a
still,
file and that's it.
you said prior to coming, so you still paperwork was done, correct? Like this
Yeah.
stuff had to be. That was my point. Like these things have to be done. All right.
Hmm.
And then when you did all of this stuff, Was you granted anything for you to when you come so you could get started?
No, I think what you're talking about is like the refugees, people that come on asylum. They set up stuff for them. They get them jobs, places to stay, and stuff like that. When you come legally, you get a sponsor, and they provide the housing for you, and
Okay,
that's
so you had a but you had a sponsor, right? That's my point.
correct.
I'm asking you questions. I never came as an immigrant, so I don't know.
Mm.
I'm an American, right? I'm a Black American, so you're right.
Had
I
to get
don't
out
know
the
the
mud.
process, but I never had a sponsor for anything. So that's
You
you
need
get
a
what I'm saying?
sponsor.
Hey,
You
How,
got
listen.
you
All
got
right.
your birth certificate and your social. That's it.
all right, but what I'm saying is, if I don't need a sponsor, right? Why do you need one? We both
You-
capable of working and taking care of ourselves, right?
No, you need someone to get you here. It's
Right.
either you get like you marry into it or you have relatives.
Exactly. So
But
what I'm saying is that person I'm assuming was your sister, correct?
no,
Okay, so you had somebody who sponsored you. What did they do
parent.
for you? Your parents. So what was your parent able to do for you?
Well, it's a very long process. It will take forever to tell you about that. It takes some time. If you come legally, it will take some time. If you don't, then you'll probably get here in no time. But if you go through the right process, it takes some time.
Got you.
So
But the simplified things is you had help. You ain't just come on your own, right? You had, like you said, your parents, your sister, you had help, correct?
Well, yeah, but don't we all need help along the way?
That's my point. We all do. But for whatever reason in this country, when immigrants come here, they get help. When you're born
so
here, you really don't get help. The system works against you.
Yes,
Now
you
you
get
might
well,
not know
see,
that.
help.
see,
I
this
don't
is something
understand.
Hold on.
she
They're
don't
not.
understand
It's cool. Listen, cool. All
because
I'm
she
gonna do
hadn't
is
had to experience
no.
it.
I know, but I'm listen. All I'm gonna do is educate, and if whether she want to understand it or not is on her, right? But
I
again,
don't
like
think.
I
Look,
said,
I think she wants to understand,
right.
but I don't
No, what I
think
said,
that.
I'm gonna do my yeah. I'm gonna do my best to try to get her to understand.
No, I understand where you guys are coming, but I need you to understand us as well. And Tammy, she's not a bad person.
No, I don't think she is. I was gonna get to that too. I was just right now because it sounded like you didn't understand the difference, and I understand it because again, I have friends that's not American, right?
We
Like
just think differently. We
I'm
just
from
think different.
Brooklyn. No,
I
we
don't
don't.
think
Hold
we
on, that's
think
another.
differently.
Hold on,
I
track.
don't think we
Hold on,
think
track.
differently.
That's what I'm about to say. That's another thing I want to correct because I'm from Brooklyn, just like
She
you.
have a wrong.
Hold on. I'm from Brooklyn, just like you from Brooklyn, right? And I know um Jamaicans. I'm cool. Like I'm in my put it to you like this. I don't know where your neighborhood, because I know in your neighborhood, what people might not know about New York or Brooklyn is you got certain neighborhoods, and in those neighborhoods you have certain nationalities. So in her
Yeah,
neighborhood, it's Caribbean. She
yeah.
lives in a Caribbean neighborhood, so she's around nothing but Caribbeans. Here's the problem with Caribbeans and American blacks, right? You have certain Caribbeans that feel like they different, and that's what I'm hearing from when she speaks. It sounds like she's around a lot of them who think like that. So, and it comes from the parents. It comes from parents who they feel like
It's
they
a
more educated.
misconception.
They
No,
feel
we
like they
just not
oh
victims. Like
oh
that's it.
see okay they not victims. So you hear listen. All I could do is say the
There you
reality.
go.
All I could do is say the
It's
reality.
coming out.
But
There
look.
it is.
But look, hold on. We're not gonna do that because this is educational. This is not. I don't have beef with this woman. I don't
I
want to
don't
make it.
either.
No, I know, but I want to make it a thing. I don't want to make it a thing. I just want to, I'm cool with how she feels. However, because I'm not new to it. Everything she's saying, I already know. Like I said, I've been like, for instance, I can't tell y'all what I did because I don't really want to talk about it. But I worked a certain job, right? And a job I worked in New York City, I worked around Africans and I worked around Caribbean blacks and obviously American blacks and a whole bunch of other races as well. But when I worked with those two particular nationalities, right, when I worked with Africans or I worked with Caribbeans, anytime we was in the Bronx or anytime we was in certain neighborhoods and we was around black Americans, they would tell me all the time, they would say green because they speak in last name. They say green, no offense. No, and then they would say something totally disrespectful. Like for instance, I remember one time walking into a store, right? And I was with I think it was Caribbean. Yeah, it was a Caribbean one this time. We was walking to a store. We was in the Bronx, and it was a little kid. He had to be like 12 or 14, a little kid, right? And he asked us for $1 to get some candy. And the dude was so upset. He was like, he didn't say please, Green. He didn't say this, and he didn't. I'm like, yo, it's a little kid. I didn't care. I'm like, yo, it's a little kid. Why you care? Like, why are you holding? You know what I mean? Like, I could understand you holding adult at a certain, but you got to understand kids is gonna be kids. He was in the store being a kid, but he was like, Green, no offense, and then he was saying, you know what I mean, whatever he was saying about. So I get it, and I understand. My point. I'm gonna land my plane with this. I don't want to be long-winded. Anyway, my point is this. Everybody don't think like that. What you saying? I respect how you feel, but I've grew up around Trinis, Jamaicans, well, you name it. I grew up around it. Some of them my friends to this day. You know what I mean? In fact, the person who I respect the most in basketball, who taught me a lot about basketball, who helped my jump shot, is a Trinidadian.
There you go.
Right? It's my man Mark. Mark, everybody know him from my hood. His name is Mark with the jump shot from Bushwick. Everybody know him. Bushwick, Brooklyn. Mark with the jump shot. He helped me with my jump shot. Me and him him and anybody else we know never had no issues with our nationality. It's never been no black, American black, you bet none of this. But that's my point. Everybody don't think like that. Everybody not like that. But you have your ones who are. You have your ones who do think like that. So, I've been around certain. I'm not even gonna get into that, but everybody think differently, and so that's why I was saying. And what you're saying, I understand where you coming from, Lisa. But I think it's just and the problem. I think the problem is this is not enough of this right here. It's not enough of us talking.
Might just be me too. I can't speak for all the West Indians.
Nah, it could be, and that's why I'm not mad at what you're saying for two reasons. One, I've heard it before. I've heard it all before. I know it's people out here who think like that. But two, I also know that like I said, everybody not like that. I'm gonna land my plane. Yeah, Trash, what you got to say?
So what she has is a misconception of how we are over here. She this must be what they're taught or what they talk about. But this is the thing. The way she said is she feel like we feel like we're victims.
Not everybody.
And that's far.
No, y'all just see race in everything, and I don't see race in everything.
Because you have to live here. You have to have lived here and lived through what happened here to understand the experience here. Of course, your experience is going to be different because you didn't have to deal with that.
There are black, white people in the Caribbean too. I grew up with
I'm not talking about the Caribbean. Y'all have your own experience over here. It's an American experience here, but you're looking at it like first of all, me personally, I own properties. I put 3 children through college. Okay. I'm very productive. I've been paying taxes all my life. You know what I'm saying? I don't have to work right now. I'm financially straight.
There you go.
I ain't let nobody stop me from doing anything. And I teach my kids the same thing. But at the same time, you can't sit here and tell somebody that they're like, I'm not sitting here claiming to be a victim or whatever. The victim don't have to claim to be anything. A victim is a victim. You know, if you're a victim of a system or of what people have done to you and your family and your people and everything, like you can't be blamed for what was done.
But
like,
is this
a lot was stolen from us, and we had to get it back.
The protected species, is that genuine? Is that really racist? The protective species, that's what we're discussing. That comment, is that really racist?
Absolutely. Considering it depends on what point of view you're looking at it from.
I would be flattered. I'm like, yeah, protected.
Your culture, it might not be. But if you're talking about from American culture, which she was referring to American woman, then yes, from her view and her it shouldn't have been said.
Well, maybe it shouldn't be said, but I wouldn't get offended by it. I wouldn't make a big deal.
But it's not. I think but here's I think she said I wouldn't get offended. I think the mistake in the matter is nobody's offended. That's the point I was making earlier. So I mean, you probably don't know. You are you into basketball at all, Lisa?
Yeah, I like basketball.
Oh, are you familiar with the Kyrie situation that I brought up earlier?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. So like even in that situation, that's why I brought that up because it's not about being offended. You taking it as if so that's why you said the victim thing because I didn't relate to that.
I'm
I think you missed
offended because
I
I'm
think
offended that they think that we're not supposed to stand up for ourselves.
no,
That's
right. That's one point. That's one point, and we'll make that in a second. But let me make this point, and then you make that point, Hot Tracks, right? The point I'm making right now is me saying that Sandy Brondello should be held accountable for what she said isn't because I'm offended or I think Angel was offended. Do you understand that, Lisa? It has nothing to do with being offended. It doesn't matter.
But that's where culture comes in because
I don't
no, it has
understand what
something
you
to
he's
do
mean.
with being
from
Hold
professional.
on.
a
Let me
big
finish.
deal.
Because I don't want my point to be misunderstood. Like I want to be very clear in
Okay.
what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean when you say that's where culture comes in? What do you mean by that,
But
Lisa?
because in the UK, you would say, okay, tonight we're gonna get pissed. And they would use a lot of like crude, like
Okay,
kind of expressions, and
right.
you not knowing their culture, you'd be like, "Oh my god, you're so so
I
rude, so
got you.
raunchy."
I understand what you're saying now. Again, you keep bringing up the UK. That don't matter. We not in the UK. We not in Australia. We in America, right?
Well, that's what she said. She said, she said that she should have been more aware of where she was.
Exactly.
But she
Exactly.
can't take that Australian like kind of behavior out of her. It's hard. Just like I
You
can't get
can't.
the West
No, no,
Indian
Right.
behavior.
absolutely. Absolutely
So if
you
she
can't. But
understands she's wrong, then why don't you understand that she was wrong?
But she
Then
apologized
why
though.
don't you understand some people got offended
hold on,
because
Hot Track. Let me
it
make a
wasn't their
point because
culture?
I don't want to make this an argument.
No,
In
it's not an
fact,
argument. It's a question. It's
I
a
know, but
question.
I'm a mute. Let me know when y'all done, and
Oh,
I'm
my
gonna make
bad.
my point.
My bad. Go ahead.
No. You start again. I'm a mute. I'm a fall back. Yeah, and I'll make my
So
point afterwards.
that was her culture and the way that they talk there. You're in another person's home, so you have to respect the home and their culture here. You can't conduct yourself in a certain way and expect to be handled like you are handled over there. So when you're speaking to an American person, they're going to take things from that perspective. You're like,
But
you
she was
left
in
your
the heat
home to
of the
come here.
moment,
So you have
so her
to,
true
just like
self
if
came
I leave
out.
my home to go to Trinidad, I got to follow Trinidad rules. No matter
Well, if
what
you're
we do
upset,
here,
it's hard to maintain, your composure. Sometimes the real you jumps out because this is how you are. And in
but
Australia,
that's
she would
fine.
probably
But
say
she's
that.
a professional though. That's
Yeah, but
fine.
she was a
For
little
regular
upset.
people, everyday people, that's acceptable. Again, she's an ambassador of a league. She's a person in leadership. She needs to know how to deal with the people who she's in charge of. Like, how do we know that some of her own players on her team didn't feel some kind of way?
Well,
She has to
this
be careful about where she's at and what she's saying.
there's
That's
a
it.
player on Angel's team. She's Australian. Like, she didn't say diddly squat. Not in defense of Angel or anything. She should have been the first to be like she didn't say anything. Burley, isn't she Australian? She didn't say anything.
I believe so.
She
But
didn't
listen,
defend or anything.
when you come to somebody's house, you gotta respect their house and go by their rules or leave. That's it, right?
Well, I suppose, but I mean,
So that's it. She made a mistake and she apologized for it, and she gets commended for that because she understood what she said. But for people to push and say it was unnecessary is wrong,
no, she understood like how one would get offended, but
right?
she's not really
Right.
sorry about saying it. She's sorry that people were offended by it. You get it?
It doesn't matter if she's sorry that she's not sorry for saying it. It's a certain amount of respect that you owe a person when you're in their house. So she could, and that's exactly why I agree with Angel. Angel don't care if she's sorry or not. She shouldn't have said it, and that was it.
Okay, but what about like Cece? They call her White B all the time. In fact, Kennedy, when she pushed her down, she was like white, and then she pushed her.
Kennedy Carter is not in leadership position.
No, but what about all the names that this chick gets called? And She just gotta suck it up.
I don't care about that because those are her peers. You know, they talk to each other any kind of way they want to talk to each other. The whole this was about a person in leadership stepping out of line, and the league had to step in to correct her. If she
So
wasn't wrong, they wouldn't have corrected her.
what
And if
about
she
what
wasn't
Stephanie
wrong,
White
she
did
wouldn't
to
have
CC
apologized.
when they had that little altercation on the bench and she threw the clipboard at her? Like she's allowed to talk to her player like that too.
Who?
She didn't get suspended or anything. Stephanie White. She threw the clipboard at her and she said, "Get the F out of my face." And then she said, "Raven, you're in." So shouldn't there be
I,
respect across the board?
I'm not. I don't know. Stephanie White didn't say anything that was questionable to me. I
Yeah,
don't.
she did. She
I'm
said,
not.
"Get the F out of
Stephanie
my
White was
face."
talking to her own people, so I don't. I don't. That's between them. I know how to stay out of stuff. That was between them. Look, I care about my people. Like I don't care about them fighting amongst each other.
My people would be who?
My people. I care about black people. I don't care
Really?
about. I don't
What
care
about white
about what
people?
white people talk to each other about because that's their business. Just like I feel like um Fag Ben Lay, Femi Ben Lay, you know, this was black business. She could have just stayed out of that.
Black business?
Yeah, black business.
Well, that's where, yeah, that's the difference between the groups. Like, there's no my people, and
Well,
that's now I think there's no my people with me. There's just people, good people and bad people. How we interact. If I interact with you
I
and you're a
wish it
good
was that
person,
simple. I don't believe it's that simple nowhere in the world.
it should be. I mean,
You
well,
said
for me it
you
is.
said you from Trinidad, right?
Yeah.
And let me and isn't the United States don't the United States have some type of financial handcuff on that country over there that I think is unjust?
Well, maybe with the oil, but that's an
Uh,
agreement that they made
that
in
this
Parliament.
okay.
But but black people have treated me like crap. So like black people have treated me terribly. White people treat like these are just bad people. Can we just separate the good from the bad and not really like because you're white you're bad, or because I
No,
expect a
that's
certain
not no
behavior
no
from
no no
you?
no no no. That's not it's bad people all over the place. But I am not going to stand here and allow no white folks to just say whatever they want to say. Like
But what about
again,
us? Can we say whatever we want to
see,
say to them?
look again, like again, by you not growing up here and understand the culture here, then it's probably strange to you. But I'm
No,
sure
I would be the same person. I would be the
you
same
don't
person.
know until you've been through what people here been through.
Lisa,
Like it was
hold
just
on. I'm sorry, Lisa. They asked me to ask you this question. Are you
Mm.
Kelly Marie CC22?
Who?
Are you? Do you go by Kelly Marie CC22?
No, that's not my handle.
Okay.
I don't have a CC handle.
All right. Go ahead. Go ahead. Are you a CC fan or Angel fan?
I do like her, but I'm not big on her now because she kind of sucks a little bit. I do like her because
Who's your favorite player?
well CC was, but she's not playing well right now.
Oh, okay. All right.
So I'm like whoever is playing like really well, who has a dynamic game like
so,
Olivia
so
Miles,
you
like
can jump from bandwagon to
no, it's
Gotcha.
who's entertaining. Like I'm not that invested. Like I turn on the TV, the game is crap. I'm like, okay, I don't want to watch this.
But you definitely not an Angel fan though.
I liked her like in college. Like I before I knew about their beef, I kind of liked her and Flash. Yeah, when they had the interview on the Breakfast Club, I was like, I was cool with her. Then,
So
yeah, I'm
what
not.
turned you off from Angel?
What turned me off?
Yeah.
I don't. I think you need to just make a name for yourself, independent of anybody. Like I just found she was just attaching herself a little bit too much to Caitlyn. Like just you can just stand on your own and just create your own brand. Like when she had her little talk show, every episode it will be CC this or C. I'm like, can you just have an episode just about you or something other than this girl? Interviews that she did. I'm like, stop talking about her. Let's just focus on you and your brand and whatever. She don't do that no more, which I'm pleased about. But yeah, and
Do
her
you
game is not really
understand
exciting
that?
to me.
Do you understand why the most people who know her is because of Angel? Do you understand that?
Well, I didn't really know her like that. I just like
No, I mean, do you understand why the most people who know Caitlin Clark is because of Angel?
well, I saw her in the I think it was State Farm commercial and then she was like she was like I can shoot. I'm like, yeah, you can probably shoot for a woman. Then I saw some clips on you. I'm like, wow, she's shooting as like deep as Steph, and then I became interested in her and her game and stuff like that. I wasn't really that invested.
So you think that she on her talk show she spoke a lot about CC?
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't remember. Like, so she speak about CC on her talk show.
Yeah, she did it a lot.
Brooklyn, a lot.
No,
You
not
said
that I
every
saw.
episode.
I
The
don't know what
first two
show she
episodes.
saw, but I didn't. But then again, I'm not. I wasn't really into. There's certain things that I'm not into. I wasn't really.
Because
I ain't
she
watched every
had
podcast, but the ones I did watch, she never talked about CC. So I
But
don't
she
right.
always
She
gives
had
you
she
like a
has
meaty
guests
comment.
and she has specific topics that she talk about on her show. Now, if you're talking about interviews, if someone asked her about because um Angel has always had her own lane and her own brand. You know, she came into the WNBA
Yeah, I know she
as a
had the most followers and
multi-millionaire,
all of
right?
that.
Did you know that?
Yeah, because that's where
So
I was following her. I wasn't really following the basketball.
did you know that Angel Reese has been a winner in basketball ever since she started playing basketball in
Yeah,
her
I know
life?
that too.
That she
But
won 4 championships in high school, two
I don't know
volleyball
4, but I know
championships in
she
high
won.
school. Say
she won
again.
5. She won 5 championships in high school.
That's pretty good.
She
She
won, but
won she won
she won.
6, two
She won
volleyball
4.
and 4. Huh?
Oh, okay. I didn't know what 6 you was talking about. I was gonna say she won 4
Yeah.
basketball and 1 in
Very good. Good
volleyball.
for her. Good for her.
She
The
won
winner.
2 in volleyball and 6 in 4 in basketball.
I
And
just
then
dropped a
came
link.
to WNBA.
Hold on, really quick. I just dropped a link in the chat. If anybody else agrees with Lisa or disagrees with Lisa,
I don't
no,
expect anybody to agree with me. I know
no.
this is
Listen.
pro
A lot of
angel.
people, you got to really. No. This is a pro Angel Reese chat, but that doesn't mean that is not my. So the reason why my channel was called A Perspective is because I don't care who agrees with me or disagree with me. My chat ain't about agree with everything I say.
Yeah.
See, like you can have your own opinion, and that's cool as long as it's respectful. That's why I don't have no issue with anything you saying. I disagree
No,
with some
I
things
expect the
you're
Black
saying.
Americans to pick on me. They pick on me for
But
my
No.
accent.
because you went
I'm never gonna pick on you because you gotta realize I'm from Brooklyn. I'm used to being around
we don't
Trinis
care.
yeah, I'm used to being around Trinis and Jamaicans and all that. This is not. I don't see. That's another thing too. Another thing that
Same
people
here.
don't. Another thing people don't realize about and you could tell me if this been your experience, Lisa, because I can't speak for you. I'm only speaking for people I spoke to before. This is true for Africans mainly, though, and maybe some Caribbean people. Because, like I said, the Caribbean people I know and grew up around, it was never no divide of y'all like this and we like this. Now, I know some of them was around, right? It's some people, because, again, some people from the Caribbean, like I said, they get taught from their parents, and, there's a certain type of thing. There's a certain type of thing that's instilled in them where they feel like they're better or they different or we're more
No, I
educated
don't
with
think
this,
that. I
with that.
think I'm
No,
better
I'm
than
not saying
anybody.
you. I'm not saying you. I'm telling you the things that I've experienced, right? I'm not saying this is not an indictment on you, Lisa. I'm saying the things that I've experienced. So I know that certain people are taught, and even if you say it's not you in the community, so other people, Lisa, you know other people who may feel like this, even if you don't feel like this. But it's people who feel like they're more educated. They come from the Caribbean and American Black people. That's just a fact, right? And because of that, they look down on American Black people when they get here, right? They feel like they better, they're more uppity, right? Not everybody's like that. Like I said, most of the Caribbean people I grew up around aren't like that. Most of the people that I personally grew up around, hold on, somebody else is in here.
Awesome.
Let me welcome Wody Mac and my other New York brethren to the chat. But before you go, Wody, let me Wody, you up here? Did I bring you up? Yeah, I did. All right, just wanted to make sure. All right, so before you go, let me finish what I'm saying. Again, I'm saying that some people are like that. That's not really my experience in my neighborhood. In my neighborhood where I grew up at, and the reason why I keep saying in my neighborhood is because Brooklyn is different. New York
Yeah.
is different. You go to different parts of New York, you're gonna meet different types of American Black people. You're gonna meet
Yeah.
different types of Caribbean people. So that's why I'm saying the people, the area I grew up in, and the mix we had, and the fact, if we really being honest, if you know anything about New York, if you know anything about Brooklyn, I grew up in Bushwick, Brooklyn. Bushwick, Brooklyn is half Black, half Spanish, right? So I grew up around a lot of Spanish people. I grew up around a lot of Caribbean people. Not many Africans. There probably maybe a few, but not many Africans. There was a lot of Spanish. There's a lot of Caribbean, and you have your outliners, your outliers of people who feel like they better, right? The Spanish people who feel like they better than you, the Caribbean people who feel like they better than you, and vice versa, whatever. But the most part, I would say 90% of me growing up, I ain't see or feel none of that. We all was together. We all felt like we was one. We was
They don't
all
think they're
together.
better though. They're just scared.
No, I'm
To
telling you,
interact.
no, that's cool. That's how you interpret it. I'm telling you my experience. Right? This is my
Hey,
experience,
Brooklyn,
right?
how old are you by any chance?
I'm 39.
Okay.
I'm 39. So yeah. So everybody that I grew up around aren't really on that type of time of your cultures like this, my cultures like that. Whether it's Spanish, whether it's Caribbean, Blacks, or whatever, it's not really a divide. It's more of a unity thing. We more together as one. That's what I'm used to with the people I grew up around. So but I wanted to touch on something that you said earlier. I wasn't able to get it out. So I just want to be clear. I think, and I kind of, first of all, I want to thank you for coming to the panel.
Yeah,
I want to,
I was just
and I
wondering,
appreciate. No, listen, I appreciate your point of view. I do appreciate it, but I keep hearing you say the word. So I think for you more big on the word protected species and what it means and where it comes from and why people shouldn't be offended. Like that's what I keep hearing from you, right? So
I
correct
don't get
me.
offended at any of it. If you call me the N word, like none of it, because I'm like,
Right.
okay, I don't need to talk to you. Bye.
Right. No, but that's a great attitude to have. But you gotta understand. You got to understand that most people aren't offended. Nobody can call me a nigga and is going to offend me, but I'm going to still punch you in your face.
Catch one, but...
Why?
Right? I'm going to still punch you in your face. So you got to realize certain things is principle. Respect is respect. You can't disrespect me if you can't disrespect me even if what you're saying don't offend me. Right?
Right.
And then on top of that, not only can you not disrespect me even if what you're saying don't offend me, you got to realize at some point the playing field got to be level. Just how you say, ain't nobody better than you, and this, just that, and right? Like you feel whatever. So if that's the case, you got to feel like that across the board. And when I say you got to feel like that across the board, I used the example with Kyrie earlier, right? Another example is this, right? We know in the gay community, right? In the gay community, you could not be a homophobic person, but maybe you'll use the F word, right? I don't want to say it, but you know what the F word is, right?
Yeah.
If you use the F word, it's going to be consequences. You do know that a lot of, you don't think that's true? You don't think you could lose your job or you could?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Okay, so if it's of course, why is it of course for them, but not a of course for Black Americans?
No, it depends on
you get what I'm saying? Hold on. I don't want you to miss my point. Hold on, listen. I don't want you to miss my point. You cannot be homophobic and use the F word, right? And you can listen. You just talked about how things is used in England. You do know what a cigarette is called in England, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So for the ones who don't know, a cigarette
is the same F word.
It's the same F word. Because everybody might not know that. If you from America, they call a cigarette the F word that you would call that somebody I don't like somebody that's homophobic.
Man.
Yeah, somebody that's homophobic may call a homosexual person, right? It's the same F word. My point is if you use that word, even if you're not being homophobic and you offend somebody who is, you do know it might be some
what's the word? I can't think of the word. Not really repercussions, but let's use that. It could be repercussions behind that. Meaning, you may have to say, "Oh, I didn't mean to offend. I didn't know. That's not how I meant it, but I apologize." Right? I apologize for offending you, right? Or I apologize for. So you do know that that's a thing, and that's the right thing to do, right? If you offend a group of people by saying something that you didn't mean to be offensive, but you said it, it's you should be nice
Yeah,
enough
but the
to be
British
like,
people would support that person. Like if they made that charge online, they'd be like, nah.
but but listen, if that's the case, and I'm not, you probably right? But let me give you perspective, right? And I'm not trying to change your mind. I don't care if you agree with me or not. But those British people that support that people, that'll show how low IQ they have, right? Because
No,
I'm the
because they
type
know
of
what they
person.
mean.
Let me give you an example. No, let me give you an example. I'm the type of person who could look at something like let's say yourself, right? Let's say if you do something, like for instance, I'm gonna keep it real with you. You done said some things up here that's gonna offend a bunch of American blacks. Do you
What did
care?
I say? That is
Okay.
offensive.
Okay. Again, I'm not offended by it, but
No, I want to know so I can
now I'm about to
correct
tell
it.
you. I'm not offended by it, but saying that American blacks are victims
No,
or
I
want
didn't
to
say
be
they're
victims. Yeah,
victims.
let me finish. Don't get offended. You get defensive, girl. Don't get defensive. Don't get defensive. So what you saying is you're not a victim. You're basically saying that they are victims. That is what you're
No,
saying
what I'm
without
saying
saying.
is that
Oh no, I understand what you're saying. You don't gotta explain it. Let me finish what I'm saying, right? And I'm gonna let you talk because I really want to hear what you got to say. But I want my thought to be heard and I want it to be clear. With you saying that you're not a victim is you basically pointing out all the people, you pointing the finger towards all the people who may take offense to that and saying that they are victims. You get what I'm saying? And to tell to have a bunch of people who went through whatever the history, not even whatever, we know the history is in this country, right? Because you say things like, oh, a white person, this, that, and the third from your point of view, but you got to realize being black in America and everything that black people went through in this country wasn't always from it wasn't always something that
but
they
you
could.
didn't go through that.
That's even disrespectful, and I can explain that too. But I get everything you saying is telling me that you, and I say this respectfully. I hope you don't take no offense to this, but you're a very unaware person. Like
No, my ancestors
lack.
were
No,
slaves.
it's
But
cool.
That's what
Listen,
I
I
was
believe
saying.
it. I believe it, and it's cool. And I'm not mad at nothing you saying, but I could tell by the way you talking that you really not educated on a lot of this stuff. You probably a really smart woman, but at the same time, you don't understand other
I do
people's plight.
understand.
You don't really have
Hey,
empathy.
Brooklyn.
You
I
see everything.
advocate for
You
the
see everything
70s
from your
blacks.
lives.
Hey, Brooklyn.
And I'm gonna be honest with, hold on, Travis, give me the floor for a second. I'm gonna give you the floor back. And I'm gonna be honest with you. You being real defensive right now because you won't even let me talk. Like every time I
Okay.
say two words,
Okay,
we
my
double
bad.
dutching. We double dutching. You get what I'm saying? But yeah, so so again, the word protected species, right? And where it comes from. I get that's how you feel and that's how you look at it. But at the end of the day, none of that matters when it comes to offending a group. If you offend a group, no matter who the group is, you get what I'm saying. Or even if you don't offend a group, it might not be an offensive thing. That's why I brought up the examples I brought up because it's not about being offended. It's about when this group, if something happens to the gays, is going to be repercussions in your words. If something happened to the Jews,
Yeah.
regardless of you anti-Semitic person or not, is going to come to the blacks.
Yeah.
The rules change, right? Because with
No, I'm
us,
going to defend the blacks if there's a
no,
real
I
reason to
understand.
defend the blacks.
I'm not talking about you personally and what you would do. And I appreciate you being an ally. But what I'm saying is it need to be the same type of repercussions for blacks that it is for every other group. For whatever reason, when it comes down to black people and black people getting disrespected, when it comes down to racistness being towards black people, everybody's stance on that is you shouldn't take it. You shouldn't take it so offensively. Even if it's offensive, right? You just said I wouldn't be offended. So even if something is said that's offensive, you shouldn't be offended by it. You shouldn't want any reaction to it. But yet every other group, regardless if you meant to do it or not, or you meant to be offensive or not, they get they repercussions, right?
Because that's a genuine offensive term against them. Like if you use the F word against that community, that is very
No, but
offensive.
no. It can be, but it can't be because here again, you're not from America, so I don't know. You know, y'all curse words is different, but
No, we
here,
have that word too. We
no.
use
But
that
what I'm
word as
saying
well.
here, when we use that word, it ain't to be offensive towards gay people. But you
Really?
still can't. You still can't. No, yeah. I will call. Listen, if I'm talking to another straight man or a straight one, whatever, and I just want to be disrespectful, I just want to use a curse word like any other curse word. I will say that, but I'm not saying that in the thoughts that you actually out here having sex with, you know what I mean, with the same sex. I'm not saying that and thinking that. You get what I'm saying? It's just another
Yeah.
curse word to say. But my point is, regardless if that's how it's used, you still can't say it. Why? Because it's offensive to a group of people. So you still have to be respectful and mindful for that group of people and say, oh, they might be offended by this, even though I don't mean it that way. That's why I even use the word cigarette, right? Because that's
Hmm.
not even a curse word. And you could be
Yeah.
talking freely if you went to Hot Track's point, if you're not in England and you in America and you talking freely about your cigarettes in the wrong place and you say that, you're gonna be offensive to people. It is what it is. Like regardless if you mean to or not, you're gonna be
Yeah.
offending people.
Ignorance
And
is
and
not an
regardless
excuse.
and regardless if they take it offensive or not, it's just it shows the humanity in you to say, you know what, I apologize because there is a history there that happened. And I land my plane with this because we got a few people on the
Yeah.
panel.
I'm gonna jump off because other
No, no,
people
you
they
don't
had to
have to
get their
because I
points in.
appreciate. Listen, I hope this ain't the last time we hear from you. I appreciate your opinions.
Thank you.
Like I
You guys
said,
are very respectful.
just
I
because
appreciate
just
that.
because we disagree on this one thing, don't mean we can't talk about basketball. Like
It
I don't
Yeah.
was
want
something
you
else I
not an
wanted to
enemy. I want you to know you're not an enemy to my channel. I don't dislike you, right? Like it's you
No, it's
good with
all
me.
good. It's all
So
good.
you definitely. But I land my plane with this because you
Alrighty.
said this because this one thing that I feel like I strongly disagree with. Just because in my lifetime, you're right, I didn't go through slavery. To say that it don't affect me is crazy. You get what I'm
How it
saying?
affects you? I'm
Because
not a
It
slave.
affects
Neither are
it,
me.
you.
it affects you in many ways.
You
One
know how
way,
much stuff was taken from my
hold on,
family
hold on. Here's one way
that
where
I
it
could have
affects.
inherited?
Hold on. Hey, there you go. You
Uh-huh.
actually making a yeah. You actually make it because that's the point I was
Go
gonna say.
ahead.
You
Go
you
ahead.
make
Go
it.
ahead.
All right, we saying the same thing. That's why I said you say it. But here's one way where it affects you directly, not maybe you because you know you view yourself as different than American blacks, but it affects American blacks directly. You got to realize like it's certain things because of slavery ending, and then certain things not being allowed to black people, just like you said, getting loans and certain
Hmm.
things like that white people was able to get, and so they was able to pass a home down, pass certain things down to their
Tell her to look
children,
up
It's
the
is
so
black
their
that
laws.
rulership
today,
time.
so that's
It's their
hold
time to
on,
rule.
excuse me,
It's their time to rule. We had our time to
it's their
rule.
time to rule.
Yeah, we
Oh,
were
you
the
talking?
pharaohs of Egypt. We
Oh, you
ruled
talking?
the
Okay.
ancient world.
So to me, okay. Listen, if that's how you feel, cool. If you just disregarded everything I said to say that, it just shows like again, you don't really care. Like you don't really care to
I
understand. Like
care.
you just see it from which is cool. And like I said, I'm gonna land my plane with that. Like I said, I respect your opinion. I appreciate you coming to the panel.
Thank you so
Um,
much.
absolutely. Let me welcome Jonathan and Gonzalez also to the chat because he jumped up here too.
Hey, Brooklyn.
Hold on, Jonathan. Wody, you still up here?
Yeah, can you hear me though?
I bet I can hear you. I can hear Jonathan. I can hear
I
Hot
had to
Track.
fix my mic.
Wody. What's up? You got something to say?
Well, all right. Well, I'll give you a little foresight in my background. I was born in the Bronx, born and pretty much raised here in America, right? Born in the Bronx, raised part of my life in
I
Louisiana, and then
apologize
came
that you
back
was
to New
born
York.
in. I apologize. You're from the Bronx, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm sorry about that.
I'll tell you one thing, just like how for a lot of people being from different places, it give you a completely different perspective of life, my G. Right? Whereas like Brooklyn is starting to get to be for the hipsters. And if you was raised in Midtown Manhattan, Lower Manhattan, like yeah, like not get if you feel me, experiencing different
No,
walks
I
of
feel
life
you.
and
I'm
different
joking. My
levels of
girl
life.
from the Bronx. I'm joking
Yeah,
with you.
I'm telling you, bro, like and maybe it's my bias being from the Bronx and people from the Bronx, bro, we have like a third world view of the world, man. And if you can make it out of there, you can make it anywhere. That's just my opinion, you know.
Right.
Anyway, I was born to a mother who's from the island, right? Antigua, island of Antigua, and my father was born in the late 40s and came up and graduated high school right about the year before desegregation. So he in North Carolina, right? So my mother from the islands and my father from North Carolina, but they had me here, right? My father's perspective, though, which you would think though would be potentially different because he experienced a lot of those things in segregation where white stayed on one side of town. He's from Hickory, North Carolina, so on and so forth. But his modern day perspective of life is completely uh anti how you say opposite to maybe a lot of people who are left leaning or liberal leaning. And then my mother, of course, from where she's from, they stress the importance of education to bring yourself up out of your current standing situation. And I'm one of those people. I like to go back and look into the history of like what life was like through different decades, through different times, and make it in comparison and look in comparison to where we are and what life is like for us now. And I have the personal outlook that ain't really nothing that nobody can do that I'm not gonna do to myself to hinder my own progress
Amen.
or potential in life.
That's
And
understood.
I'll summarize it and leave it like that. We can fork it off and go with it may, but I am truly a firm believer in my shortcomings in life is the shortcomings of my choices. That's all.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Jonathan Gonzalez, what's up, bro? You got something?
Yeah, I was gonna ask Lisa something, but I think she left the chat, so never mind. Um,
Nah, she's still here.
yeah, but oh, okay.
I think so.
Someone want to accuse Lisa of saying that Angel mentioned Caitlin Clark in one of her podcast shows.
Hmm.
And I was trying to see if that was true. Like, did you really accuse Angel of mentioning Caitlin in her podcast?
Yeah, I would watch the first 5 or so episodes that she had, and almost all
Mm.
of them is just about Caitlyn, some topic or mention her throughout the show, or just some mention of Caitlyn.
Oh, I missed
Are you
that.
sure she mentioned it? Because the only time I know when she mentioned Caitlyn is when Shaq was like talking to her about how to bring the game up and all that, and all she said was, CC, brought the attention about shooting the logo threes and all that.
Jonathan,
I
her
don't,
co-host,
I
which was her
don't,
cousin, brought it up as a topic in
yeah,
one episode. Her
yeah. So
co-host,
other than
one
that,
of the
I
episode
don't
that
remember
Shaq was in there, her
Caitlin Clark,
co-host cousin
saying
brought
none
it
of
up
this
one
stuff.
too.
Bringing up Caitlin Clark. And this was, and
Well,
that's
I
what I
watched
want
all five
to.
of the first episode, so I'm 100% sure
You
that she
sure it
did.
wasn't the
Yeah, and
same
I just like I
episode,
said to
Free
Jonathan,
Brand?
her co-host, who is her cousin, in one of the earlier episodes, she brought up Caitlin Clark. I forgot what in reference to, but as a topic.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah,
Outside of
and
her
that's
Shaq
when
being
it has something to do with like her fans, demeaning her, sexualizing her, and being racist towards her. Like that's like the only time she brought her up, and that's not an issue because it's important to know like what she's been going through since she won the championship, and you know what I'm saying. That's like if you have a terrible fan base and they always attacking you, and that fan base come from that person, of course that person's gonna mention the other person, you know,
They live too much on
and
social media, though. They need to stop that.
yeah,
Who
Really
cares what
quick,
yeah,
let
like
me
nobody say?
hold on, y'all. Really quick, let me invite somebody else up to the
They
panel.
make millions off of social media.
It looked like your name is Zero. Am I saying it correct?
Yeah,
All right.
excuse the background. I'm at work right now.
Everybody welcome. Everybody welcome Zero to the chat. What's good, Zero? You got you got something to say? What you got?
Yeah, well, I mean, like, it's one thing like saying she did have talked about Caitlyn on her podcast. Now, I'm not saying she was demeaning Caitlyn or anything like that. I think her first episode literally had the thumbnail of Caitlyn Clark on her first episode, and I believe she changed it after that. But she spoke about CC a couple of times throughout her whole shit. But I'm not, and I say
Hold on,
that
Zero.
not to.
Zero, give me 1 second. Hold your thought. Do me a favor. If you're not talking, everybody mute your mic so that the sound of whoever's talking is clear. Because I hear like somebody got background noise. So if you're not talking, just mute your mic, and then whoever's talking, and when they finish, you unmute. Yeah, Zero.
Yeah, so it's like I'm not saying it like as into like create a divisive narrative. Angel has spoken on CC, but it was nothing never really negative. Like which I was talking about. Like some of it was about her experience through the whole situation with the finals and like the toxic fan base, the media spin. But I don't think she really talks about the media spin, which I think is a big part of why there's such a division between all this stuff going on. It's a lot of the media's work, creating the narrative and shit like that. Excuse my French, sorry.
No, you
But
good, Brody.
yeah, but like the way I look at it is I'm very fair when I look at all that stuff. When I look at the comments that Sandy made when it came to the protected species, I'm a sports fan. So I'm aware of where the term came from. So when I heard she used it, I already instantly knew what it was. Now, a lot of people's not going to understand that, which I think why context is important because it all happened so crazy. And then the term racist was just thrown out there without any actual proof that the intent was to be racist.
Right.
So it's no hate on Angel Reese because just like y'all, I've also followed Angel Reese through high school. The same with Cece. I followed Juju. I was watching that whole entire run. So
How many
it's
times you hear somebody use that term though here in the United States?
here protected species here in the United States, never. But I'm
You
aware
never
of
heard
it
it,
'cause
right? So
I've heard it over there.
it's not strange for the response that was given them, right?
Well, for people to sit there upwards and say that it's
It is
racist
if you
without
don't understand what
context,
it means.
yeah, I understand. If you don't understand what it means, then you can go look it up just to be sure.
I say
Because
by
I
tracks
want
you
to
be
sit
back
there.
and fit. If I had tracks, I
Yo,
say you be back
hold
and
on.
fit for no
Let's do
reason.
this. Like
You know
I
what I mean?
said, this a better. Hold on. It's a better show when you got one person talking at a time. I don't want people talking over people. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
So right now, Zero has the mic, and Zero is speaking. Let Zero speak, and if you have a rebuttal or anything, wait till Zero's finished, or even ask. Because sometimes what I do is, if I think somebody like, 'cause, sometimes people slow down and you don't know, like, are they finished? Are they still? So I kind of ask people like, yo, can I jump in, or are you done? Like, what I mean, I kind of
Yeah.
ask, and you can do that, but don't
All
don't
right.
don't
I got
don't over talk or interrupt anybody, please. I want everybody's
you.
opinion to be heard, regardless if we agree or disagree. I want everybody's opinion heard, and I want everybody to have one mic. I want it to be clear, please. All right, guys, Zero.
Yeah, like I feel like this. I've never heard it used here, but because I watch sports, even I used to watch the AFL also. So you hear it when you're watching that stuff. Maybe not everybody is as prone to, dipping and dabbling into like foreign sports as some of us are, but you hear it. Now, I'm not gonna sit there and say I would sit there and argue that maybe it was, bad timing and in poor taste, but to outright call somebody racist and not understand the intent or the context behind it, I think we get a little ahead of ourselves judging everything as racist.
Well, can I interject right there, Zero?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Let me ask real quick, because you must be talking about the stuff you saw. Because I haven't heard nobody on here call her racist. In fact, when I first started, how long have you been in here? Have you been in here since the beginning of the topic, or you joined like in the middle?
Mm. I joined probably like in the middle.
Okay, so you didn't hear, and that's fine. But when I first started this topic, I said I believe Sandra Brondello is an ally to Angel. I said I think she's a good person. I said I don't think she's racist. I said all of those things. I said, with all that said, though, I think apology is deserved. Maybe I don't know if Lisa also missed it. I don't know when she joined, but I gave Sandra Brondello credit in saying that I think that she's one of the good ones. I don't think that she was trying to be racist or anything like that. But as human beings, Zero, and you tell me how you feel about this. Is I can't speak for you, right? But as human beings, sometimes we can have the best of intentions. We could be the best of people, but sometimes we mistake. We misspeak, and we make mistakes, right? And in those times, right, when we misspeak and make mistakes, I don't think
Mhm.
it's. I don't think that you. Some of us, it might be an ego thing. I love to listen. I don't mind apologizing if I'm wrong. I don't think. I don't think it makes you a small person if you say, you know what, I could see how you feel that way, or I could see where, I may have misspoke. I could see how that, what I mean? I didn't mean it by that in that way. I'm not that type of person. I want you to know, by all means, I'm an ally to you guys. Listen, I'm a man in women's sports. You get what I'm saying? And in women's sports, that's why. Listen, we already know, and I don't know what side you. I don't know if you a CC fan, Zero. I don't know if you were a Angel fan or
I'm a
whatever the
fan.
case.
I'm a fan of both.
Cool. You're a fan of both. I don't really believe people when they say that. I feel like people lean one more way than the other. You could like both. Like me, I like CC, but I'm an Angel fan, right? I prefer Angel. Most people lean towards one way more. But okay, cool. You're a fan of both, right? The reason why I say that is, as an Angel fan, even when I talk about CC, I try not to cross a line. She's a woman at the end of the day. Not only she's a woman, she's a young woman. I'm a 39, just like I just said. CC about 20, 22, 23? I'm gonna watch my
24, I believe.
I'm gonna watch my mouth. I'm gonna watch my mouth how I speak about
CC's
CC.
24.
Right. Okay. I'm
Yeah.
gonna watch my mouth. I'm gonna watch my mouth how I speak about these young women. You get what I'm saying? That's how I operate. But everybody, as you can see, don't operate like that. People say the foulest things about Angel, right?
Oh, yeah.
Lisa
I don't.
just said people call CC a white bee. I never seen that, right? And I don't
They
speak.
have.
I'm not saying they. I'm not disagreeing. I'm not saying they don't. What I'm saying is I don't speak about her like that, nor have the people in my circles, because I know some of these other content creators who talk about these things, speak about her like that. So now
Mhm.
y'all talking about, if we really want to do that, we really want to start talking about anybody who say anything. It's the internet, so you're gonna hear. You're gonna see the worst, the extremes of the extremes on the internet. You get what I'm saying? Like certain people,
Exactly.
right? So again, I'm not talking about the extremes when I speak. I try to speak in majorities, right? And I'm on Twitter, I'm on Threads, I'm on all of these things, and I see a bunch of CC fans, I see a bunch of Angel fans. I speak to them every day. People not out here calling CC a white bee. I'm not saying it never happened. I'm talking about majorities now. Now I don't know how much y'all on Twitter and speaking to these people, if y'all in these communities, but I'm really in these communities. People are not out here in the masses like, oh, this white B, this white B, that. They're not saying that. You get what I'm saying? I'm not
Mhm.
saying nobody ever said that in life, but I'm just talking about the majorities now of the people of the channels I'm on. A bunch of us is on the same channels, right? It's a whole bunch of channels out here that speak about Angel and Cece. You don't. In some of these channels, I don't even know because they knew I'm not subscribed to all of them. I don't see them talking about CC like that. I'm just being honest. Now, again, y'all might have the one channel. Y'all can show me like, oh no, this guy does it. But again, I'm talking in majorities, right? So anyway, I say all that to say though, you could be the best person with the best intentions and do something wrong and apologize. Like, what's the problem with that?
Well,
My
I
issue,
never
my
heard
issue,
Angel say that she said
What?
she was racist.
Hold on. Let me hear Zero's response to that though, because
Okay.
what's the
my thing
uh,
is, me, I'm the type of person that I get passionate, and if I say something, I know what I'm saying, and I know how I mean it. So, like for example, I'm just going back with the example of somebody calling me racist. This is what I mean. I'm not racist, and I'll continue to explain what it is that was my intention behind it. If you
oh, you
choose to
saying
still
that
consider
you
me,
saying somebody called you racist? I was talking about Sandy Brondello.
no, I don't. I'm just giving an example as
Oh,
towards
okay,
how I am. So if
okay.
somebody calls me racist for something, even though I'm not racist and that's not my intent behind it, I'm not going to sit there and apologize. I'm just going to let you know this is what I mean, because there's the intent behind, there's the intent and the context. Then I understand there's also the impact. But like with the protective species, obviously not everybody's going to know what that is. So I'll explain it. This is what it is. So my intent behind it isn't to be racist. that was also coming on the back end of the fact that Angel ended up injuring Nayara. But we're so focused with the racism and the word that was used that we don't even we don't even acknowledge the fact that a girl was injured on the play involving injuries.
Okay, you kind of confusing me because you saying we. That's not true because I did. Like
No, no,
I seen the play,
mhm.
right? Let me tell you from my point of view, right? First of all, you didn't answer my question, but we gonna move past that.
What
From my from my
you say
point
that
of view,
again?
hold on. I said you didn't. I asked you a question. You didn't quite get to that. But I'm gonna answer your question, or I'm gonna answer the statement that you just said. You said that everybody's ignoring the fact that Sably got hurt. That's not true. When I watched the replay, the first thing because I seen the girl fall on the floor. So the first thing I did was watch the replay, and I said, "Well, let me see what Angel did. Did Angel do something to make her fall on the floor?" Unless you saw
Hmm.
something different, it was a regular basketball play, correct?
It was a basketball play. She lowered the
Okay, so
shoulder
right,
into her chest.
right. That's a basketball play, if I'm not mistaken, right? How many players threw their shoulders in the other player's chest in a post up, right? That's how you play basketball, correct? That's normal.
Unfortunately, she got injured off of that,
Unfortunately,
and I'm
she
not saying
did.
it's you. I'm not saying it's just you because just like me, I'm not like everybody else. Like with the Kyrie situation, I advocated for Kyrie in that situation, on all the situations. But back to this, not everybody else was highlighting that because they were too focused on the racist term that was used,
Right.
the perceived racist term. So it's like it got all
So,
muddied and
all
mixed
right. So
up, and then we just started. Mhm.
let me ask you this question then. So you feel like, because I just want to know where you stand, and however you feel, I'm cool with. I really don't care. Again, you don't have to. Just channeling about you agreeing with me. So I don't care how you feel, but I'm just curious on your perspective. So it sounds like from what I'm hearing you say is you feel like that Sandy said nothing wrong, and that Angel didn't deserve an apology, in your opinion.
That's my opinion. Yeah.
All right, cool. That's what it sounded like. You just wasn't saying that. I just wanted to be clear
Oh no, I
about that.
always said that. I was just getting getting the point and shit. Excuse my friend. I was just getting the point across.
And he
Okay.
also said Angel injured Sabat. um,
Well, it was the contact involving Angel and Sabri, right? So at that point, she was the one that injured her. Not saying it was intentional, but that was just what the situation ended up becoming.
Yeah, but you
She
did
didn't
say
have
it in a way
to.
like that's why I had to specify as a basketball player. You did say it in a way as if like Angel hurt
like
that
she
girl.
hurt her. So let me ask you a question, bro. Let me ask you a question. So do you think that the coach has a responsibility to conduct herself in a certain way and use a certain language?
That just all depends. Like based off of what was there, you could have asked
It
her to explain that. Simple as that. It's not like she called it the N word. That's just how it's perceived because we're here in America.
all right. So, but look at
But
this, right?
everybody should be, huh?
Sorry. Go ahead.
But I would agree that everybody, whether it's a coach, a player, have a responsibility to conduct themselves professionally. But again, we all get caught up in our emotions in the moment.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. Would this have been avoided if she would have addressed that player by her name, her nickname, her number, or her position? Would this be an issue right now? Because that's the
Maybe,
only
maybe
way that a
not,
coach is
depending on
supposed to address a player.
maybe, maybe not. Everybody is different. I
But
think it probably would be different, but you still have people out there who are ignorant enough to still take it personally. So,
listen, look, one thing that's not different
I,
is how the coach is supposed to address a player professionally.
true.
The league didn't step in because she said something racial. They stepped in because she addressed her in a manner in which she should not have. They don't know her intentions behind that. Nobody does. You can't say that she wasn't saying nothing racist, and I can't say that she was definitively saying something racist just because it's an Australian slang. Nobody knows her intentions behind that. So a person to say, "Oh, that's what she meant," or a person to say she did, that like unless you in her head, you don't know. But what the league does know is what she did wrong, and that's why she was reprimanded. And for people to not think that an apology was owed because she stepped outside of the professional boundaries that she was supposed to be in as the leader and the ambassador of the WNBA. So do you disagree with that?
And then after he answered, we're gonna let Lisa give. We're gonna let her chime in. Then after Lisa, we're gonna let Wody Mack chime in again. And then after
Right.
Wody Mack, we're gonna let Jonathan chime in. Get Zero. You can answer the question if you want.
Firstly, I disagree, but I'll concede and say that you do have a point.
That's respectable. I respect that.
You can't do nothing but respect it. You know what I mean? We can't do
Well,
Yeah,
nothing but
but the
respect
reason
it.
no, but the reason why I absolutely hot shots. But the reason why I'm saying I do respect it is because there are certain people out there who will be dead to rights and will still be like, but nah, like, you know what I mean? And still try to
Right.
argue. It's like, come on, logic
Yeah.
is logic, common sense is common sense. You get what I'm saying? So I do appreciate him like recognizing that. Did you have more to say, Zero, or do you gonna let somebody else go?
I'm just like, I think you send energy regardless of the situation. So whether it's a white person, a black person, regardless of who, it's my response isn't tailored based off of race or sex or nothing like that. If I see one thing one way, then it's like that regardless of who it is.
Yeah.
Like I said,
What's
I
your
agree.
what's your background, Zero? What's your nationality?
I'm black. I'm
Okay.
black. Yeah, I'm Irish, German, Jamaican, Cherokee Indian.
Well, dang.
Okay. So that's
You from New York?
but you are black, but
Brooklyn.
that's disingenuous to be like, because when you say I'm black, most people gonna assume that means I'm African American. So, but yet you are black, but you are
Well, my grandfather's roots, he's more black than anything. So his roots come, from West Africa.
right. No, but what I'm
But
saying
I
is you
also
are
have other
Caribbean. You got
roots that was
Caribbean in
born
you.
from. Yeah,
Yeah. And that's cool. Like I said, where I come from, that don't even matter. It matters to certain people in different places depending on where they're from. But where I come from, we all, like you said, we all black, and we don't even like we'll say some people will say they Jamaican, and some people say they're Trinity because they are, right? But it don't mean nothing. At the end of the day, where I come from, everybody kind of like one. That's kind of how we give it up where I come from. But what you from New York too, Zero?
Brooklyn,
Oh, you from
born and
Brooklyn?
raised.
What part of Brooklyn?
Right now, I live borderline Richmond Hills.
That's Queens, bro. Like you trying to lie?
No, I still live in the Brooklyn section. I live borderline Brooklyn, Queens, but I'm
Yeah,
still in Brooklyn.
but Richmond Hill is Queens though.
Yeah, that's a little further up. I live on the border. Like I live over there.
Where ain't no, but you
I live
said it
by
like there's a Brooklyn
I
part
live
and a
by
Queens
Highland
part.
Park.
It ain't no Brooklyn part of Richmond.
Well, that's the closer part of Queens that I remember off the name and stuff like that. Me, I was born in Fairfield Projects, raised in Red Hook and Whitehall. I lived in
Got you.
Bushwick and I just moved further up.
How
But
long
I'm,
was you in
I'm
Bushwick?
not, huh? I was
How
in
long?
Bushwick for about maybe 4 years.
Okay. What part? 'Cause
I used to live down there
Bushwick.
by Gates
There's
Ave.
two sides of Bushwick. What part?
Gates Ave.
Yeah, that's where I'm from. Grove Street. You know Grove?
Yeah, that's a little further up.
Yeah, I'm from
I used
Grove.
to
Yeah,
live right.
that's two. That's like 2 blocks up. You saying it like it's far. I don't know if I trust you. I feel like you on the map right.
Nah, bro. Nah,
That's what's up.
never
That's what's
that.
up. You from the town. You from the town. That's what's up. I'm from
Hey, Brooklyn.
Yeah.
So what
Yeah,
I'm
so
what I'm seeing is like a divide between personal and business with this topic. Like
Okay.
when you're handling things business, like you know, from like on the corporate side of things, what she did is like you know not good. It wasn't professional.
yeah,
It
the
was
business side is not.
no excuses for it. Now on the personal side, people could feel like, oh well, she didn't mean, but that's not business.
Well, yeah, of course not.
So
Like
That's
me,
a
I'm
great
looking
point.
at it. I'm
that's
looking
the
at it personally.
difference.
That's a great point. That's a great point.
And
Let
the
me
and the, and the corporate had to handle business. That's why they did what they did.
yeah, that's a
Yeah,
great
And
point.
it
Let me
didn't have
I,
nothing to
wa-
do with race. It
I
had
want
something to do with her not being professional.
right. We gonna come back. Everybody gonna have multiple times to speak. I just want to get everybody opinion, like a chance to give their opinion. Maybe they got new thoughts, or whatever the case
Yeah.
may be. If I come to you and you be like, maybe somebody else said what you said, and you don't have no thoughts. That's fine. You could just say, you know what I mean. But Lisa, you got something for the
No, I was just
conversation?
looking in the chat. Like while I was talking, I wasn't paying attention to it. So while I was muted, I was looking through, and I saw like Kenyatta, or whatever her name is, or some other people. They had some words for me. I'm like, baby girl, I don't care. Like,
Baby girl.
like it means nothing to me. Like you saying now, oh, get her ass out of here. She from the island. She don't know. Like, whatever. When I got here, my sister gave me the best advice ever. She's like, because when you're from New York, you have to develop thick skin. Like New Yorkers are not weak people. So
hmm
she's telling me like, don't let anybody bother you. Don't listen to anything they say. You have to keep focus on whatever. So that helped me a lot. So I don't really care what you got to say in the chat. Like, kiss my black beep beep
Yeah,
beep. I don't care
that's
what
your
y'all
New
got to say.
York
I say what
attitude.
I
That's
had
a
to say, and
fact.
that's it. I
That's a
stand by
fact. You're
it.
not
So if you
lying.
got a problem, go back to the islands. You can, you can. What can you do?
Yo,
Keep
I want to say
keyboard
too.
warrior.
Let's be clear. My chat, because I am from New York, right, and because New York is a melting pot. And I said this earlier. This shows you how real I am. I'm not just saying this now. You go find my tweet. I just said this a few hours ago on Twitter. I'm inclusive and protective to all. Well, first of all my black brothers and sisters. Period. But definitely, I protect black women, right? And I protect black women whether you American black women, whether you are a Caribbean black woman, or whether you are Afro black women, because a lot of people don't realize like um and I learned this too. Like I didn't know till recently that Mexicans or Spanish people in general could be considered white or black. I didn't know that. I just
hmm
thought they were Spanish. But I didn't know about my Afro brothers and sisters from all across the globe, right? Like whether you Brazilian or whether you whatever you are, Latina. So all my Afro Latinas and all my Caribbean black women or my American black women, this chat is inclusive to everybody. Black men too, black Afro men. I'm just specifying black women, but this chat is inclusive to everybody. I just want to be clear. We're gonna have obviously um this world isn't black and white, right? This world has gray area. So because of that, we're gonna have conversations sometimes where it might seem like, because I even seen the chat and I could tell, listen, we having an open discussion right now, and everybody on the panel is gonna understand what I'm saying, because everybody in the panel got some level of melanin, right?
Yeah.
Everybody in the panel gonna
Absolutely.
understand what I'm saying. We having a conversation that's really amongst each other in the public right now. So everybody get a chance to watch and see. Right. This is typically a conversation that everybody wouldn't be privy to, because you don't need to. It's none of your business. You get what I'm saying? But right now we having a
Some
conversation.
people don't think there's a such thing as black business though.
That's a fact. That's a fact. But my point is, my
I was just throwing
but
a friendly shot just now. That was a
not.
friendly shot.
But my
It was
point
a
is saying,
joke.
what I'm saying is, even though I'm not posting some of the stuff I'm seeing because it's not necessary, I'm reading some of the nasty
Right.
stuff people are saying, right? And it's like I'm just ignoring it. I'm ignoring certain things because it's a time and a place. There's a time and a
Yeah.
place for certain things. Right now, I feel like the conversation we having on the panel is impactful, and I feel like it's a good conversation. So that's why
See. Yep.
Yeah, so that's why we having a conversation. But there's certain people in the chat that's not of the community or not of the code or not whatever you want to say, and they chiming in with like jokes. They chiming in with like, and I'm just choosing to ignore that because that's not important right now. What's important is hearing different sides. I feel like everybody's opinion on what they got to say is important. You know what I mean? Regardless if I agree with you or not. It is important because you get to hear a different side of how somebody felt. And I may agree with certain parts of what you say, right? Just because I disagree with like maybe the for lack of a better term, meat and potatoes of your argument, like the main part of your argument, it might be certain other things you say that I do agree with. You get what I'm saying? So I appreciate everybody. Zero, I appreciate your opinion. I appreciate your opinion, Lisa. The same thing with Wody Mac, who's up next after Lisa and Gonzalez. And then, me and Hot Tracks is pretty much up here singing the same tune. So you already know I appreciate what you're saying. But Lisa, I don't know if that's you just wanted to get that off real quick or you got more to say.
Yeah, I'm just cracking up because Kenyatta, take a Xanax. Drink some water, baby.
So, hey, I got a question for you.
Hold on, Track. Hold on. Save that question. We're gonna go around and we're gonna come back to you and then you can pose the question. So Wody Mac, you got something to say? Is Wody Mac still on the panel?
I was muted. Sorry about that. Yeah, I was
muted.
You
good, brother. You good. Yeah, everybody else mute up. Everybody else mute up. Let Wody Mac have the floor. Go ahead, Wody Mac.
We touched a lot of different areas on this topic, and the brother did say one thing that I think stands out. The brother that you brought up recently, as far as the term determining of itself, protected species, where it's not something commonly, hardly ever, if ever, used in sports jargon here in the United States. And my only real issue is, yes, according to what you're looking at online and what you're going to find and what you're going to be exposed to is what you could choose to consume, right? Well, my only prior issue though is, well, people were looking at that issue and they had it was either inappropriate or it was racially motivated, and for it as a racially motivated statement or racially insensitive or a racist statement, Sandy Brondello needs to be fired. Nobody makes racially insensitive or racist comments and keeps their job.
That's what Hot Track said. That's cooking. Hot Track said that. Go.
So therefore, the 1 game suspension is a farce, and then therefore, since a lot of people are taking the stance that it was a racist comment, she should be fired. She should be losing her job. But where I'm taking it and just taking a step back and analyzing it, because what I believe is the sequences of events as it happened, Sandy Brondello preemptively made an apology online. A response from Angel came to said apology, so on and so forth, through Twitter, X, whatnot, reposting, and then a suspension came. I think that it was just strictly a preemptive move by the WNBA to try to show solidarity and care and concern, when really, forgive the better use of term, nobody gives a damn. Somebody wants to be offended on behalf of those that we care for online, and then those on the other end, the WNBA, they be like, it's really not that big of a deal because otherwise she wouldn't be here. All right, but let's give the suspension. It seems performative to me.
Okay, can I respond to that? Can I respond to that, brother? Hello? I guess that's a yeah. So I appreciate your point. I disagree only because of one thing. And I was thinking this just before you started talking. So it's like it just popped in my mind, but you kind of reaffirmed it in your statement. And I think people don't quite understand why you can't say that, because even when Lisa first came up here, she was saying, "Oh, that's a term that they use in England, right?" And then even Zero said some things about how he don't feel like she said anything wrong, whatever the case may be, and then even like you saying that you don't think nobody cares, right? I'm kind of curious, and I don't think I don't think nobody knows what's offensive about what she said. You get what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna ask you because I don't want it to be. I would like to ask a whole panel, and if everybody could give me a quick yes or no, everybody could. But I'm gonna ask you specifically because you're the last one that spoke. Do you know what the problem was with the statement Sandy said specifically?
Yeah, because I think, and I'm gonna try to word it as best as I can. The word species was used, and people took it, that word, and if you understand when I say they took it and took 3, 4, 5 steps ahead to what type of species they wanted to associate that black woman with, right? Whether it was the word is escaping me, but the word in of itself, species, applies to so many different things. But because people are generally, and different races of people are generally associated or get compared to certain species of animal, people, I think, in their mind, it sound like she trying to compare her to some type of animal. Cool,
Okay, so
right.
no,
Took
so
that,
no.
took that, and then and then it just rolls, it snowballs, and people pile on, and then people take offense on behalf of the statement.
That could be one of the things, but that's not the reason. That's not the main thing. And I'm happy you said that. I'm assuming Zero and Lisa, you guys feel kind of the same way that he does, or do you guys have a different answer why you think that that may have been may why people may have taken offense? Do you know why that term is offensive or could be taken offensive?
It's a species comment. The protected part is okay. It's a species. It just sounds like, yeah, you're probably talking about an animal or something.
Right. So that's respectfully, no, that's not what it is either. But Zero, do you have an answer on why you think that why it was a bunch of outrage to her you saying that comment?
Well, the outrage I know is, back in the days and shit, and how we were regarded during slavery as if we weren't human.
There you go, and that's it. So you got to realize, and I don't. Again, there's a different people from different walks of life, and different people where I guess whatever history you identify with, like Lisa was saying, it was slavery in Trinidad years ago, right? And I don't know what the what everybody plights was, and they respective slaveries or countries or wherever they from, right? But Zero's absolutely right. So black people was considered not even human, right? Less than human at one point in this country. So when you say a word like species to and you're referring to a black person, maybe a white person takes it different, maybe somebody from the Caribbean takes it different. I don't know. I'm not from the Caribbean or white, but I am a black American. So when I heard that, I originally connected that, even though it didn't offend me, even though I wasn't hurt, even though I wasn't mad or none of that. Like it just automatically was like, oh, like you can't say that. The same way I said earlier about when you talk about the gays, in certain terms, you want to know what? I'm gonna give y'all something new, right? And I'm gonna use the word, and I apologize to anybody I offend. I'm not using the word to be offensive. I'm only using the word because I don't know no other way to convey how this group of people gets offended when you say this, right? I don't know if y'all know. Maybe y'all know. Maybe I was the last to be educated, but there's apparently a difference in calling a trans person or a tranny. I didn't know that. You get what I'm saying? So if I'm speaking, well, for the people who don't know, tranny is offensive. And you're not supposed to use that term. Trans is the term you're supposed to use. I didn't know that until somebody they wasn't trans who I was speaking to, but they was a part of that community. And they explained that to me. And I said, oh, well, I apologize.
I was big enough to.
Right.
I didn't say, oh well, I ain't mean it in no type of way, so I ain't gonna apologize. Nah, I'm big. Listen, like I said, it don't make you a small person to say, yo, I'm sorry. Like I ain't mean to offend you, or whatever the case may be. When I said it originally, I wasn't trying to be offensive. I thought it was the right. In actuality, I thought it was the right term to use. But
Right.
it's not. You're not supposed. Now I learned that I never the same way I don't say the F word. I don't say that term no more. Out of respect, I can still say it. Ain't nobody stopping me from saying whatever I want to say. But out of respect, because I'm not a nasty person. I'm like, no, I'm not going to use this word. Even the B word. The B word is a word that people use every day in curse words. But I tend to try not to. Well, I don't want to say try not to because I really don't. But I tend not to call women that word, even though I know it's a word that women call each other. Right, even though I know it's a word, like I'll say the word in like not speaking to nobody. Like if I'm just cursing, I might say the word, right? Or listen, I'm gonna keep it real with you. I'm honest. I'm for you. We just talked about the New York attitude. If I get mad enough and you push the right buttons, maybe I will use it. You get what I'm saying towards you, or whatever the case may be. If you acting like that or bring that out of me, but my point is, I go out of my way to not say things like that. Whether it's the T word that I just mentioned that I won't say again, or it's the F word that we was talking about with the gay community, right? Or it's the B word with the women community. It's certain things you don't say out of respect. You get what I'm saying? And if you do happen to say something that somebody took offense to, you can't apologize. But I land all that. My plane was saying to Wody Mac and everybody else in the panel of the chat, it's about the history of this country and not being viewed as human. So even if a term like that is said, right, and you didn't mean it because over here in this part of the world, it means this, it means that, it means that. You got to realize, to Hot Track's point, you got to realize the house you in, the area you in, and you got to
go by the laws of the
move
land,
accordingly.
baby.
And I'm gonna land my plane with this one and let Jonathan Gonzalez go. If what you think I'm saying ain't real, Sandy Brondello said it out her own mouth. So if she thinks she deserved to apologize, why can't you? That's crazy. Sandy said it and said, you know what? I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. Even though where she come from, they say it all the time. But you got to realize it's different. You can't go to Australia acting like you from America. That's why people don't like Americans, really, because Americans go to other people's places and be acting like they in America. Like, nah, you got to conform. That's why people don't like New Yorkers. I'm from New York, right? And to Wody Mac's point about his pops being I'm in North Carolina right now, but I'm not in North Carolina sitting here like, yo, in New York we do things like this. You get what I'm saying? I'm in the South. It's different. They do things differently down here. They drive different. Or guess what? I ain't driving like I drive in New York. I'm like, okay, you get what I'm saying? People want to blow their horn, I'm a wave. If I'm in New York, you blow your horn at me, it's beef. But it's different
People
that you
got hi to you for no reason, huh?
You get what I'm saying? It's different. You got to conform to where you at. You can't go to someplace new and be like, yo, they do things like this where I'm from, so I'm going to just do it because you know what I mean? I don't care how y'all feel. Yeah. You really can't do that. So that's just my opinion. But again, if everybody, I ain't trying to change nobody's mind. That's just my perspective. Jonathan Gonzalez, you got something to say?
Oh, before Jonathan go, I had a joke for you too because this just happened here. I'm still here, in Brooklyn, right? And I was at work. When you brought up that trans thing, right? I was on my job. I got to deal with the tenants, right? I work with front door security. I got to deal with the tenants, and one lady, she was coming out of the building. She lives with another lady. I don't know if they're in a relationship, or whatever, right? So I asked her. I said, "Oh, is such and such at home?" But I said the woman's name. I said, "Oh, is she home?" Because there's she has a delivery. So the lady responds to me, is like, "Oh yeah, they're home."
Yeah, I've been through that. I know where you're going. I've been through that.
And I was like, and I said in my mind, I'm like, pardon me, but literally what I said in my mind was, I said her, not they. Who the fuck is they?
Yeah, I've been through that.
Who's they?
I've been through that. I had a situation where I was doing my job and I had to go to somebody's apartment. I knocked on an apartment and the person wasn't home that I was looking for. So I needed the landlord of the building. So I asked to get, the call for the landlord, and the person started, and mind you, I didn't, because I'm aware. Obviously, I can hear I'm aware of these things, so I didn't even say nothing crazy. But the person started going off on me on some as if I did. I'm like, I said, all right, I'm gonna just leave because again, you could. If that person complains, I'm gonna, even though I ain't do nothing wrong, you get what I'm saying? Like if I sit there and I argue and I go back and forth with a person like that, and I'm trying to explain myself, it's gonna look bad. It's gonna look worse and worse on me. So at this point, you got to say, all right, you got, have a good day, and you gotta keep it pushing. You get what I'm saying? And I didn't say nothing disrespectful or nothing like, or no, nothing like this. But I do understand where Wody Mack is coming from because you in certain situations now where today things are different, right? Things are just different, and you gotta respect other people's space. And with that, I want to apologize again. I think I apologized already, but I want to apologize again for using the word just in case somebody got offended because I said the actual word. I only said the word for the people who may not have known, right? Because everybody that is not aware, like I wasn't aware, but anybody who is of that community and is listening to my channel, I apologize for using that word. With that said, we're gonna move on to Jonathan. Jonathan, you got something? Think I muted you. You muted Jonathan if you're talking. I muted you because we heard you win while Wody Mack was talking.
Oh yeah, everybody has so much to say on the topics and like the trends and all that. Here's what I want to say. Regardless, and it doesn't matter how people feel, but Sandy really needs to apologize to Reese because because that was gonna because that at least need to show her how professional she was and how much she admitted how wrong she was for what she said. Like, like I understand the fall that happened. The Man, I don't think Angel like knocked Nayara softly down on purpose. If anything, Nayara kind of like was putting all her forcing herself to do on Angel to try to defend her to keep her from that from getting to the basket, and Angel just happened to put the move on Nayari that got her hurt. And I didn't think, and I was like, is Nayara faking because they ain't no way you broke your ropes from that. But then again, I had to realize Angel is a strong person. She's she was on them weights in the off season. So, but regardless, what I'm saying, no player should be called no species or no kind of name off of because that player had to endure injury. Wish that would have been Izzy Harrison that got hit that way, and not Nayara. But I think Izzy was was being smart and be like, nah, I'm not gonna go after Angel. She might whoop my ass and all that. Um, as coaches, you got to be a good example to your players, though. You know what I'm saying? You got to show them like, hey, there's other ways to like handle things without being ignorant, without showing hostility towards your opposing team player now. Because I'm going to be honest, I wouldn't even shake what you call his hand. I wouldn't even shake Cindy Brondello's hand if I heard that she called one of my players a species or something. And I don't think Brooklyn. I don't think you or other people heard. But someone also addressed that Sandy called Reese a piece of a POS as well. I don't know if y'all heard it about. I heard it from a few people, not just one, but a few people, and that's not very few too. Like reported from and this from Bro Claude and Keisha Nim's channel that somebody was putting this out there saying, oh yeah, Sandy also called Reese a POS, and I'm like, oh, so she's like she did female Dave Portnoy mother sucker. Okay, so yeah, she apologized, but I'm keeping my I'm still side eyeing Sandy Bordello. I'm glad that she got suspended. I'm not glad that that Timmy stepped in and put her 2 cents into this, and she made a little ignorant comment. Did not agree with the suspension, and then it had a nerve to mention Cece, bring her up and ask if Cece would have got called that. Well, we all have that same energy. Like, did you forget? Did you forget what happened to Kennedy Carter after she hip checked her? You forget how many players got received death threats and now, or Alyssa Thomas got received death threats after she had her hand on CC's throat. Of course, CC. I'm like, Timmy, do you not realize that CC's clan will come, not only just come at you, but threaten to come to your house and do something to you if you were to call her a species? Like, stop playing stupid. Like, it's like CC's been in the league for 3 years, but her history with her fan base. Like, bro, like, stop it. Because dang well, if you would have called that girl a species, you would have got tagged all over the place.
Amen.
And so Timmy pissed me off. When she made that comment. And what's the funny part? When I went to the game when Atlanta played Toronto, I actually caught Timmy. I saw her in the stand talking to someone, and I ended up getting a selfie with her. And I'm like, and all this was before she showed her true colors. And I'm like, Trick, after I don't run up the stairs to take a selfie with you, this how you this how you gonna show your true colors? I'm like, never again. Yeah, this was, and I took a selfie with her after I took a selfie with Sione Key, because she was also on the stand talking to some people, I believe that's her family members. So I was like, well, shoot, I need to get a picture with Angel, because they ran Angel out the court. Like, Angel was so pissed at that game when I was there on June 22nd when they played Tempo. Them referees pissed her off so bad. So, but yeah, Timmy, and then the fact that Timmy only had like 4 points and 1 rebound, 1 assist. I don't know, like, everything else. Yeah, I don't think she produced anything else. She shouldn't even have been saying nothing. In 15 minutes at that, 15 minutes, you should have just stayed quiet. So that's another thing. Then she was talking about, she didn't experience racism and all. I hate when I hear that from these coons or these other black people when they say that I didn't. I'm black. I never experienced racism. Who cares? That doesn't mean no one else, the other black person's not, you know, facing it. You know what I'm saying? You probably in the area where they raised you to be a sellout, like, or you're in an area where no white people are playing in your face, or being smiling at you and not there, and you're just falling for it and you're just being nice to them, but behind your back they're actually being racist towards you. You don't know. But yeah, I never experienced racism at this country, or never experienced racism in my life. Don't mean that another black person isn't experiencing racism. So it's basically like you expect us to be in the same situation that you are, because it never happened to you, and that's not the case. Yeah. So yeah, like, no, you didn't experience it, but low key you are experiencing it. You just don't know, because some of these folks are smiling in your face, and then when they turn around, they like, this N word ain't got no business living here with us. And too many fake people around here, and it's sad that people are actually like these fools actually fall for it. So yeah, so we got a problem in the black community that's trying to get accepted. Like, at this point, you just can't you can't force these folks to accept you. They're just not going to accept you. They're not going to like you. Like they'll tolerate your cooning, they'll tolerate you grifting for them. But man, that doesn't mean that you're going to live with them or build your business around their areas. Like, the farthest you can go is go to YouTube and grift and talk about your own kind to lift them up, and they'll be more than happy to pay you in good money and money and biscuits at that. So the fact that I don't like I said, and like from what I've heard, that Sandy Brunello paid Timmy a good amount of money to play for Toronto. and that's probably why she's doing it. I don't know. I mean, but again, she said she ain't experiencing racism, so I don't think that was the case about the money. I just think she was just being ignorant, and you know what I'm saying, that and that was low key shade, that a shot that she threw at Reese. And I ain't like that. Like, Timmy, you left, and did not, if I'm not mistaken, didn't I hear that Timmy left Indiana because she didn't want to deal with those racist? So someone said that Timmy, in fact, Beverly left Indiana Fever because she didn't want to deal with Caitlyn's racist fans no more. That's what
I
I
think
heard.
it had
You know
something to
what
do
I'm
with
saying?
the expansion team.
Uh, maybe that's the case. But I've heard that she left so she had to deal with CC's racist fan base no more. Because if that's the case, why did you even jump in on and say all this? Like, you should, because if that was the case, she understood, she would have known instead of making those ignorant comments that she made. But that's a but that's probably a story for another day for me to figure out. Um, you know, I research, but I don't research too deep. I usually have to go to other YouTubers because they be getting all the info like from their other websites and all. Because I don't know
Let me
where
say
they
this real
get their
quick.
info.
Let me say this real quick, Jonathan. I want you to hold your thought. I want you to land your plane. Keep in mind when y'all speaking, this is to everybody. When y'all speaking, I don't mind if y'all a little long winded, but at the same time, keep in mind that other people got to talk. So like, kind of have like a landing, like where you want to land your plane at if it start to get a little bit too long, so other people could go. Because when you talk, it don't have to be the last time you talk. I just want everybody to, I want it. It's almost like we a team, right? And I don't want us to play one on one. I want us to share the ball. You get what I'm saying? I don't want y'all to call, if I'm called Semesco, I don't want y'all to call me a bad coach. You get what I'm saying? I want y'all to share the ball.
Yeah.
You get, I want y'all to share the ball. Because if y'all don't tell y'all to share the ball, y'all gonna blame me and tell me I'm a bad coach. That's what the viewers is gonna say. Because the viewers is watching and they want to hear everybody's opinion, an interesting show. They want to hear from Zero, they want to hear from Hot Tracks, they want to hear from Lisa, they want to hear from Wody, they want to hear from Jonathan. So they want to hear from everybody passing the ball back and forth. So try not to like get the ball and run a shot clock out. That's to everybody. That's not to anybody in general. Get and land your plane, Jonathan, and then Zero said he want to respond to that, and then after Zero go, then you get pick it up, Hot Tracks.
Okay. For yeah. As I was saying, well, let me go ahead and respond to what Brooklyn said. Brooklyn, what you just said is exactly what Ryan Howard been doing. That's why Atlanta's going on a losing streak. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I don't think I have much. It's just I'm tired of just of Reese. You know, just you know getting like rocks wrong or getting shots thrown at her or whatever, and people feel like that she don't need no apology or she just needs to move on from it and all that. Like, no, like with all the hate that she just deals with 24/7, she deserves some type of sympathy of what she's going through. Like, you know what I'm saying? We talk about how she bumped into Nayara. We ain't talk about how Nayara, sadly getting to her that may have caused Reese to hit her like that to hurt her ribs. Like, yeah, like no, Reese just did a basketball play, and that's what happened. It's basketball.
Facts. I don't know what happened. Maybe his phone died. I don't know what happened. He kind of disappeared. But I just
Okay.
wanted, before you go
But
Zero, I just
yeah,
wanted.
that's all.
Oh, he back. Okay. Before you go, Zero, I just want to say one thing about what Jonathan was saying. And because it kind of just popped in my mind. It ain't the first time it came up. We've been talking about Timmy Fag been late. Timmy actually walked back to her own comments. I don't know if y'all seen that. So she put the comment out about about protecting Sandy and saying that it was a term from the UK and this that and the third, and then she put out another post afterwards saying, and I don't, I only read it once. I don't have it in front of me. Y'all can go find it on Threads. It's on Threads. So, but I'm gonna paraphrase. She basically said, "Oh, but I could understand if you never heard this term before.
how you can take it and be offended or see how it can be offensive. So she actually walked out. Her first thought was, "Oh, everybody shouldn't be offended," and then kind of threw shots at Angel. And then her second thought was maybe Sandy talked to her, somebody talked to her because she put out another post right after it, basically talking about she could see how people are offended. So Timmy actually walked back to her own comments. So once again, if Sandy felt like she had to apologize, and Timmy is saying, "Oh, I could see how people got offended," you know, if the other people got to see it too. But get Zero. You get to respond to what you wanted to respond to, and then let Hot Tracks pick it up.
All right. So it's like when it comes to Tammy Finbelly situation, she didn't leave the because of a toxic Caitlin Clark fan base, which I pointed out. She left because she was giving up for the expansion draft. Just like which called Niara was giving
Yeah,
up for
that
the
is true.
expansion.
I remember that. I don't know if it's anything else that had something to do with it, but she was giving up for the expansion draft. You're right.
The only other issue you can probably look at is the way the FIBA organization operates. Because right now they're in this transition where it's like it's like they don't. It's like 1 second.
You good? You good? You must be at work. Um,
Yeah. So sorry about that. So basically, it's right now the FIBA organization is in its whole little. Do we support Stephanie White and Kelsey Mitchell, or do we support Caitlin Clark? And right now you got that whole divide right there, and it's not necessarily with Kelsey Mitchell; it's more with Stephanie White. So and the FIBA organization, so it's just like it's like I don't know what the hell they're trying to do, but that's a different conversation for another day. But one of my issues with what homie said was the fact is if you have a different opinion on a situation, it's like you're considered a coon because you're not supporting your own and shit like that. Which I don't necessarily agree with that. Everybody has their own opinion. Like I'm from the hood. Like y'all probably from the hood too. We don't necessarily have the same perspectives growing up. Like my mom raised me off of fucking welfare and shit like that. Seeing how she was going through shit, navigating all these meetings she had to go to, I already knew in my head I didn't want to rely on government assistance or none of that, none of that stuff to begin with. So when I get old and I take care of my kids, it's straight out of pocket. I don't have no government benefits. I don't have no government benefits in terms of food stamps or none of that. None of that BS. So it's like that. That's how I operate through life. Everything I'm getting it out the mud. Am I the most
hold
successful
on. I
rich
gotta
person?
hold your thought. I'm sorry to cut you off. So I'm just it ain't really triggered me, but I'm from New York, so I got to speak on this. First of all, I'm not. These are not shoes I personally want. Black, but if you a dude and you don't know how to rock pink, you don't know how to dress, bro. I'm from New York, the fashion capital of the world, where we can wear anything. I just want to say that. So that's not a flex what you just said. That just tells me that you don't know how to dress. You probably a dirty Tim's, dingy white tee with the neck stretched out type of dude. Who you talking to? I'm sorry, Zero. What is he talking about? I'm sorry, Zero. Go
Now, right. So it's like my upbringing. Like we all live in New York. We all came from similar walks of life, just different narrated, different perspectives. So it's like I don't harp on shit on stuff like calling people coon just because we see things differently. Like I think that's just asinine. And if we're gonna talk about black people sticking together and stuff like that, that's the last thing you want to do is alienate your own people because they may have a different opinion from you on things. Because a lot of the people that say stuff like that tend to be the people that never have an answer to help their own people get out of the issues that they're in. Yeah, I'm all about 10-4. I'm all about trying to help our people invest and make moves to better their own situations, whether you're in the lowest of all poverty. And I help kids
Yo,
out.
watch this. I'm sorry to cut you off again, Brody, but I just heard your walkie talkie. I'm from I used to do security. You know what 5x5 mean?
Yeah.
You good. You know.
Yeah. Like now, like it's like, so I see a lot of my own shit, and I can't necessarily say that I've ever experienced racism. Maybe I have, but it never bothered me to the point where I feel like I had to point it out, because at the end of the day, if you're not actually trying to physically harm me, then it ain't what it is. I just keep it moving. I do what I got to do. I ignore the bullshit, the BS. But I try and help kids, and I don't do none of this stuff, for any type of money or nothing like that. I sit there, I give people ideas. I'm all about helping and enriching the community and helping our own people. So a lot of people that like to come out here and get mad just because they may have a different opinion that is not very popular, something like that with them, calling them coons and stuff like that. Just that's just ass backwards for some people that's supposed to care about their own people. Some people is lost, and if they lost, you gotta still be there for them to help reel them back in, because you have a lot of successful black people out there. Not all, but you do have a lot. They don't do nothing back to their own community. So it's like hearing all that down talk on how, like, some of us are coons and stuff like that. It's like, nah, fam. Like, especially if you try, if you wanna, if you're talking about us sticking together, you can't alienate a particular group just because you don't agree with their opinion on certain shit. Because at the end of the day, we all gonna need each other when the shit hits the fan, regardless.
Can I give a quick
But
reply to that?
that's my piece.
Let me give a quick reply to that, and then we're gonna let hot tracks go. I agree with what you're saying about um a difference of opinion, but I don't think that's what a coon is, right? So in my opinion, and you could agree or disagree with me about what a coon is basically what you described. You said you seen your mom go through certain things, right? You from the hood, you seen certain things, correct? So to me, a coon would be a person who, regardless of you from that or not, right? Like if I see a lady that's your mom, I'm not gonna be trying to disrespect that lady because I know that lady. You feel me? Like I've seen that before in my communities. So I'm not gonna sit back and it don't even have to be that. It don't even have to be, oh, somebody that's on government or government assistance, because I'm with you. Like my mom told me she grew up that way as well, with how her mom raised her, but I never seen that. I never, my mom was working, my mom worked for the city, you know what I mean? Both my parents worked for MTA. And if you know anything about MTA, especially in the 90s, they made a lot of money, for the type of communities we lived in, or whatever the case may be. So I never really experienced any type of like poor growing up lifestyle. I always lived in homes. I lived in a building too, but I always lived in homes and stuff like that. Always had cars and stuff like that. Like always, what I mean? It's always was taken care of, dressed nice, all of the things. You know what I mean? I'm from Brooklyn, New York. So you already know you gotta it's difficult if you ain't you know what I mean? Like you know what I
Definitely.
mean? You could like the kids is harsh. The kids is harsh where I come from. So if you ain't gonna, you know what I mean? But my
You
point
roll with
is,
the punches
to me,
sometimes.
to me, a clone would be somebody who will see somebody that's like them, or just anybody that that you can relate to. It don't gotta be. It don't matter what level they could be living good or whatever the case may be. Like some people in the chat say, Aja Wilson lived a whatever life, but Aja Wilson is still a black woman. Like she's still a black woman who have to deal with black women things with her hair, right, with certain things or whatever the case may be. So I could never see a black woman and feel like oh, I'm gonna disrespect them, or I'm gonna say certain things that non-black people would call them. Like I'm not gonna call you those things. The same way I said I respect other people's culture, right? Like I just told you, I respect the gay culture, right? The trans culture, the Jewish culture. I respect all of their cultures, right? I respect my culture too. So it's like, but for whatever reason, sometimes you have men in that culture that's like, oh nah, like so. Let's just say I ain't gonna throw no names out there, but if you know history, you know. Like, let's just say a person from a different culture would call you a certain name, or you know what I mean, you might not use that term in your culture, but a lot of times, certain people, because they give you a perfect example. I mean, I don't know how y'all feel. Again, some of y'all could sound like some of y'all with CC fans or RCC fans or whatever the case may be, fans of both. But I don't know how, like, RJ3 is a coon. You get what I'm saying?
Exactly.
That's a coon. So just because you got a difference of opinion, I don't think everybody who got a difference of opinion to me is a coon. But it's a certain type of person that you could tell want to appeal to that side and want to disrespect their side. That's a coon, bro. Like, it ain't no way around that. You get what I'm saying? So I just wanted to specify that a difference of opinion don't make you a coon. I agree with you. You can have people. If you sit back, I'll make it about politics just to make you understand. It's a different. Listen, I'm not on either side. I don't really care for the left or the right, to be honest with you. But if you somebody that's a Trump supporter, and you a Trump supporter, but you a Trump supporter that then that's kind of a hard example because I kind of view all right, never mind.
Steven from Django.
Never mind, but you get what let's not say Trump supporter. If you a Republican, I don't think all Republicans are bad. Like, if you're a black Republican, I don't necessarily think that, you know what I mean? It's just that's the side you on. But if you were a MAGA back Republican, I might look at you like a coon. It is what it is. So I don't think just because we differ in opinion makes you a coon. I think it's really of how you treat your own people what makes you a coon or not, in my opinion.
Right.
With that said, I'm gonna let Hot Tracks have the mic. I'm sorry, it's been a while. Do you even remember the question you had? Like,
yeah. But just to piggyback off of this, Steven from Django is a coon. You remember Steven from Django?
Yeah.
All right, that's a coon. John the Liquidator, the podcast boy, he's a coon. Ben Daniels, coon. ESP Ben, coon. Poke.
Wait, ESP Ben is white, right? He black?
Ain't there a black boy in there too with him? Or no?
Oh, I don't know.
No,
I do know it is a black.
That.
It is a black dude. No. I don't know his name, but he on Facebook and he got a white girlfriend, and all he do is like attack black women.
Right.
I don't know if y'all know what I'm talking about, but I forget his name. He was popping up on my Facebook. I told Facebook I don't want to see him no more. But he's a coon. To your point.
Right. That dude,
I don't know his name. If y'all know what I'm talking about, say him in the chat because people in the chat be knowing.
Okay. The boy Poke and he's supposed to be some kind of coach or something.
Yeah. You know what's funny? He subscribed to me too. Like he's somebody like I don't really know who he is because I never watched his videos. We never interacted. But man, I don't know. Are y'all familiar? Hold on. Are y'all familiar with obviously everybody in my community should be familiar with KSAP. Y'all familiar with KSAP, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, shout out to KSAP. That's my big bro. Anyway, him and KSAP know each other, or know of each other. I shouldn't say know each other, but they be going at it. Like, you know what I mean? KSAP say some shit about him, and he say shit about KSAP. Anyway, that was the past. I don't know if there's anything recently happening, because I think Pope lost his channel. But anyway, my point is saying all that, it surprised me, because I was looking through my subscribers, and he subscribed to me.
Yeah, I'm glad he lost his channel. He be having this white woman in the background while he talking all crazy about black women. Yeah.
Oh, he wanted them too? Okay, yeah. Cool.
Angry Sports.
Yeah,
Cool.
Jay and Abby. That's it, Henry. Coon. That's the black dude that's a DB on Facebook just cooning out.
Yep. Rah Report. Coon. Keep the Vision. Coon. Fly Hippie.
You know who's a coon that's trying to come to our side, but you can't come because you cooned out too much? Whitlock. Yeah. Jason Whitlock. Coon.
Yeah,
Good luck,
reject,
Ripta.
back to sender. Convo with Carter, coon. There's a whole bunch of them. Jeff Teague is a coon. Venom reacts, black conservative perspective. A whole lot of them dudes are they all coons. That's the anybody who go at it's not about having a disagreement or a different opinion. It's about a black person that target their own people and disrespect them. Like Angel, for instance, they repost pictures of people caught. I mean, the monkey picture that she had up there with the jersey on. You know, they call her baby giraffes and all that stuff. Of course, you don't want to be referred to as no species. Like, come on. But oh, you asked me about the question I had for the young lady. That's probably another topic for another day. It was talking about like people who live here that's not from here that have the wrong perception, wrong perception of us. Just for short, it what I was saying was like when people say, "Oh, well, I ain't let nobody do nothing." Like, of course, you can have that attitude now. You wasn't here when we wasn't allowed to sit on the front of the bus, or we had to, go to certain schools and we wasn't integrated, or we like, I grew up on the end of all that stuff. I came into a part where I went to a school in a white neighborhood and I got chased home before. I was called niggas and all that kind of stuff. I experienced all that. So a lot of people didn't come here when the shit was really hitting the fan. They came here after my parents and grandparents and so on took them lashes and stuff. Then they come here because because of the fight that we fought, and then say what they not going to do, or what you would have did, whatever you was told to do if you was here. When now it's cool to come here, and everybody leave where they're from to come here because of opportunities. But all I'm saying is respect the people here and understand and appreciate the struggle that we had to deal with to make it possible for a lot of y'all to come here and get y'all money. Yeah, there's a lot of people. Yeah, ain't nobody telling me nothing. This, that, and the third. You can say that now. You couldn't say that before. And that's all I'm saying. Just respect us who here, who paved the way for you to be here. Because I don't hate nobody, but I don't like the disrespect or the preconceived notions that we victims over here, or we lazy, or we be begging, or any of that. Not as hard as I done grinded, because I done paid more taxes than a whole lot of people, and that's not even a flex. Well, it should be, because I paid my taxes. So that's all I was saying. Now I know, like, again, because I grew up with a lot of I got some Haitian buddies. I got some guys from a lot. If you know anything about Philadelphia, West Philly, Southwest Philly, a bunch of Africans and Jamaicans and all kinds of people. Here from island people from other places, Trinidadians and all that. I got a friend that owned a Trinidad friend that I knew for over 20 years that owned about 10 tire shops here. They came in here and got it out the mud. But the whole thing is, he understands what the struggle is over here. But again, when you go to somebody else's house or you somewhere else, just respect it. Just respect and understand, educate yourself on what happened here, because I'm sure you have a struggle wherever you're from, but we have one here. So you can't get mad at the way people think here. And again, we ain't victims. I got about 35 guns. I'm not a victim. I lay something down. and that's it.
And that's actually, that's I agree with everything you said. I want to piggyback off of one thing too, and that's the point I was making earlier about, because what happens this with a lot of people who share opinions like I'm not a victim and different things like that. You got to realize, like, is you not until it happened to you. Because a lot of people be
Right,
thinking, because what happens is, again, a lot of people don't identify with the black experience, they identify with the white
right,
experience, and then they say things like, oh, well, why they making it this, that, and the third. And it's like, we're not, like, I think her name, and I apologize if I'm mixing it up, because I ain't do no research, this is just off the top of my head, but I believe the lady who got murdered in her own house, her name was Sandra Massey, right? Her name is
yeah,
Sandra Massey, and the cop was, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I don't have the story in my head clearly, but I believe she had called the police for help. And the cop got upset because she was cooking and just killed her. You get what I'm
right,
saying? So it's like, it's not like black people are playing victims. It's like shit be happening. And it's like, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, okay, this is
but
happening. And it's like, just because you specify something, or just not specify, but just because something happens and you say, hey, this just happened, it doesn't make you, like, you just telling the truth, right? So, like, even
that's
me,
it.
and Zero said he was from the same neighborhood I'm from. So Zero may could attest to this, or he may not. But growing up, I got, especially by the time I was like 16, maybe I stopped being a kid, maybe 14, maybe 15, somewhere around there, because I had a grown up body. Like, I was like, I looked grown. Even when I was a kid, I looked grown. And when, as the black, for the people who don't know, for everybody, some people may relate to this because of the way they grew up at, some people not going to relate to this because of where they grew up at. But the black experience is, when you go outside, you got to carry yourself a certain way, because when the cops see you, they see a grown man. They don't see a 14-year-old kid. So it's
Yeah,
like, when I went outside and I was still in high school, or whatever the case may be, I was used to police um harassing me, basically. I remember I rap. I remember one time I went to my man's studio in some of the projects. Shout out to some of the projects. Um, I went to over there on Myrtle Avenue, and I went to my man's studio, and I pulled up. As soon as I parked, the undercovers came and surrounded my car. You get what I'm
yeah,
saying? And it was like,
yeah.
I'm over there to go to the studio to make music. but
Mm.
they but they
Look, man.
but I fit a profile. You get what I'm saying? I guess. So
Hmm.
it's like, people act like, oh, you're being a victim, don't nobody care, and it's like, nah, this is just the reality of growing up. Like,
Look, man.
Zero.
Obama was the
Hold,
victim. The
hold
cops
on,
stopped him.
tracks. Zero keeps saying, I'm from the hood, right? If you from the hood and then you understand, like, yo, sometimes you ain't do nothing. There's times I ain't do nothing. I remember one time when I moved to Queens, because I moved to Queens too. I remember one time walking down the street in my house on the next block. I'm walking down the street. The cops pulled over and cut me off. They pulled over on the sidewalk. And they ain't let me walk no more, just to check my ID and shit. I guess to make sure I wasn't a legal immigrant. So I don't know. But I just know, you know what I mean? And Zero just heard me. I used to do security. I used to do this. I remember one time, yo, my neighbor was a preacher, right? And his son, I needed to get to work. His son drove me to the train, and because we was in the car together, the cops pulled us over to check. So
Yeah,
this is just regular shit you go through. Like, that's what I'm saying. So that's aside from the Brandello thing. I was just talking about us and being victims and not, or whatever. Not
yeah.
just because you say, yo, this is happening, don't make you a victim. You just saying the reality of what's happening.
Right.
Like, this
And
really happening.
look,
Like,
and
you know
look,
what I mean?
Brooklyn. Look, Brooklyn. Like, again, a lot of people come here and they have opportunities, and they say, "Oh, it wasn't hard for me to do this. Why can't they do it?" You don't understand. You don't, like, first, systematically. If you live here and you've been here long enough, you'll understand how jacked up this place is systematically. Even going all way back to the where they had the black codes, if anybody know what that is, that was specifically plans based on black people not being able to own real estate and a whole lot of other restrictive things that were systematically in place. And just because they did away with that stuff, those people were still there in them same positions and still kept the restrictive hold, and that the system hasn't been changed a lot, like we're not far removed from a lot of BS. It just got a different mask on it right now. So when people say that, like there's opportunities, this like systematically, like they take money out of the schools, which our children are supposed to be competitive out in the real world. But not everybody can afford to send their children to private schools and all of that stuff. So you gotta send them to the neighborhood school. Systematically, they make your kids go to a certain school and give them a certain amount of resources. You see what I'm saying? So you're not even on the same level when they get out of school to even compete out here. We got outdated books, all that stuff in the schools, and that's by plan. That's not by accident. But a lot of people saying, "Oh, well, you playing a victim." No, it's just a business plan that they got, and it's rolling out.
Now that's a fact, though.
They own everything, so they still the gatekeepers. People sit here acting like they can't. You seen what happened when COVID came? People with money was stressing because that was something that wasn't planned. It wasn't supposed to happen. People think they secure in their jobs and all that kind of stuff. Man, unless you create some kind of wealth for yourself and all that, like you clock in the day and they could tell you, listen, we don't need your services no more. And there's nothing you can do about it. So don't get too much of a high horse. People coming over here who, just educate yourself on this country and our history before you start talking about us being lazy or us playing victims or all that kind of stuff. Just do your homework and appreciate that you're able to come here, because nobody wasn't trying to come here 50 years ago, 60 years ago.
Now that's a fact. But this was a great conversation, and like I said, is everybody came from different walks of life and stuff like that. So I get why some people listen. Trax, I understand 1,000% what you're saying, but I don't think that because listen, I'm from New York, and I've been around different, and the same thing you said, you've been around different nationalities and stuff like that. Yeah. Sometimes people, like I said, you're not gonna know till you go through your own life experience. You get what I'm saying? The perfect example is this. I've heard so many times that like when you a Black American and something happens, like a George Floyd happens, or Sandra Massey happens, or Trayvon Martin happens, to us we like, oh, again, like okay, again, this is happening again, right? Like it's another one. Every time something new happens, I've heard a white person say, "Oh my God, I had no idea." Right? And it's only because for them, they don't really care when stuff like that. You know what I mean? They ignore it. And so when something happens that's so egregious that catches their eye, they like, "Oh my God." So that's what's gonna happen. Like people who don't know, you're not gonna ever be able to tell them. Like they gonna have to like have some experience happen to them, or they gonna have to see something. Like I said, like even for somebody like Timmy Fan Bagley, something gonna have to happen in her DM for her to be like, "Oh, okay, they think I'm a monkey." You get what I'm saying? Because right now she probably think like, "Oh, they don't think about."
They was already grinding her up when she was in. They was grinding her up when she was in Indiana when she wasn't playing that good.
Okay, so yeah, I mean that's what they're gonna do. Like I said, you once you offend that fan base, because that fan base is I don't even know the right word. I was gonna say electrify, but electrify ain't the right word I want to use. But that fan base is fired up. Like that fan base is
Hmm.
they got a lot of peace. So as soon as you do or say anything that they feel like, you know what I mean, they own you. You get what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
I'm not surprised. You know what I mean? I didn't know that, but I'm not surprised that they, was
You
getting
remember when Aaliyah Boston? You remember Aaliyah Boston had to cancel, like, turn off her social media because they was in there all messing with her when Clark
right.
first got there, and she
Yeah,
was
yeah,
playing
yeah,
bad,
yeah, yeah.
and
Yup,
she
her
had.
first. Yup. That
You
is true.
already know what they say about Kelsey Mitchell. That's why she don't care about none of that. She
Yeah,
don't
that's
care
true.
about none of them people.
Yeah, but like I said,
They
this is
saying, huh? Oh, my bad.
no. You good? You good? Good. I was gonna
Oh
land the
no, they
plane. Good.
saying that the locker room is divided. Of course it's divided. Because the black people in there catch up.
Yeah, I mean, you see, they just got at Ty Harris, so that's what they do. But like I said, this was a great show today. I mean, I kind of figured I'm happy it turned out the way it turned out. Let me say that because I kind of
Yeah.
knew how I was feeling today when I first was on Twitter. Twitter could make you mad. Twitter could really get you upset because you start to hear all the stupid. I was hearing all the stupid, and the stupid was getting me like, all right, I'm clapping back. And I'm happy I didn't do that because that's why I said when I first started this show, I don't know what y'all gonna get because I was really on some militant shit at one point today.
Man, you can't get mad at these cowards on the internet, man.
No,
It
that's a
is what
fact.
it is. They going
No, that's
like you said. You said you offered some of them to come up, and they never came up.
yeah. No, I'm not talking about them. I don't care about the chat. I'm talking about earlier when I was in Twitter and
Yeah,
reading everything and responding because I read and respond. I read and respond, and I was
yeah.
responding to some of these idiots on Twitter. So I was able to calm down. But by the time I went live, I was able to calm down, and I wasn't so militant.
Hmm.
So the people in the chat, I ignore. Like dumb people, I don't really care about. But with that said, we had a good show today. We talked about um, Angel Reese and the Atlanta Dream and the different things that went on during the game. And then we talked about the Sandy Brondello situation. Like I said, me personally, I have a lot of respect for Sandy. I don't have no respect for Timmy Van Bagley. She could kiss my ass, but uh, with Sandy Brondello, I got respect for her because of the way she apologized. I respect her apology. Had she
I
not
understand
apologized,
that.
had she not apologized in that way, I wouldn't have respect for her neither. But I don't think she meant anything by what she said. Even though I think she did say the wrong thing, even though I do think she misspoke, and I like how she responded. So I'm gonna give her credit for that. Timmy ain't have to say nothing, you know what I mean? And then when she
Yeah,
opened her mouth, she showed me what type of black she is. You get me? You get what I'm
right.
saying? Timmy is one of those coons that I was talking about. She put herself in the coon category for me. You get what I'm saying? And that's why all skin folk ain't kinfolk, in my opinion. You get what I'm saying? And you can see how fair I am because I'm giving a white lady grace.
And you
and I'm telling the
grinding.
black and I'm telling the black lady she can kiss my ass only because of like you gotta be able to read in between. And like I said, everything ain't so black and white. In this world, you got gray area. And to Lisa's point, to me, white ain't bad and black ain't good, or vice versa, right? It's all about the person and the people and how you um how you conduct yourself, how you treat people. So with Sandy, Sandy kind of showed me that she cares. She has a heart. But at the end of the day, even though you care and you have a heart, you still white and you can make a mistake. The same way I'm a man and
Right.
I can speak about women, right? There's times where you gotta apologize to women because you might say something wrong. Remember the other day you had said something positive, but the first time you said it was like women like men to put their pimp hand down. And then you switched it to women like men that's, take control and leadership. It's a right way and it's a wrong way to say something, right? So I think Sandy did it the right way. I think Timmy did it the wrong way, in my opinion. But But with that said, I want to thank everybody who graced my panel. I want to thank everybody for their opinion. I want to shout out my brother Hot Tracks. I want to shout out Zero, Lisa, Jonathan Gonzalez, and Wody Mack. Today was a great show. I appreciate everybody's opinion. Hopefully, you guys don't feel like strangers. Zero, you more than welcome to. You more than welcome on my panel anytime. Same thing to you, Lisa. Before we go, do you guys? I'm gonna give you guys a last word to close out. Whatever y'all want to say. Lisa, we're gonna go with you.
Yeah, I was just listening, soaking everything in. I don't want anybody to think that I'm insensitive to the Black struggle of the past. I understand it all, but I'm just saying, like, for now, I just don't want to be a victim in anything. Because I've been called a few names, even at my job. I get treated a certain way, but I don't let it affect me because they still got to pay me. So I just want to rise above any negativity and any hate, and I just can't absorb anybody's negative energy. When they're pushing that negative energy towards me, I can't just receive it. So I have to just like repel it. That's just my attitude. So if anybody's offended by that, well, that's them. But that's just who I am. That's all
I
I got to say.
I appreciate that. My only gripe with you today, Lisa, is that you didn't join the conversation more. Like I want to hear your voice more. I want to hear your opinions more. So I appreciate you for coming on the panel.
Thank you.
Hopefully this is not the last time you come on the panel. If you do come on my panel again, make sure that you feel, you welcome here. So make sure you feel comfortable chiming in. Whether we talking about, we typically, today was more of a racial kind of conversation, but typically we talk more about sports. It's usually about what's happening within the W. So this actually happened within the W. That's why we talking about this. But typically we talking about something that happened either in the game or something that something controversial that happened, some news in the W. So we typically talk about that. So feel free to don't you're welcome to share your opinion. I actually prefer to hear women's opinions a lot more too, because this is a woman's space, right? This is a woman's sport. So I like to hear what women think a lot about this. So I appreciate your opinion today, Lisa. Zero, you got a last word for the people? You might be muted, Zero, because I muted you because of the back. We heard your background, so just unmute your mic if you're talking. Oh, Zero dropped down. Okay, he's not here no more. All right. Hot Tracks, you got a last word for the people?
No, it was good talking to everybody, hearing all the different opinions and everything. And all I can say, oh yeah, let me just say something. All I can say to you is just don't get caught slipping out here, then you won't be a victim.
That's a fact. Shout out to Zero. Oh, that's Zero right there. You said you got to subscribe. I appreciate the subscribe, Brody. He's on work getting busy. I appreciate the subscribe. Absolutely. And yeah, listen, my last word is simply, man, be kind to everybody, man. It ain't that deep, man. Right. At the end of the day, you know what I mean? One thing I will say too, this is pertaining to the conversation, but to end the conversation, I'm gonna keep it a thou wow with you. That victim, that victim thing, that ain't really a real thing. I mean, it's real with some people, and the reason why I say that is some people, and this is just, I could be wrong. Let me say that. This is from my opinion. It's from my brain. I could be wrong. But what I've noticed, especially I'm in the South right now. I'm from New York. I'm in the South right now. What I've noticed, the type of blacks that white people like, and not all white people, because we know, again, all white people aren't bad. I'm talking about the particular ones who are, who feel like they're superior, whatever, right? The type of blacks they like are the, I guess, quote unquote, maybe, I don't want to say victim, but I'm going to say submissive. Like the docile, the submissive type, right? They kind of like those blacks because white. One thing I heard a white woman say this too. A white woman said this on like Instagram, and it made so much sense, and I agree with her. Those types of whites don't like the blacks that's better than them or can elevate past them or have more confidence than them. Those are the type of blacks they really hate. You get what I'm saying? So blacks like me, right? Because I'm very confident. So that's why I appreciated Lisa when she came up here and spoke, because I agree with that part of what she was saying. I'm one of those blacks who feel like, yo, I could do it. Like, can't nobody stop me from doing what I want to do. I'm gonna do it. I want to do da-da-da. Same thing Hot Track said, right? Those are the type of blacks that those whites don't like. Because what happens is they feel like, who the hell we think we is? The thing, you know what I mean? That's kind of and the type of blacks that they like, and usually those types of blacks eventually they could either tell what to do, like they could control you to a certain extent. They could tell you what to do, type of stuff. You listen, you go along, you get along. Some of us is like, nah, I don't want to do that. Nah, I ain't doing that. Nah, you know what I mean? They don't like that. Like, they don't like when you got your own mind, your own brain, do your own thing, and you don't need them for nothing. Because, like, the funny thing is, even the racist people I see online, right? Hot Tracks from Philly, Lisa, she from Brooklyn. We from predominantly black neighborhoods, right? When you go in our neighborhoods, are you from where we from? We don't ever be in our neighborhoods thinking about what white people doing or what white people got. We just trying to better ourselves. We don't care about white people for real. We don't give a fuck about them, right? And people don't understand. People that's not from our area, I guess, are not from or have the mind state that we have, don't understand that thinking. Because what happens is white people, especially when they come in my comments, they be thinking like, I care. Like, put it to you like this, and this, I guess maybe, I don't know if this goes back to the victimhood or not, but the only time I ever think about white people, is when something literally happens, right? Like, for instance, something that recently just happened, like maybe a month ago now, whatever, was the Richard Cho thing, right? Richard Cho thing, they gunning down that kid, right?
Yeah.
So stuff like that, you got to think about because it happened. But outside of that, none of us is going through our life like worrying about what white people do or what they got or what they don't got. We don't really give a fuck about white people, right? Like, even in our music, you could take hip hop music, perfect example, right? Look how many stars we got in hip hop or in music, right? I mean, hip hop or in like on in sports or on TV, or even if you don't want to use the entertainment field, look how many doctors. Like, we gotta, you know what I mean? How many people that's like us as doctors, lawyers, that work for the police department, fire department, whatever it is you want to mention. Like, we in all these areas, and not only are we in all these areas, we the supervisors, we the bosses, and we not. It's not like we all, you know what I mean? We all on the bottom position. Some of us is in the top positions and stuff. So it's like, when you understand that and you see, like, to Lisa's point, what we capable of, we don't walk through life caring about like what white people do or what they don't do.
Right.
But the reason why I'm bringing that up is because in my comments, the ones that's racist and the ones, they be feeling like stuff like that is what gets to, oh, you are the white person. I don't give a fuck about, oh, you hate her because she white. Why would I hate Caitlyn because she white? Like, what? Like, how does that benefit me? That hate her because, like, you know what I mean? It's nothing about whiteness that I care about enough to even think about the hate. But a lot of white people be thinking that's how black people go through America. They think we envy them and want to be them. We don't care about y'all, for real. Like, most of us, the ones I'm around anyway, like I said, you got a whole group of other blacks that are like submissive, and maybe they do. I don't know how they think because I'm not them. I'm confident. You get what I'm saying? So I just wanted to kind of specify that too, because it is a type of black that whites don't like, and that's the ones that don't really care about them, the ones that don't feel like they can stop them, and the ones that's going through life thriving, right? And again, when I say whites, I'm not talking about all whites either. I got to say this for the slow people. There's some slow people in here, like so I got, for the slow people in the back, I got to say I'm talking about a certain group of whites, the racist whites, not all whites, because not all whites think like that. You get what I'm saying? And the same thing with blacks. I'm talking about a specific group of blacks who go through life and think like, yo, what's best for me and my family and my life. That's all they think about. They not sitting here like, how do I get in this white person's position? I mean, they don't care about white people for real. So I just wanted to specify that. What With that said, though, I want to again thank everybody who graced my panel. I want to thank everybody who was in it. I want to thank everybody who came through the chat. Do me a favor, if you haven't done it already, spam the like button for me real quick before we get out of here. Everybody spam the like button. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to the channel. You get what I'm saying? If you want mobile, do me a favor, hit the hype button for me, hype me up. You get what I'm saying? And hopefully we get more and more people. I want to hear from more different types of people next time. If I appreciate the new people who came to the panel. Hopefully they inspired new people in the future to come to the panel as well. And like I said, everybody's welcome. The people who came to my panel, y'all all welcome to come back on my next show. I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna land the plane with that. I hope everybody have a good night / good morning. Have a good day. Exactly. Everybody have a good day. And God bless and be kind to each other. One.